According to the comics, the Inheritors family consists of 8 terrifying members. Their full title is the Inheritors of Everything. What everything means has never been clearly explained. Possibly a metaphor, possibly something more sinister. Mark had his own theories. Everything might refer to every animal totem across the multiverse. Spiders, wolves, tigers, lizards, primal forces tied to destiny and power. If so, the Inheritors weren't just hunters. They were devourers of fate itself. But that was just speculation. What Mark did know for certain was that these enemies were real, and they were deadly. The patriarch, Solus, was the most powerful of them all, father to the others. He claimed to have feasted on totems for eons, not just spider totems, but countless others. His strength was astronomical. Once, he killed Cosmic Spider-Man in direct combat. That wasn't hearsay. That was canon, his children included. Morlun, currently on the receiving end of Mark's fists. Karn, the black sheep, expelled after hesitating in a battle that led to his mother's death. He now hunted alone, his resurrection rights revoked. Deimos, a powerhouse who annihilated the entire Superior Spider-Man universe. Genix, Verna, Brix, and Bora, each dangerous, each monstrous in their own way. Of all of them, only Karn rivaled Solus in threat level. The rest were varying degrees of nightmare fuel. And Morlun? Mark had just kicked him through a building. You! Morlun roared as he rose from the wreckage, debris cascading around him like a collapsing monument. His voice echoed with primal fury. Mark cracked his knuckles and smirked. You want revenge? I've got fists the size of sandbags. Come collect your receipt. He wasn't joking around anymore. After sensing Morlun was weaker than expected, Mark made up his mind. Test him. Press him. Find the limits and weaknesses the comics never revealed. Intel now would save lives later. Bang! Their fists collided in a thunderclap. The shockwave shattered nearby windows and sent ripples through the air like a dropped stone in water. Morlun narrowed his eyes. You can match me? Mark shrugged, grin widening. You're lucky I'm only using 10% of my power. What? Morlun's face twitched in disbelief, then twisted into a snarl. Big words, spider. They clashed again, and again. In under a minute, they traded hundreds of blows. They moved like wrecking balls with legs, destroying buildings in their wake. Stone cracked. Wood splintered. The 17th century town, home to the circus Spider-Man, was reduced to rubble. Thankfully, the townspeople had evacuated earlier. No civilians, no distractions. Boom! After a final exchange, Morlun staggered back, panting. His confident demeanor had shifted. There was hesitation in his eyes. The truth was simple. The Inheritors hunted for sustenance, not pride. They didn't waste energy on equal matches. If a totem wasn't easy prey, they weren't worth the calories. I've had my fun, Morlun finally said. You're strong, stronger than most. I'm done here. Surely you won't stop me. Mark raised an eyebrow and stepped aside, pretending to yield. Be my guest. He wasn't bluffing. He'd been holding back. Not quite 10%, but close. Killing Morlun now would be meaningless. He could be cloned again in Universe 001. No, Solus was the real threat. Mark needed every edge he could gather before facing him. Morlun straightened his jacket, smiled, and turned toward the downed circus Spider-Man. But before he could take a step, wham! Mark was suddenly in front of him again. Morlun's brow furrowed. What's this supposed to mean? I said I won't fight you, Mark replied coolly. I didn't say I'd let you eat him. Morlun exhaled in frustration. Must we go through this again? He began walking, feigning anger, but the last second darted past Mark, lunging toward the circus Spider-Man. Huh, you were never my target. Bang! Mid-sentence, he was blasted sideways by a monstrous punch that sent him hurtling into a wall like a rag doll. Mark dusted his knuckles. Did you really think I wouldn't see that coming? Morlun groaned in the distance as Mark approached the circus Spider-Man, who was buried in rubble. You held him off? The circus Spider-Man asked weakly. Thank you. But please, take me away. He wants me. And as long as I'm here, more people will get hurt. Please. Mark crouched down. That's the plan. Thank you, the circus Spider-Man whispered. Swoosh. Both vanished from the wreckage in a pulse of space-folding light. Moreland burst out of a destroyed building seconds later. They're gone. He froze, eyes scanning the empty space. The totem disappeared, his face contorted in fury. He was right there. I had him. I had him. He smashed the ground, creating craters. After a few minutes of venting, he calmed, breathing heavily. That man, he cloaked the totem's presence. No, he's from another universe. Spatial aura confirms it. Who is he? Moreland growled. Looks like I'll have to report this. Personally, he activated a dimensional portal and stepped through, vanishing from the world. Meanwhile, in another world, cough, cough, the circus Spider-Man blinked, confused. Wait, what happened? Am I dead? Why is it night? In the desert? How long was I unconscious? Did he catch up? Mark sighed nearby, arms crossed. Why is every Spider-Man so talkative? Is that part of the totem too? Some curse of chatter. The circus Spider-Man gawked. Wait, every Spider-Man? You meant more like me. I thought I was the only one. And what's a spider totem? That guy, he was terrifying. Shut up, Mark muttered. He snapped his fingers. Whoa, my body. Circus Spider-Man gasped as his injuries vanished. Bones reknit. Bruises faded. This is amazing. I'm healed. My ribs, my arms. It's like nothing ever happened. He jumped up, giddy with disbelief. Mark sighed again. What am I even doing collecting these guys? This isn't your world anymore, he finally said. I healed your body, but the totem energy he drained won't return overnight. You need rest. The circus Spider-Man blinked. What do you mean this isn't my world? I mean exactly what I said. Ever heard of the multiverse? The what now? Mark rubbed his temples. Of course. The guy was from a pre-industrial world. They hadn't even invented indoor plumbing yet. Mark glanced at the circus Spider-Man. His battle suit looked more like a stage costume than combat gear. The idea hit him. Do you know the Bible? He asked suddenly. The circus Spider-Man blinked. Of course. Mr. Watson takes me to church every Sunday. Mark nodded. Then you've heard of heaven and hell, realms where angels and demons reside, separate from the human world. That concept, it's part of something bigger. It's called the multiverse. The circus Spider-Man's eyes widened, struggling to grasp it. So, does that mean you're an angel? Mark rolled his eyes. Do I look like a feathered birdman to you? The circus Spider-Man studied him for a second. Not really. Angels are supposed to have halos and be ridiculously handsome. Mark's brow twitched. You're a brave man. Sensing danger, the circus Spider-Man gave an awkward laugh. I get it now. You mean this is a world like mine, but not mine. He hesitated mid-sentence, glancing around at the wasteland around them. His point was obvious. This world felt nothing like home. Mark waved off the thought. Doesn't matter, long as you get the basics. Suddenly, the circus Spider-Man gasped. Wait. Mary Jane, Mr. Watson, what if that guy, Moreland, goes after them? Relax, Mark said, shaking his head. Moreland's after people like us, totem bearers. To him, the rest are just background noise. Like ants on the sidewalk. He doesn't bother unless someone gets in his way. The analogy made the circus Spider-Man visibly tense, but also visibly relieved. So you have that totem thing too? He asked, curious now. Instead of answering, Mark extended his hand. His nanosuit surged across his body like liquid metal. The circus Spider-Man's eyes lit up. Whoa, that's incredible. Mine looks like a theater prop compared to yours. Retracting the suit, Mark introduced himself. Name's Mark. I go by the Space-Time Spider-Man. Space-Time Spider-Man? The circus Spider-Man beamed. That sounds so much cooler than my name. He scratched his head. Should I call myself Clown Spider-Man? I mean, everyone at the circus only wanted my flips, not my drama. So yeah, a clown. Mark gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Don't sell yourself short. We'll be meeting more Spider-Men soon. Let's give you a name with style. How about Circus Arachnid? The newly named Circus Arachnid pondered, then grinned. All right, Circus Arachnid it is. That name's got flair. And can I call you boss? Mark raised an eyebrow. Seriously, Circus Arachnid said with surprising sincerity. You saved me, you're strong, and you've clearly got experience. I trust you. Let us. Mark chuckled. As you wish. Boss it is, Circus Arachnid said proudly. Hey, are all the other Spider-Men named Peter Parker too? Most are, Mark replied. Though there are exceptions. Some have different names, but it's rare. Huneet. Circus Arachnid grinned again, just as Mark's expression shifted sharply. Sensing something wrong, he stopped smiling. What is it? Mark turned his head skyward. Someone else is in trouble. You need backup? Circus Arachnid stepped forward, but Mark was already gone. Watching the sky, Circus Arachnid clenched his fists. Boss, I'll train harder. Next time, I'll be strong enough to help. Earth, 982, Queens, Forest Hills. The quiet suburb was now a sea of fire. Houses lay in ruins, swallowed by flames. A young man screamed into the chaos, fists pounding desperately against a towering figure. Let her go. Come after me if you've got a problem. But the man before him didn't budge. He was massive, his suit stretched tight across muscle like boulders, his long hair hanging like a lion's mane. He stood in the blaze as if it were a breeze, unmoving, unbothered. With one arm, he slammed the boy against a wall. With the other, he planted his boot on a young woman's chest, pinning her beneath him. She wore a red and blue spider suit. Her name was Mayday Parker. I'm Mayday Parker. My father was a superhero. My hero. As I grew older, I realized I'd inherited his powers. I took his name, took his place. They call me Spider-Girl. And right now, she couldn't move. Pain radiated from her crushed chest. Her ribs had likely punctured her lungs, maybe her liver. She could barely breathe, barely think. But her mind clung to one thought. If I die, he'll go after my family next. Above her, the beast leered, saliva dripping from his lips. I'm not trying to kill her, he said casually. I'm just tenderizing the meat. What? The boy Weiss screamed, launching himself forward. The monster laughed. You think you can stop me? I am Deimos, son of Solus, heir to all living totems. He slammed his elbow backward. Boom! The wall exploded. Weiss was sent flying, crashing through debris with a sickening thud. Mayday's scream caught in her throat. Weiss, please don't die. Her heart pounded as she struggled beneath Deimos' weight, but it was no use. His strength was crushing, overwhelming, inhuman. This is my fault, she thought. I let him here. Suddenly, from the edge of the smoke, a limping figure appeared. A middle-aged man, graying hair, a worn face, and a missing leg. His wife stood behind him, clutching a baby. Peter, she whispered, your leg. He said nothing. This man was Peter Parker, long since retired after losing his leg in a battle with the Green Goblin. He'd spent years living quietly with his family, a bionic limb replacing the one he'd lost. But now his daughter was under attack. And once again, the world needed Spider-Man. With a surge of strength, Peter tensed, crouching low on his one good leg. The fire reflected in his eyes. That's our daughter, he growled to Mary Jane. A leg is a small price. He stepped forward. I'm still Spider-Man. And with that, he launched forward, just as fast, just as fierce as in his youth. He smashed into Deimos like a missile, knocking him off balance and away from Mayday. Deimos skidded back, stunned. Impressive. Peter didn't let up. He landed a clean punch to Deimos' jaw. But Deimos only smiled. He reached out, grabbed Peter's head, and lifted him. Peter responded by slamming his foot directly into Deimos' chest. Back off, freak. My daughter's not on your damn menu. Deimos chuckled darkly. You think I came all this way just for her? He turned his head toward Mary Jane and the baby. No, I'm here for all of you. He grinned. I came to...
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
According to the comic plot, the Inheritors family consists of a total of 8 members. The full name of this family is Inheritors of Everything, but unfortunately, the comic does not specify what everything means. Everything, perhaps, signifies representing imaginary numbers, and inheritor represents animal totems? So, Inheritors of Everything means inheritors of all the animal totems in the multiverse, or perhaps, hunters? Of course, this is just Mark's speculation. Now, about these enemies. The patriarch, Solus, is also the father of inheritors like Morlun and possesses vast level strength. According to his own account, he has been devouring for a very, very long time, not just the spider totem but also many other totems. That's why his strength is so immense. His known peak achievements include killing Cosmic Spider-Man in a direct combat, which is an amazing feat. The others are Demos, Genix, Verna, Brix, Bora, Karn, and the Morlun who was just kicked away by Mark. Except for Solus, the strongest is probably Karn. Because in a battle with the Master Weaver a long time ago, Karn's hesitation led to his mother's death. Hence, he was given a metal mask by the family and expelled, embarking on a hunting journey alone. This means he has no chance of resurrection. But he has come far, even the spider god of a certain universe isn't his match. Further down the list is probably Demos. Demos single-handedly slaughtered the entire universe of the superior Spider-Man. As for the remaining few, perhaps they are all similar to Morlun? Bastard! How dare you hurt me, I will make you pay. Morlun's roar echoed from the ruins, followed by countless debris flying everywhere, revealing his figure. Make me pay? What kind of payment do you want? Would you like a sandbag-sized fist? Mark didn't intend to banter much with him, swiftly advancing and initiating the attack. Upon discovering that Morlun was far weaker than he'd imagined, Mark had made up his mind. He wanted to engage Morlun in a serious fight and, if possible, discover some weaknesses not mentioned in the comics. If he could gather as much of this information as possible before the actual battle, it would be extremely advantageous for the upcoming fight. Bang! Two fists collided fiercely, creating a deafening roar. An invisible shockwave spread out from the point of their clash. Morlun looked somewhat surprised at Mark but grew even darker in expression. You can fight me head-on, it seems you've got some skills. Mark sneered. Too bad, I've only used 10% of my strength. What? Morlun was taken aback, then smirked. Big talk. After a brief exchange of taunts, the two quickly resumed their battle. They were like true humanoid dinosaurs. The era where the circus Spider-Man existed seemed relatively backward, perhaps resembling the 16th or 17th century. The buildings in this small town also resonated with the atmosphere of that time, mostly constructed from stone and wood. Yet, in the face of the two combatants, these buildings seemed no different from structures built out of building blocks. In just a minute, they exchanged hundreds of punches, kicks, and attacks, yet neither could overpower the other. The greatest consequence was the total destruction of about a quarter of the houses near their battleground in the small town. Fortunately, the town's residents had dispersed long before the circus Spider-Man and Morlun clashed, avoiding any casualties. Bang! After another round of combat, Morlun gasped for air, taking a few steps back from Mark. He glanced heavily at Mark, the intention to retreat already born in his heart. Despite the arrogance of the inheritors, their motives were very clear. They were merely hunting for food. As for engaging in playful fights, it was merely a pastime after their hunting activities. However, upon witnessing Mark's strength, almost on par with his own, Morlun lost interest in continuing the fight with someone he couldn't devour after defeating them. Glancing briefly at where the circus Spider-Man stood, he kept his gaze fixed on Mark and said in a deep voice, "You're good, really good. I've had a lot of fun. But I've had my fill now, and I'm leaving. I suppose you won't stop me, will you?" Sensing their strength was evenly matched, he assumed Mark wouldn't persist in stopping him. Indeed, Mark shook his head, gesturing as if to say, "Go ahead." In truth, he wasn't lying. He hadn't fully exerted himself in the recent battle against Morlun. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as only using a tenth of his power, he did indeed restrain his strength somewhat. After all, he was merely aiming to gather more data. If he killed Morlun outright, how would he collect any data? Moreover, even if he did take down Morlun, he could resurrect again using the cloning technology in Universe 001. Before being certain of a foolproof way to take him down permanently, it would be unwise to expose his full strength recklessly. Besides, the greatest threat among the inheritors' family was always Solus. Excellent. Morlun's lips curled back into a triumphant smile. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and started walking towards the circus Spider-Man. Mark took a step to the side, once again appearing in front of Morlun. Surprised and somewhat annoyed, Morlun questioned, "What do you mean?" Mark shook his head slightly. "I don't wish to continue fighting you, but it doesn't mean I agree to let you take him away." Morlun's face darkened again. "Is it necessary to be this way?" Very well, very well." Morlun sighed in exasperation. He walked slowly toward Mark, pretending to be angry and implying he wanted to continue the battle. However, in the next moment, he suddenly pushed off and headed towards the circus Spider-Man. "Haha, my target was never you, as long as I..." Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Mid-flight, Morlun was abruptly struck by a sandbag-sized fist, sending him flying off at a right angle, landing 100 meters away. Mark appeared there, shaking his fist. "You really thought I won't notice your little trick?" Morlun's face turned as dark as shit. "You forced me into this." However, Mark wasn't inclined to continue this drawn-out struggle. After knocking Morlun away, he decisively approached the circus Spider-Man. Lying amidst the ruins, although unable to witness the fight, the circus Spider-Man could hear the commotion. He assumed Mark had temporarily kept Morlun at bay and was now preparing to leave. Thank you, you're amazing. But can you please take me away? It seems he's after me, and as long as I leave this place, others won't be in danger." Cough cough. The circus Spider-Man's eyes pleaded. Mark crouched down. Let's go. I indeed intend to take you away from here. Thank you, the circus Spider-Man expressed his gratitude. Swoosh. As their conversation faded, the two completely disappeared from this place. Emerging from the ruins of yet another building, Morlun, who had rushed here, saw nothing but the air. The totem disappeared. Morlun was slightly taken aback, then erupted in anger. The prey was right in front of me and now it's gone? Damn it, damn it, damn it. He furiously struck the ground several times, creating huge craters around, before calming down a bit. Who is this person? He could hide the totem's aura? No, he doesn't belong to this world with a spatial aura. What does he know? Seems like it's necessary to return for a visit. After pondering for a moment, Morlun activated the interdimensional portal and left this world. Dash. Cough, cough, cough. The circus Spider-Man coughed a few times and found the world completely changed. So, I'm not dead. But am I seeing things? How did it suddenly turn night? And why are we in the desert? How long was I unconscious? Didn't he catch up? The sudden change in scenery made him think he might have passed out during his escape. But what surprised him more was that it seemed he really had been rescued by this person because the cannibal was nowhere to be seen. Mark weakly complained, why is every Spider-Man so talkative? Is this some trait that attracts the spider totem? Or is it a side effect of the spider totem? Confused, the circus Spider-Man asked, every Spider-Man? Have you seen many Spider-Men? Oh my, I thought I was the only one. And what's the spider totem? Do you know that strange man? Oh heavens, he was terrifying. Shut up, Mark glared at him and snapped his fingers. What? Wow, my body, my body. The circus Spider-Man was about to ask a question but suddenly felt his body restored completely. He flipped up, jumping in place. Buddy, it's your ability, right? This is amazing. I've been instantly healed. My hands, my feet, even the ribs that were broken are all back to normal. I feel so much better. Just seconds ago, he was on the brink of death. Mark, sigh. He suddenly questioned his decision. What would happen if he gathered all the rescued Spider-Men here? Alright, this isn't your world anymore. Also, although I healed your physical injuries, the portion of the totem's power that he absorbed won't recover immediately. Next, you should rest here. Wait, what do you mean this isn't my world? The circus Spider-Man widened his eyes. Mark explained, literally what it means. Do you know about the multiverse? The circus Spider-Man shook his head, looking confused. Mark suddenly realized that the concept of the multiverse didn't exist in the era of the circus Spider-Man, and the Industrial Revolution was still over 100 years away. The concept of the multiverse was established in the mid-20th century, based on quantum mechanics. Mark was feeling a bit like a muggle himself at that moment. He looked at the circus Spider-Man, whose spider battlesuit resembled a theatrical costume more than combat gear, and had a sudden idea. Do you know the Bible? The circus Spider-Man nodded. Of course, Mr. Watson attends church for worship every week. Mark continued, heaven, where God of the Bible and angels reside, as well as hell, where Lucifer and demons dwell, are another world distinct from the human realm. This is a concept also known as the multiverse. So, do you understand now? The circus Spider-Man nodded with some confusion. I think I do. So, are you an angel? Mark rolled his eyes. Do I look like a birdman to you? The circus Spider-Man carefully observed Mark, then shook his head. Not really. It said angels have halos and are all handsome or beautiful. Mark? Young man, you're quite brave. Sensing the dangerous vibe from Mark's eyes, the circus Spider-Man forced a chuckle. Okay, I think I understand what you mean now. In short, this is a world similar to where I live. A similar world. When he mentioned similar, he paused. Evidently, the desolation nearby made his statement somewhat insincere. Mark rolled his eyes. Alright, stop explaining. As long as you understand the situation now. Oh, by the way, what about Mary Jane and Mr. Watson? Did that guy, Morlun, go after them? The circus Spider-Man suddenly asked anxiously. Mark shook his head. Don't worry, Morlun's targets are people like you and me with totemic powers. To him, others are no different from ants. Normally, he won't harm them. It's like when you see ants on the road, you don't deliberately step on them because you just don't care. Although the analogy was a bit extreme, it was easily understandable and quite fitting. In the eyes of members of the Inheritors who almost possess eternal life, apart from totems seen as food, those who hinder them from eating are just to be ignored. The circus Spider-Man didn't mind his comparison and sighed in relief. Then I can relax. You said you also have that totemic power? Are you? He suddenly remembered what Mark had said earlier. Mark directly pressed his hand, and the nanosuit instantly adhered to his body. Seeing this suit, many times cooler than his own costume, the circus Spider-Man's eyes sparkled. Subsequently, Mark retracted the suit. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mark, the Spacetime Spider-Man. Spacetime Spider-Man? Wow, not only is your suit cool, but your name is also so cool, much better than mine. The circus Spider-Man cheered. So, what should I be called? Clown Spider-Man? You know, even though I really wanted to perform drama in the circus, they always prefer watching me do acrobatics. I'm indeed a clown. Clown Spider-Man, it fits. Mark patted his shoulder. No need to be so down. Everyone has their unique traits. But considering we'll have many different Spider-Man companions later on, let's give you a special title. How about Circus Arachnid? Circus arachnid. The circus Spider-Man, or rather, circus arachnid, pondered for a moment and shrugged. Alright, I have to admit, you're really good at naming. Let's go with circus arachnid then. And how should I address you? How about Big Boss? Although I don't want to admit it, you saved me, and you're cooler and more powerful than me. Besides, I trust you. I believe you can lead me and those unfamiliar companions to victory. Right, boss? Alright, as you wish, Mark smiled. Boss, not bad, circus arachnid added. I'm curious, do the other Spider-Men also go by the name Peter Parker? Mark replied, yes, well, most are called Peter Parker, and there are quite a few with other names. Those named with other names, though, should be rare. Oh, I see. Circus arachnid grinned proudly. Mark was about to tease him again when suddenly his expression changed. Sensing his shift in mood, circus arachnid also restrained his smile. What's wrong, boss? Mark looked towards the sky. Stay here and rest for a while. Someone else is in danger. Need me to come? Circus arachnid was about to ask if he needed to join but found Mark had already vanished before he could finish his sentence. Left in a hurry. Seems the situation over there is very urgent. Boss, go for it. With determination, he looked around at the desolation, clenched his fist. I need to train hard too and help the boss sooner. Earth 982. Queens. Forest Mountain. The houses in the entire neighborhood had long turned into rubble, buried in a sea of fire. Let her go, you're about to kill her. Come at me if you have a problem, a young man shouted hoarsely. His fists relentlessly pounded the person in front of him. However, the other person remained unfazed. A man with an extremely burly figure stood amidst the flames. His hair draped over his shoulders, wearing a suit stretched tightly on his frame, resembling a bear wearing human clothes. He stood in the midst of the inferno, the flames around him powerless. With a casual move, he pinned the young man against the wall, rendering him immobile. Under his left foot lay a petite figure. This figure was adorned in a spider battle suit. I am Mayday Parker. My father was once a great superhero, and I grew up idolizing him. As time passed, I discovered that I inherited his superpowers. So, I took over his identity, striving to be a person like my father. People call me Spider-Girl. Mayday Parker was pinned down, unable to move at all. She felt her sternum completely crushed, broken ribs possibly piercing her organs. Liver or lung, it didn't matter. At this moment, I'm willing to give everything, just to survive this monster's hands along with my father. The monster-like man lowered his head, drooling as he stared at Mayday Parker. Hearing the young man's accusation, he calmly said, No, kid, I didn't intend to kill her. I'm just softening the meat to make it tastier. What? The young man widened his eyes. The next moment, he erupted in anger. No, I won't let you harm Mayday. Kid, you can't stop me because I am Demos. Demos sneered, son of Solus, one of the inheritors of all things. And you? As he spoke, he exerted a slight force with his elbow. Boom! The already crumbling wall collapsed, and the young man was flung out. Demos glanced coldly and said, just a speck of dust, a mere fragment in the wind? Die. Boom! The young man's body crashed heavily into the ruins, his fate uncertain. No. Mayday Parker's eyes widened abruptly, a roar in her heart. Weiss, please, don't die. She struggled several times, trying to break free, but Demos' foot on her seemed like 1,000 pounds. Even so, with her spider strength, she should have been able to lift it easily. Demos' force felt like a mountain on her, almost suffocating her, as her consciousness began to blur. This monster's target is me. I brought him here, brought him near my family. Weiss, I'm sorry, Mayday Parker despaired. Just then, a figure with a limp appeared not far away. Beside him was a middle-aged woman holding a baby. Peter, your leg. The middle-aged woman worried about her husband's injury. Her husband, Peter Parker, lost a leg in a battle with the Green Goblin and usually relied on a bionic prosthetic leg obtained from Mr. Fantastic for movement. Afterward, he decided to retire and live a normal life, not engaging in battles for many years. This world's Peter Parker had indeed aged, nearing 50, his strength and abilities had waned, even showing some gray hair. Yet, at this moment, with one foot on the ground, his body slightly crouched, he still embodied the spirit of Spider-Man from his youth. He stared fiercely at Demos, searching for the perfect opportunity to strike, saying, Mary Jane, that's our daughter. It's just a leg. Who am I? I am Spider-Man. Boom! There was a faint rumble, and Peter transformed into Spider-Man once again, a nimble figure like a released arrow, crashing fiercely into Demos. At that moment, Demos had just dealt with Mayday Parker's boyfriend, Weiss, unable to evade, and was actually knocked away by Peter. Demos staggered, looking at this middle-aged man with gray hair and a missing leg, praising, impressive. Peter struck another punch at Demos' face. But this time, Demos didn't budge. He grinned, reaching out to grab Peter's head, lifting it up. Boom! Peter raised a foot, slamming it hard onto Demos. Back off, freak. My daughter is not on your menu, got it? Demos sneered. Huh? Are you kidding me? Do you think I traveled all this way just to eat a spider totem? No, of course, there's also that little one. Diane once gestured towards Mary Jane holding the baby, Benjamin Parker. I'm here to devour your entire family, understood? So, shall we start with the most resilient one for my feast? Demos withdrew his hand, locking eyes with Peter. Peter's eyes widened, a horrifying darkness completely enveloping him. At this moment, he seemed to understand. His curtain would fall here. But at least, I'll make sure my wife and children escape. Peter had only this thought in his mind. He reached out, tightly grabbing Demo's muscular arm, shouting, "Mary Jane, I love you. From the distant past to the far-off future, I've always loved you. Now, protect the children, run." Mary Jane suddenly woke up. Tears in her eyes, she hurried to her daughter Mayday Parker's side. Meanwhile, Mayday Parker was struggling to stand up and fight again. But after enduring Demo's brutal full-body massage, her chest bones were almost completely sunken in. It was impressive she could stand. "No, body, move faster. I have to help Dad." Mayday Parker gritted her teeth, struggling until her body shakily stood up. "No, Mayday." Mary Jane placed the baby Benjamin Parker in her daughter's arms. "He's your brother now, your biggest responsibility." "But Mom." Mayday Parker understood her mother's meaning but couldn't accept it. "Go." Mary Jane pointed into the distance, shouting, "Don't look back." This voice was even louder than when she discovered herself secretly becoming a superhero at the age of 11. But she knew she might never hear it again. "Sorry, Dad, Mom." Mayday Parker gritted her teeth, holding her brother tightly, running into the distance. "Hold on, little tiger, I'm coming." Watching her daughter take her son away, Mary Jane picked up a burnt piece of wood from the nearby ruins and charged toward where her husband was. Peter's hands were forcefully pulled down by Demo's, their eyes meeting forcibly. Looking at Peter's fearful yet stubborn and angry eyes, Demo sneered, "Food is just food. Your emotions will only make your soul taste even better. No, your actions will be judged. I'll be waiting for you in hell." In the final moments of his life, Peter completely released his soul. He felt his spider sense magnified infinitely in that instant, even transcending time and space. He saw two vast webs, one collapsing, one birthing anew. Ha ha ha. Peter's voice abruptly stopped, his life force completely absorbed by Dime One's, leaving his once robust body thin as a stick. "Want your husband? Here you go." Demos threw Peter's body at Mary Jane, again revealing an evil smile. "Now, I'm going to eat your daughter and son, to complete your family portrait. You bastard." Her husband's tragedy didn't crush her, instead, it ignited infinite rage within Mary Jane. She roared and forcefully threw the flaming stick in her hand at Demos. Crack! The stick smashed against Demo's face, leaving no mark. The ordinary flames were completely ineffective against him. However, he saw it as a provocation. "Since you don't want to live, I might as well kill you too," Demos chuckled. "Oh, right, the family portrait can't be missing you." He stepped closer to Mary Jane, extending his hand. "Remember, this is a bit of mercy from the great Demos." Crack! His hand was intercepted midair. "Well then, let me give you a bit of mercy too, great Demos." Boom! A punch crackling with electricity and fire fiercely struck Damon's face, hundreds of tons of force only staggering him slightly. But it was enough to shock Dime One's. In his long hunting career, he rarely encountered something that could shake him with its own power. The aura of another world? You're from another universe. Demos touched the area he was hit, looking at the newcomer. The newcomer was Mark. He had sensed the last fluctuations of Peter Parker from this world before his death and tracked it here. Upon arrival, he happened to witness Peter Parker's demise. "Yes, I'm Spider-Man from another universe? If you dare, come and eat me." Mark concealed the power of fate hidden within his spider totem. From Demo's perspective, the man in front of him immediately emitted a scent of exceptional delicacy. This sensation, exquisite. More delicious than 10 or 100 totems combined. Demos drooled. "Quick, come let me devour you. Let's see if you're up for it." Mark narrowed his eyes, the nanotech suit encasing him. "Mary Jane, take Peter's body and leave this place." "All right." Mary Jane was shocked by Mark's sudden appearance. Although she didn't recognize Mark, she identified the spider suit on him and heard his claim of being Spider-Man. In this world, Mary Jane had weathered storms alongside Peter, proving far stronger and sturdier than one might have imagined. Moreover, Peter was now emaciated, practically weightless in her arms. She carried her husband's body and ran off into the distance. Demos, on the other hand, was completely fixated on Mark, gazing at him with drooling anticipation, too preoccupied to notice anything else. Delicious, absolutely delicious. With a powerful stomp, he charged towards Mark. Mark intended to test his strength and stood his ground, tightening his fist and swinging it towards Demos' punch. Boom! Their fists collided, emitting a tremendous roar. Flames around them scattered in all directions due to the shockwave. After a brief pause, Mark was sent flying, performing a mid-air rotation before stabilizing himself. "Not bad, quite a tough one." Demos laughed heartily. Mark, however, appeared somewhat serious. Demos possessed a strength of at least 500 tons. One should know an average Spider-Man only belonged to the class 10 to 20, or below the 100, which means that they possessed around 10 to 20 tons of strength or so. Only beings like Thor, Hulk, Captain Marvel and such possess strength above hundreds to thousands of tons. And this was simply Demos' physical strength. Sure enough, the next moment, Demos grinned and raised both hands. "Well then, let's try this move." Saying this, he forcefully smashed both hands into the ground before him. Boom! The entire earth trembled violently. A terrifying sight unfolded. From Demos' position, a massive crack extended rapidly toward the spot where Mark stood. With just that strike, he tore the earth, creating a fissure? Mark leaped high, avoiding the fissure and the invisible force contained within. Then, he extended his right hand, clenching it into a fist. A massive suction force pulled flames from all directions towards his fist. In an instant, a highly condensed fireball resembling a miniature sun appeared atop Mark's fist. Quantum mimicry magic flame fist. Boom! The highly condensed fireball transformed into a roaring, blazing fire fist descending from the sky. Demoz was slightly taken aback, surprised by Mark's abilities. Instinctively, he extended his left hand to shield himself. Boom! The fire fist exploded instantaneously, burying Demoz's entire body beneath it. Within dozens of meters, the compressed flames burst out in a breathtaking display of power. However, when the flames dissipated, Mark found Demoz completely unscathed. The only evidence of the attack was the tattered state of Demoz's clothing. Indeed quite tricky. Mark squinted his eyes. Good, good, Demoz brushed off the dust from his clothes, impressed. You're the first to damage my outfit. To reward you, Demoz's expression then instantly darkened menacingly. I'll start by breaking your limbs and then savor the rest of you. You changed your expression so quickly. Did you learn that skill from JoJo or are you an Oscar award level actor? You're quite something. With these words, Mark swiftly appeared behind Demoz and struck his elbow firmly into Demoz's spine. Ah! Demoz cried out in agony as his body arched forward from the impact. That punch had broken his spine? However, in the next moment, his body twisted in an anatomically impossible manner. He reached out, grasped Mark's shoulder, lifted him over his head, and slammed him forcefully onto the ground. Boom! The ground caved in, forming a massive crater. Demoz clenched his fist again, aiming a strike at Mark's face. Mark quickly crossed his arms in front of himself to defend. Another tremendous bang echoed, sounding as if the numerous heavens of the pantheons were shattering. The force behind this punch was 10 times greater than before. With a force equivalent to 5,000 to 6,000 tons, Mark's body was driven several meters into the ground, crashing into sewer pipes, sending mud splattering everywhere. What the fuck? Does this guy have no limit to his strength? Compared to him, Morlun is nothing. Mark cursed silently as he struggled to get up. He was now confused. Was it Morlun's ineptitude or his own previous underestimation? The gap between Morlun and Demoz was too vast. Boom! In the next instant, thick reinforced concrete was once again shattered, and a figure descended from above, aiming towards Mark. Mark initiated quantum blink and vanished from his original position. Another deafening roar reverberated, causing the entirety of New York City to tremble slightly. The Queen's area, the battlefield, was nearly turned upside down. Some buildings teetered on the brink of collapse, while others tumbled down altogether. This punch had triggered a localized earthquake. You can run, but you can't hide, little insect. Come to me, Demoz sneered, looking towards Mark's direction. But he was slightly stunned as he looked at the Spider-Man standing in the distance while waving at him relaxedly. I'm done playing with you. Bye-bye. Mark waved his hand, instantly disappearing. To be honest, when Mark witnessed the Spider-Man of this world being gruesomely drained alive, he felt an intense anger. He even considered directly killing Demoz in the heat of the moment. But after their brief confrontation, he quickly regained his composure. Demoz was stronger than Morlun. To kill him, Mark would need to utilize at least one disposable Infinity Stone. And even if he killed the life force-sucking bastard, he could still resurrect. It made no sense. So, he decided on a strategic retreat. Mayday Parker ran, tears streaming down her face, cradling her brother, Benjamin Parker, in her arms. The deafening sounds behind her, the violent shaking, the upheaval of the earth, all this left her not just saddened but also deeply shocked. What kind of battle could cause such cataclysmic destruction? Who was the monster that killed her parents? And her boyfriend, Wes's fate remained unknown. But she dared not look back, not even for a moment's pause. She knew her most crucial task now was to ensure her brother's survival. Otherwise, her parents' sacrifice would be in vain. Meanwhile, Mary Jane was falling behind. Thanks to years of conscious training, her physical endurance surpassed that of most people. However, being over 40 and carrying her husband's lifeless body, she had only managed to run a few hundred meters before Mark found her. Had Mark not arrived in time, she might have been crushed by a collapsing building. Mark swiftly took her and Peter's body away from the danger zone. Thank you, what about that monster? Mary Jane was still in shock. Mark glanced at the twig-like body of Spider-Man and sighed, I came to bid farewell to you. Though it's regrettable, since Peter's dead, you'll be safe from now on. That monster came only for him. Mary Jane's eyes flashed with sorrow, but upon hearing Mark's words, she grabbed his hand. No, that monster said his targets were not only Peter but also my daughter, Mayday, and my son, Benjamin. Can you save them? Mayday Parker? Benjamin Parker. Mark raised an eyebrow. Because he had been summoned by Peter's message before his death, he had assumed this world also had only one Spider-Man. But now, with this revelation, he roughly understood which world this was. The timeline of this world was approximately 15 years earlier than the main universe, Earth 616, which meant that most events and related characters were about 15 years behind those of Earth 616. Pragmatically speaking, this means that most of the events, history, and character history associated with the heroes of Earth 616 happened 15 years before they would have on Earth 616, but the overall political, technological, and sociological progress of the world is exactly concurrent with Earth 616. As such, a lot of the superheroes of the past have either grown up, grown old, or retired, and now new groups and new superheroes are proving themselves in protecting the world. The Avengers had disbanded for several years, and the Fantastic Four has now become the Fantastic Five. Younger heroes like Nova have become seasoned veterans, while others such as Cassie Lang and Christoph Vaned have risen to prominence. Mayday May Parker, also known as Spider-Girl, was the first child of Spider-Man Peter Parker and Mary Jane Parker in Universe 982. Her name was in memory of her Aunt May. After her birth, Mayday was kidnapped by the Green Goblin. It was with Kane's Scarlet Spider's help that Spider-Man from Universe 982 managed to rescue Mayday Parker. Afterward, Spider-Man from Universe 982 sought revenge on the Green Goblin, losing a leg in the conflict and relying on a bionic prosthetic leg provided by Mr. Fantastic for mobility. As a result, Spider-Man from Universe 982 retired and started living a normal life. However, Mayday Parker, who idolized her father and inherited his abilities, embarked on the path of a superhero. It's worth noting that Mayday Parker also had a Ben uncle, but not Ben Parker. It was Ben Reilly, another Scarlet Spider and a clone of Spider-Man. In an attempt to save Spider-Man from Universe 982, Ben Reilly was fatally pierced by the Green Goblin's glider, but his spirit continued to influence the next generation. There's another critical point. This child named Benjamin Parker is a significant piece in the Spider-Verse mega event. Inheritors, the Scion, and such. Well then, since that's the case, let's find them first. I'll take them away together. Mark placed his hand on Mary Jane's shoulder and vanished instantly from the spot. Soon after, booming sounds echoed from a distance. Demoz, whose appetite was greatly stimulated by Mark but suddenly lost track of him, was now infuriated. However, he speculated that Mark might be going after Mayday Parker and her group. He followed the trail of their aura all the way there. He didn't know, though, that Mark had just learned about the existence of other spider totems in this world. It was just a twist of fate. However, Mark was faster than Demoz. After all, he possessed a combination of quantum spider sense and psychic abilities, making it effortless for him to locate the whereabouts of Mayday Parker and her brother and teleport directly to them. When Demoz sprinted all the way, finally reaching where May and her brother had last been detected, he found no trace of them. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Demoz fiercely pounded the ground, fracturing it into pieces. However, no matter how much rage he vented, he couldn't find Mark and the others. Weaver, find a world full of totems similar to the one I devoured previously, and send me there. I need to vent properly. Demoz bellowed his rage to the skies. Immediately, a portal appeared before him. On the other side of the portal was a peculiar world. In this world, animals drove cars and wore clothes, just like humans. Dash. Mark's dimension, formerly Beyonders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hey, boss, you're finally back? Who are they? Mary and Jane. Arachnid rushed over, curious, and scrutinizing them. Peter. Mary Jane stared at him, her eyes wide. Dad. Mayday Parker also caught sight of him, exclaiming in surprise. Mark explained, he's Spider-Man from another universe, Peter Parker. You can just call him Arachnid or Circus Spider-Man because before this, he was a circus performer, living with his Mary and Jane and performing in the circus. Hello, Peter. Sorry, I'm a bit. Mary Jane's voice choked up, unable to continue. Arachnid noticed the dried corpse in her arms. Even though all vitality had been sucked out, faint traces of facial features remained visible. Coupled with Mary Jane's and Mark's emotions, he probably guessed the identity of the body. Immediately, he closed his mouth, feeling a mix of emotions. At the same time, there was a sense of relief. If it weren't for Mark arriving in time, he might have ended up like this too, right? Mary Jane, put him in here, Mark said softly. Immediately, he used his creation ability to craft a stone coffin in front of them and helped her place the body of Spider-Man from Universe 982 into the coffin, sealing it shut. Once this war is over, once we defeat the Inheritors, we can send him back to your own world, Mark said. Mary Jane and May Parker both felt downcast, and Mark understood their emotions. He then recreated the appearance of Aunt May's house from before in this world, similar to what he had seen in the Ultimate Spider-Verse, and built some houses for them to settle in. This world currently has no concept of time. There's no sun or moon. Use the clocks placed in the rooms as standards. The food is in the fridge, set to an infinite supply mode. It automatically replenishes once taken. I've also prepared baby formula for little Parker, placed in the cupboard. If there's anything else needed, feel free to contact me. If you decide to train, do it later. For now, take some rest. After briefing the mother and daughter on a few matters, Mark left. Dash. In a laboratory constructed out of thin air, Mark extended his left hand, completely immobilizing Arachnid in midair. Parker, are you ready? Arachnid nodded solemnly. Boss, I'm ready. Come on. Because Mark had released the aura of the spider totem in front of Demoz, he successfully caught his attention. Meanwhile, the Master Weaver, currently imprisoned by the Inheritors, was a being far beyond him on the fate path. He wasn't certain if the other would follow the trail to find them. If he did, it would be alright as long as he was present. In this universe, he feared no one, not even Solus himself. However, if he happened to be away rescuing someone, to hedge against this, he prepared to enhance Arachnid's power. Yes, the same spider gene surgery done to Spider 94. He sought the mutated genes of spider and human genes, utilizing quantum energy to make minor adjustments, transforming them into golden spider genes. After undergoing this surgery, Spider 94's strength increased at least several dozen times from his original state. But his starting point was low, his original strength was less than a ton. Arachnid's starting point was slightly higher than Spider 94, but not as strong as the ultimate spiders that Mark had encountered, leaving room for improvement. In this universe, performing surgery was without as much reservation. With the energy of the entire universe as a backing, Mark could maintain his peak state continuously in this universe. Like after the recent brawl with Demos, where his expended energy and mildly aching bones had instantly returned to normal upon returning to this world. In a matter of minutes, Arachnid's genetic transformation surgery was a resounding success. Both Arachnid and Spider 94 were ecstatic about their enhanced abilities. Unbelievable? Thanks, boss. Take me next time. I feel like I can take on that jerk now. Arachnid bounced excitedly, volunteering for the fight. At this moment, his normal strength was probably around 70 to 80 tons. This was a 6 to 7-fold increase from his previous 10 or so tons, which was quite impressive. And this was just his normal strength. As everyone knows, a part of Spider-Man's strength involves psychological effects. For example, Toby Spider's normal strength of about 15 tons could stop a train in rage. Even Spider-Tom, whose strength might be less than 15 tons, could, for a few seconds, hold a ship that is breaking in half with all his might. With the current Arachnid, even if he couldn't defeat Morlun, he should be able to engage in a fair fight, unlike before when he was easily defeated. In him, Mark saw his former self. He decisively addressed him, "Your current strength is far from enough to defeat them." The power Mark bestowed upon Arachnid was the power of the universe. Yes, something akin to the Cosmic Spider-Man. More or less. The Cosmic Spider-Man is a Captain Universe version, chosen by a mysterious force. Its nature is quite similar to that of a symbiote, requiring a host to unleash its effects. Its fundamental ability is to amplify the host's attributes, including strength, endurance, agility, physique, and also grant additional abilities such as energy manipulation, object manipulation, flight, among others. However, its power is highly subjective. When the host's will is weak or lacks confidence, it can only unleash surface-level strength. But when the host's will is resolute, it can display strength equivalent to that of a universal-level singular entity. Moreover, unlike symbiotes that are called four-dimensional beings but existing as physical entities, this entity known as Unipower is an energy spirit. Unlike symbiotes that can attach to anyone, it only attaches to someone of pure and kind heart during a major crisis in the universe, making them the Captain Universe. After the crisis, it detaches from the host and continues roaming the universe. Hence, many superheroes have been possessed by it, like Doctor Strange, the Hulk, and such. Spider-Man is one of them. However, although most universes Spider-Man gained the Unipower's power during significant events, they reverted to their original selves after the events. Only a few Spider-Men continued to retain this power, one of them being the Cosmic Spider-Man of Earth 13. Unfortunately, this guy was a bit reckless. During the Spider-Verse's major event, he gave the Inheritor's family head, Solus, an opportunity to directly drain his life force, causing a major loss to the Spider Camp. Mark intended to locate this universe and give the guy a heads up, but he hadn't found the location of Earth 13 yet. After all, there were far too many dimensions across countless worlds, especially in this massive amalgamation of animation and comics. Even after narrowing down to worlds with Spider-Man as a primary filter, eliminating those without Spider-Man, there were still an incredible number of options. To pinpoint more accurately, he'd need more specific criteria. Another method was to use his web of fate to sense messages transmitted by Spider-Man. Although other Spider-Men didn't have a web of fate or weren't on his web, he could sense when they faced extreme danger and precisely teleport there. As for why he didn't use Cosmic Spider-Man as a filter, that was because there was more than one Spider-Man who had gained this ability. For instance, Spider-Man from Universe 616 used this ability to deal with the Grey Hulk. The Spider-Man from Universe 91110 also transformed into the Cosmic Spider and beat up Thor, but unfortunately, later, his Cosmic Spider power was taken away by Doctor Doom. So, if Mark uses Cosmic Spider-Man as the filtering criterion, he might likely reach periods when Spider-Men from other universes held the Cosmic Spider power, not the present. Such an outcome might just create a new parallel universe, offering no real benefits for the current situation. Back to the point. The power Mark has now given Arachnid is akin to the Cosmic Spider's power. However, despite losing its technically abstract entity, the Beyonder, who sacrificed their consciousness to return to the world itself, the world didn't go unstable as Mark took control of it. At this moment, Mark is essentially this universe's abstract entity. With his authorization, Arachnid can temporarily borrow this universe's power. Of course, because this universe's energy is already scarce, the power of Cosmic Spider Arachnid is definitely weaker than the usual Cosmic Spider-Man. But weakness is relative. Compared to other Spider-Men, this Cosmic Spider Arachnid, equipped with this weakened version of universal power, has already made a considerable leap. However, Arachnid's combat abilities aren't particularly outstanding. After all, he was originally just a performer. This is a choice made out of necessity. Who else does he have on hand except Arachnid, who can be somewhat useful? Of the remaining three, Mary Jane and Benjamin Parker lack combat abilities, and May Parker hasn't recovered from the grief of losing her loved one. Arachnid is the only one who can be of some use. The good news is that although Arachnid enjoys the arts, at least he's a Peter and has a lot of ambition. Upon his return, Mark observed Arachnid tirelessly training himself. Now, he can only trust that Arachnid can guard this world during his absence. After turning Arachnid into Cosmic Spider Arachnid, Mark let him find a place to acclimate to his newly acquired power. Moreover, to protect what little energy remained in this world, Mark advised Arachnid not to use the power of the universe unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Mark continued to close his eyes, carefully sensing the fluctuations on the web of fate. The death of Spider-Man 982 served as a wake-up call. Even though he could perceive the emotional fluctuations emitted by Spider-Man when they encountered near-death crises through the web of fate, precisely because these signals came at near-death moments, it might mean he's slightly too late, just a small step behind. Therefore, he must now focus entirely on monitoring these signals, striving to detect and rush there at the very first moment. The Black Widow is among the most well-known and highly venomous spiders among various poisonous spiders. When bitten by an average spider, there's usually only localized swelling and pain, rarely causing a systemic reaction. However, a bite from the lethal Black Widow spider causes systemic poisoning, and in severe cases, it may even lead to death. In many worlds across the multiverse, most Spider-Men are very kind-hearted, yet there are a few who are as ruthless and vicious as the Black Widow spider within the spider family. There exists such an individual in one of the worlds. Same starting point. Peter Parker, an ordinary high school tech enthusiast with average living conditions, was bitten by a mutated Black Widow spider with a skull pattern on its back during a science exhibition hosted by the Osborn Corporation. Instead of succumbing to poisoning or illness, he gained superpowers as a result. Subsequently, despite his modest means, he disguised himself and infiltrated the underground boxing scene, becoming a successful underground fighter, winning match after match. Fortunately, the event organizers appreciated him and provided him with a larger platform, recommending him to participate in better opportunities, such as reality shows. Initially, Parker only aimed to earn money to slightly improve his life, like buying the camera he'd always dreamed of. Thus, although he felt somewhat like a monkey in a zoo being observed, he accepted the organizers' goodwill, striving to earn more money. This was because Aunt May and Uncle Ben were the only two people in this world who were truly kind to Parker. They recognized his talent and did everything possible, even cutting back on their own comforts, to ensure that financial struggles didn't overshadow his potential. Since childhood, he remembered Uncle Ben's teachings, with great power comes great responsibility. However, compared to other Peter Parkers, this one had his own unique interpretation of this phrase. He felt that with his newfound abilities, he had a greater responsibility towards them and himself. A/N, if Spider-Man was in the boys' verse. Wanting to utilize these powers to improve their lives as much as possible, he designed a sleek black spider skull suit and web shooters as his performance outfit. He showcased a trick on several shows, entangling the hosts in spider webs, which garnered huge success and unanimous praise from the audience. It was then that he began to realize the potential legend of the human spider, perhaps even capable of becoming a global sensation. And with that, immense wealth would come his way. Enough to change everything, ensuring a prosperous life for himself, Aunt May, and Uncle Ben. This is the best way to take responsibility, Parker thought with a proud sense of accomplishment. As for the other parts of this world, let them be. Indeed, what did it matter to him? He was just an ordinary person who accidentally gained superpowers. Fighting crime? Was that the responsibility of an ordinary person? Certainly not. For an ordinary person, causing no trouble for others or society was the best way to take responsibility. If things continued this way, perhaps this world wouldn't have a Spider-Man but rather a spider celebrity. However, fate had other plans. Accidents always happen so suddenly, catching people off guard. After a particular underground boxing match, Parker was counting his money backstage when a security guard chased someone past him, shouting, "Stop that thief." Parker, indifferent and absorbed in counting, retorted without looking up, "Sorry, buddy, haven't seen anyone. And ensuring there's no theft here should be your responsibility." The incident was soon forgotten. He assumed it would blow over. However, one day, upon returning home, he received a notification. "Peter Parker? Regrettably, son, your uncle has been shot, and the culprit is a thief." And just like that, another Parker's world collapsed. But he didn't have time to console the devastated Aunt May. Instead, he immediately headed to the abandoned warehouse where the police had surrounded the culprit. As the perpetrator aimed a gun at him, Parker's spider sense kicked in for the first time. Evading and attacking, the assailant was caught off guard by Parker's movements and was subdued. However, upon a closer look at the person he had captured, Parker realized it was the same thief he had let go earlier, the one who had killed Uncle Ben. Degree, is it because of my negligence that led to Uncle dying? Parker was stunned, deeply shaken. Subsequently, another thought crossed his mind. If he hadn't known about this at this moment, how could he face Uncle's spirit in the heavens? How could he face the grief-stricken Aunt May at home? What about his sorrowful heart? Thus, he snatched the gun from the culprit's hand and swiftly executed the criminal. Bang! A gunshot, accompanied by the landing of a heart. However, all of this was covertly captured by a Daily Bugle journalist hiding in the corner. The camera's sound was faint, but it couldn't escape Parker's sharp perception. He instinctively glanced over, startling the photographer, who almost fell off the tall building. Parker saved the journalist. However, the following day, the related report still appeared on the front page of the Horn Daily. They even gave him a unique name. Spider Punisher? Parker paid no attention to this coverage. His mind echoed the words Uncle often spoke. Since with great power comes great responsibility, he had the duty to intervene and stop these thugs, even if it meant facing criticism and doubt from others. This was his responsibility when intervening against thugs. He had to spare no cost, fully utilize his abilities, and shoulder the responsibilities he should. Only this way could he ensure that no more uncles paid the price. However, life continued. Without Uncle, the stable financial source for their already not-so-affluent family was cut off, and Parker lost interest in underground shows, feeling like a monkey on display. So, he went to the Daily Bugle, supplementing his income by selling photos of himself subduing criminals. The Daily Bugle continued distorting the content he captured, but, given the substantial payment, let them distort it. After all, what did the Spider Punisher's reputation have to do with Peter Parker? Afterward, he sporadically confronted many supervillains. But at this point, he only had the resolve to stop them, not the idea of permanently stopping them. As a result, these supervillains would repeatedly resurface after being defeated by him. Especially the Green Goblin, who proved to be the most challenging. Parker once saw bullets bouncing off the Green Goblin's clothes, gaining a deeper insight into his technological prowess. But through this, he spotted a clue about the Green Goblin attire. Underneath that purple garment, the Green Goblin wore reactive armor. When hit by bullets, a part of the armor would reduce the kinetic energy, and then the bulletproof fibers below would supplement it, ensuring complete protection. This allowed the Green Goblin to escape unscathed amidst gunfire every time. Therefore, Parker realized he needed to increase his power and use new means to deal with these ever-growing lunatic supervillains. He had to take responsibility for those innocent people like his Uncle Ben. So, he installed a small-caliber bullet chain on the wrist-mounted web shooter, connected to a sensor in the palm, allowing him to freely select various types of ammunition. High-explosive rounds, incendiary rounds, EMP, armor-piercing rounds, and so on. After completing the weapon modification, he sought out the group called the Sinister Six. Because they had previously attempted to harm the person he cared about the most, Aunt May. So, punishment was necessary? Upon finding them, the Spider Punisher first ignited Electro with EMP ammunition and electromagnetic pulse. When used as a single unit, it required substantial energy support, but Electro himself was a vast energy source, so Electro died on the spot. Next, he fired several shots, using high-explosive rounds to pierce the chest of Kraven the Hunter, causing this self-proclaimed greatest hunter in the world, much like his past prey, to return to dust. Kraven the Hunter, deceased. Then, the Spider Punisher smashed the uniquely shaped fishbowl head of Mysterio with a punch. Under the force of several tons, his brain shattered like glass shards. Mysterio, deceased? Afterward, he switched to incendiary rounds, burning Sandman into glass, then a light touch turned this glass into scattered debris. Sandman, gone? As for the Vulture, he tore off his wings with brute force, causing instant death. Whether due to excessive bleeding or agonizing pain, who knows? Lastly, it was the leader of the Sinister Six, Dr. Octopus. The Spider Punisher employed armor-piercing rounds this time, firing several shots that pierced through his mechanical tentacles. Then he shattered all the bones, flesh, and organs in his body, turning him into soft-bodied creatures like a real octopus. Dr. Octopus, deceased. Thus, the Sinister Six became a thing of the past. But when the Spider Punisher approached Aunt May after dealing with everything, seeing her fear towards the Spider Punisher, he realized that he could never let his loved ones discover his true identity. Subsequently, Parker sold the photos of the Sinister Six's bodies to the Daily Bugle. Initially, he felt a tinge of guilt about it. After all, besides the initial person who killed Uncle, this was his first time taking lives, and 6 at once. However, soon after, the crime rate in New York City plummeted due to this article's release. A Spider Punisher who took lives had a more substantial deterrent effect on those small-time criminals than imagined. Thanks to this, Parker was able to focus on his life, graduated from a tech high school with excellent grades, and got into his dream college. In this college, he met his roommate Harry Osborn and in class encountered a beautiful girl named Gwen Stacy. But those criminals were like weeds. They burn but grow back with the spring breeze. As crime fighters became engrossed in their personal lives, the criminals emerged again, causing mischief. Violence escalated due to gang turf wars. Generally, these gang thugs loved nothing more than killing each other, which wasn't within the Spider Punisher's scope of responsibility. But they harmed innocent civilians? Therefore, the Spider Punisher appeared once again. When a gang boss named Kingpin prepared to wreak havoc in the underworld, the Spider Punisher sent him straight to hell. Afterward, those guys fell silent once more, and the crime fighter was able to once again indulge in his love life. He introduced the girl next door, Mary Jane, to his friend Harry Osborn and tried to set them up. After all, they were good brothers. However, despite the deaths of many supervillains, one villain remained elusive. That was the Green Goblin. One day, he used a narcotic to suppress the Spider Punisher's spider sense, then brought him to a suburban room and revealed that he was Norman Osborn. The Spider Punisher broke free from the ropes and subdued the Green Goblin with a web. Although he wanted to punish him like the others, he couldn't bear to let his friend lose his father. So, when he found that Norman Osborn suppressed the Green Goblin's persona, he let him go. He hoped they could coexist peacefully. However, it didn't last long. The Green Goblin's persona awoke one day, and this time, he discovered the Spider Punisher's identity beneath the mask and his weakness. This fateful battle took place on the Brooklyn Bridge. The Green Goblin, using Gwen Stacy's life as leverage, forced the Spider Punisher to jump from the highest point of the bridge. At that moment, the Spider Punisher finally realized that if he didn't take responsibility at this moment and continued to go easy on Norman Osborn, his beloved would never find peace. So, as he jumped off the bridge, he turned and fired. The first shot activated the Green Goblin's armor defense. But that wasn't enough. Leveraging the super reflexes granted by his spider genes, he immediately fired a second shot, and it was aimed at the same spot. This shot directly hit the puncture hole in the armor, piercing through and hitting the Green Goblin's heart. The deceased Green Goblin and the unconscious Gwen Stacy fell from the top of the high bridge. The Spider Punisher instinctively shot out a web, catching Gwen's leg. Then, his mind began frantically calculating distance and angles. Right before Gwen Stacy hit the ground, she was swung onto the terrace of the bridge, and Parker arrived in the next moment. He took off his mask, performing repeated artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the already breathless and heartbeatless Gwen Stacy. After an intense series of actions, Parker was almost in despair. At this moment, Gwen Stacy miraculously revived. However, as Peter Parker stood in his identity beside his angry friend Harry Osborn, looking at the lifeless body of Norman Osborn, he suddenly realized, in this world full of superheroes, those he couldn't save in time had only one way to go: death. He always thought he was using his abilities to take on his responsibilities, but the truth was, these powers and responsibilities only led to an endless cycle of violence. If this would hinder his responsibility towards family and loved ones, he'd rather hide these powers. So, Parker went to Gwen Stacy's hospital room and cleared everything up with her. He swore to her that he would become a good husband in the future, fulfill his responsibilities, and make the woman he loved happy. He would never neglect his duty again. After confessing everything to Gwen Stacy, Parker wore the Spider Punisher's black suit with a huge white skull on the chest for the last time and went to an unknown alley. He was ready to discard this suit and live an ordinary life from then on. Just as he reached for his headgear to remove it, a figure emerged from the darkness deep within that alley. "Let me see who's here." "Oh, such a melancholic little bug. Seems like a tasty treat." The Spider Punisher paused and removed his hand from the mask. He didn't want to expose his true identity in front of others. "Who are you?" "The Spider Punisher isn't open for business today," he said in a low voice, watching the figure slowly emerging. He didn't want to complicate matters, but if this was an enemy of some Spider Punisher, he wouldn't mind punishing him. After all, in the Spider Punisher's code of conduct, those who could be punished by him were those extremely wicked individuals who posed a threat to innocent people. Appearing in front of the Spider Punisher was a man wearing a red leather cloak, with silver hair cascading down his back. In his left hand, he held a whip divided into several strands, and he wore a devilish smile, staring at the Spider Punisher. Not teaming up with Bora was indeed the right choice. "Look, I've encountered a rare delicacy." "Oh, right, I forgot to answer your question. It's not very gentlemanly not to introduce oneself. I'm Brix, the son of Solus, one of the inheritors of reality." He did a slight mock bow with a sarcastic tone as he continued looking at the Spider Punisher with a disturbing look. Brix's intense gaze made the Spider Punisher uncomfortable. He had dealt with many lunatics, freaks, even those who wanted to tear him apart, but someone who looked at him with such voraciousness was a first. "So, Brix, what do you want?" "I don't think I know you," the Spider Punisher asked. "It's okay. Soon enough, we'll get to know each other." Bilax smirked. "When you're inside my belly, we'll become very familiar. Do you really want to eat me?" the Spider Punisher responded in surprise. Brix looked puzzled. "Can't I eat you? I'm such a gentleman. What's wrong with me eating you? It seems you're a villain who takes pleasure in cannibalism? Very well, before I take my leave, I'll use you as the final axe gift." The Spider Punisher extended his hand, moving towards Brix. A small muzzle popped out of his web shooter, spewing out a volley of bullets. Brix didn't dodge or evade. As the bullets hit him, they seemed to turn into small iron balls as they fell to the ground, resembling plastic hitting metal. This sight immediately reminded him of the Green Goblin, who died at his hands not long ago. Consciously controlling the bullet firing rate, he aimed in the same spot, hoping to penetrate Brix's superficial armor. However, he quickly noticed a problem. Even if the first bullet activated the armor, the following shot still couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, the bullets weren't repelled, they seemed to hit a steel plate-like object and were flattened due to their own kinetic energy. Is it some strange force field around his body? Or is his clothing harder than steel? The Spider Punisher realized something was amiss. The difficulty level of this enemy in front of him seemed to be far beyond those he had encountered before. "Are you giving me a premial massage, little bug?" Brix patted the imprints on his body, smirked, and rushed fiercely towards the Spider Punisher. The Spider Punisher's pupils contracted as he swiftly moved aside. Boom! Bricks crashed directly into the adjacent wall, creating a gaping hole. Crack! The Spider Punisher took the opportunity to throw a stunning grenade, a sonic attack capable of causing dizziness or even incapacitation in ordinary people. However, it was evident that this had little effect on Bricks. Several whip shadows shot out from the damaged wall, entangling the Spider Punisher before he could react. Fuck! The Spider Punisher immediately activated the flamethrower on his web shooter, spraying flames with both hands. However, this whip seemed to be made of an unknown material, impervious to the intense heat that could fuse sand into glass. It had no effect whatsoever. Emerging from the shadows, Bricks seemed to recognize the Spider Punisher's confusion and said with a smile, "This whip is made from tendons and skin peeled from a deep-sea fish from another world, one that also emits a spider totemic aura, impervious to water and fire. Such a thing exists." The Spider Punisher was taken aback, but the binding force of the whip was getting stronger, rendering him completely immobile. "What do you think you are? In a wrong turn movie?" Peeling tendons and skin, accompanied by an unexpected voice, Bricks was suddenly sent flying. Initially out of control, the Spider Punisher was also thrown into the air. However, mid-air, the whip handle held by Bricks slipped from his grasp, falling into another person's hands. At the same time, a strand of web wrapped around his waist, halting his movement. You're astonished. The Spider Punisher couldn't find the words when he saw the web around his waist and then looked at Mark. "Yes, just as you thought." Mark nodded, confirming his suspicions. "Interested in taking down this guy together?" "Okay." The Spider Punisher immediately agreed. Mark shook off the whip binding him, then looked at the whip reportedly made from a certain fish Spider-Man's body. Though not entirely sure, he could feel the uniqueness of its material. In such a vast world, it wasn't entirely implausible for a Spider-Man to live in the ocean. After all, there was a type of spider in nature known as the sea spider. "You dare strike the mighty Bricks!" A furious roar echoed from afar, as Bricks swiftly charged back. Mark tossed the whip he held onto the ground. "I'll take the lead, and you assist me." The Spider Punisher was about to express his discomfort with playing a supporting role, but Mark had already darted out. So he had no choice but to follow suit. Mark came face to face with Bricks, observing the burning rage on his handsome face, and sneered, "You know what? I've not only fought you but also Demos and Morlun." "What? That's impossible." Bricks's expression froze. And at that moment, Mark shot out a strand of web from his left hand, binding Bricks's right hand, then forcefully executed a reinforced version of a knee strike to his midsection. While launching the attack, he channeled quantum energy within him, concentrating additional force on his knee. Boom! A loud explosion, accompanied by a crack. Bricks's entire head was thrown backward, his upper body bent at an extreme angle. "Ah!" Bricks screamed in agony. Among the inheritors, Bricks and Bora, the twin siblings, were the youngest, and thus, their strength was the weakest among all members. Usually, Bricks and Bora operated together. But sometimes, they wanted to pursue their own fun, sneakily catching a little spider to feast on alone or seek other amusement. After all, being twins, they shared a certain special connection, making it inconvenient to do certain things together frequently. Though they were the weakest, it had to be relative to others. Having consumed the life force of at least 100 Spider-Man, their strength was considerably greater than that of an individual Spider-Man. In the past, their separate pursuits of fun never encountered any mishaps. Unexpectedly, this time, erg. Bricks let out a piercing scream, discarding all gentlemanly demeanor. He raised his leg and fiercely aimed a kick at Mark. However, Mark had anticipated this move. With a forceful pull of his left hand, he altered the trajectory of Bricks's attack, then leaped into the air above him. "This punch is for those Spider-Man who perished by your hands." Boom! A heavy blow landed. Bricks's body was slammed into the cement ground, then crashed through more than 10 meters of earth, landing in the filthy sewer below. The sewage and sludge instantly submerged Bricks's completely. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, but instead of air, he breathed in something indescribably dirty. At that moment, the Spider Punisher just arrived beside them. Gazing at the shattered cement ground and the slightly tilted building nearby, he was dumbfounded. Is this the kind of battle humans engage in? Had he not seen the explosion just now, he would have thought it was caused by a bomb. However, he could clearly see it was merely a result of a punch from Mark. This left him somewhat doubtful, even looking at his own hands. "Do I have a lot more power hidden within me?" "Bricks, come out. I know you're not dead." Mark stood at the edge of the hole, calmly speaking. "You jerk, you food, how dare you make me look so pathetic?" "Jerk." Bricks raged, breaking through the ground, emerging from below and charging towards Mark. Mark looked up at the sky, murmuring, "The weather's quite nice today, low cumulonimbus clouds, be wary of thunderstorms." "What did you say?" The Spider Punisher questioned in confusion. Then, he noticed the commotion from underground and shouted, "Careful, he's coming up." Boom crackle. Suddenly, the sky lit up, followed by a rumble of thunder. Mark leaped lightly, reaching midair, extending his right hand. Sizzle. His right hand transformed into an ionic state. At the same time, the lightning that was originally aiming elsewhere in the sky seemed to have found its companions and rushed towards Mark. Strands of lightning surged into Mark's palm, morphing under his control into a spear of thunder. Just as Bricks emerged from the ground and charged recklessly towards Mark, the Spider Punisher, initially ready to intervene, exclaimed, "Holy!" His spider senses were wildly active, pulling himself back in midair using his web. Face my judgment. The thunder spear descended. Brix's pupils suddenly contracted, but the thunder spear expanded in his eyes at several times the speed. Pathetic. Brix roared, extending both hands in front of his body. Boom! Instantly, he was engulfed by the countless lightning bolts. The surging thunderstorm caused power outages and explosions in several nearby blocks in an instant. It took several seconds before things returned to normal. As for how many appliances were damaged during this period, it wasn't something Mark could control. Crackle! A pitch-black figure fell from the sky. It was Brix. At this moment, he was completely unlike his former composed and elegant self. His red cloak was tattered, and the meticulously arranged golden shoulder-length hair was almost entirely gone, leaving him nearly bald. As for his once resilient and fair steel-like skin, it had turned completely black, appearing as if carbonized. Well, he was struck by lightning after all. The voltage in a normal lightning strike ranges from 100 million to 1 billion volts, with a maximum current of 300,000 amperes. In reality, 3 million volts of high voltage are enough to completely carbonize a human body. Although family members of the inheritors possessed bodies far surpassing any normal creature, they still couldn't avoid these physical laws. Being carbonized was natural. However, when Mark landed from the sky and arrived beside the astonished spider punisher, they discovered something unexpected. Within the carbonized charred body, 2 eyeballs were still rolling. Brix glared fiercely at Mark, unable to make a sound due to his body being mostly charred. Mark pointed at those eyeballs, smiling at the spider punisher. We call this a centipede, dead but not stiff. Its vitality is remarkably strong. Saying this, he extended his foot and placed it on Brix's neck. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Brix was then split in 2, and those 2 eyeballs had completely lost their vitality. However, Mark didn't stop there. He repeatedly kicked, crushing the charred parts of Brix's body, finding some relatively intact flesh and blood within. The spider punisher felt a shiver down his spine but restrained his impulse, thinking of Mark and Brix's identities. What are you doing? Mark explained, members of this family are the mortal enemies of all Spider-Men. I'm collecting some biological samples to research and develop weapons to counter them for my companions. The spider punisher hesitated for a moment and asked, could you tell me about these guys? Of course, Mark was quite curious about this figure resembling the Punisher in battle attire, but before that, let's leave this place. Sirens could already be heard in the distance. Alright, then let's head to the Brooklyn Bridge. I've been to several worlds in this area, so I'm quite familiar with it. Saying this, Mark opened a portal and walked through it. The spider punisher curiously examined the portal and followed suit. Finding himself suddenly transported from a hospital in Queens to the Brooklyn Bridge a few kilometers away left the spider punisher somewhat astonished. However, given Mark's previous displays of shattering the ground barehanded and manipulating lightning attacks, he didn't show excessive surprise. On the Brooklyn Bridge, traces of the battle between the spider punisher and the Green Goblin from a few days ago were still visible, especially the blood gushing out from the pierced chest of the Green Goblin, some drops still visible here. Due to the bridge's height, no one could clean it up afterward. Although Mark was puzzled, he found a place to sit down and started talking to the spider punisher. He began by explaining in detail about the inheritor family's identity, origins, their actions, and their ultimate goal to gather 3 special spider totems, the bride, the scion, and the other. Through a ritual, they aimed to eliminate all the Spider-Men. Then, the spider punisher briefly shared his own story with Mark. This was a warrior with extensive combat experience. This was Mark's initial evaluation of the spider punisher after listening to his story. From the spider punisher's perspective, Mark could sense the intense aversion toward evil and that kind of ruthless attitude. But he didn't seem as severe as Frank Castle, the legitimate Punisher. With these thoughts in mind, Mark extended an invitation to the spider punisher. This is a war that endangers all spider companions like you and me. Join us. The spider punisher didn't hesitate much. In fact, while listening to Mark, he had already considered joining the battle. Moreover, this was very much in line with his intentions. His original intention of becoming the spider punisher was to take responsibility for the innocent people threatened by evil. And now, the Spider-Men targeted by the inheritor family, weren't they also a group of innocent people? For the sake of his own safety and to uphold his own sense of justice, he must join this war. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. Furthermore, as Mark mentioned, the demons of the inheritor family were only after those who carried the spider totems. As long as he left this world, then the people he cared about, Aunt May, Gwen Stacy, and other innocent people in New York could be spared. Afterward, Mark helped him open a portal to the hospital. The spider punisher went to the hospital and explained his decision to his girlfriend. He quickly settled things here, then followed Mark out of this world. Meanwhile, Earth 802. Ever since gaining control of the Master Weaver centuries ago, Earth 001 had become the headquarters of the inheritor family. They controlled the entire world and subjected everyone in it to brainwashing. However, the tragic death of their mother during the battle against the Master Weaver made them realize that despite their immense power, they were not invincible. So, they decided to add an extra insurance for themselves. The second eldest among the inheritor family, Genix, sought out a technologically advanced world Earth 802. Here, they constructed a massive technology company. Genix was somewhat different from other inheritors. Apart from the necessary activities hunting down Spider-Man, he spent most of his time in his library or laboratory. The secret of the inheritor family's immortality lies in the ultimate cloning technology he developed. Whenever an inheritor is defeated, their consciousness is transferred to a new body stored in this technology company, allowing them to resurrect. This technology is the reason the inheritors dare to roam freely. In the distant past, the machines here were frequently activated. After all, there were always strong entities in other worlds. And as a local hero, Spider-Man, he always had some powerful companions. It was normal for them to be killed by Spider-Man's companions during the hunt. However, as the killings continued and they absorbed more totemic power, the strength of each inheritor continued to grow. Now, the cloning bodies here haven't been activated for a long time. But at this moment, gurgle, bubbles suddenly surged in a circular glass container. A researcher nearby quickly opened the chamber. The nutrient solution in the chamber spilled all over the floor, and Bricks lay naked on the ground, breathing heavily. Another researcher immediately brought clothes for him. Sir, do you need to eat to replenish energy? Ignoring their efforts to dress him, Bricks punched the glass container, shattering it into pieces. Damn bugs. Bricks, if you're killed, then go and resurrect all you want, but don't damage our facility, a faint voice echoed. Immediately after, a slightly lean man with a full beard walked in from the laboratory door. J. Genix, brother, I'm sorry, I was just angry. Bricks lowered his head. Genix took the clothes from the researchers and gestured them to leave. Smith, Madison, Warren, you can go about your business. Yes, sir. The three researchers left one after another. Genix draped the clothes over Bricks and pulled him up from the ground. Tell me, in which world were you killed, and what did the opponent look like? Bricks put on his clothes and stretched his body. These bodies had soaked in nutrient solution for too long, and it took a little time for his consciousness to integrate, making him feel somewhat weak. This weakness made him quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing his brother's question, an image of Mark involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he spoke with resentment. He's a guy wearing an iron suit. His attire is similar to those with the spider totems, but he doesn't possess the totemic aura. However, he's very strong, maybe slightly less physically powerful than Demos, but he has the ability to control thunder. Inevitably, the members of the inheritor family were battle-hardened ultimate warriors. Despite Bricks always displaying irritability, he possessed sharp perceptiveness during battles. Within just a few minutes of interaction, he had memorized all the displays of power demonstrated by Mark and made certain analyses. Genix's eyes flashed. A physical strength comparable to Demos? Could he be that thing called the Hulk? As he spoke, he retrieved a monocular from his chest pocket, inquiring, do you remember the approximate location of that world? This was his quantum peeping glass, capable of traversing layers of quantum space to locate a target. Bricks pondered for a moment and pointed in a direction. Based on the web of the Weaver, it's probably in that direction. Changes immediately appeared on the quantum peeping glass in Genix's hand. In his vision, the final scene was astonishingly Mark leaving that world with the Spider Punisher, a guy with the ability to cross worlds, seemingly obstructing our hunt for the spider totems. Could he be the one from the prophecy? Interesting, very interesting. Earth 90214. In 1939's New York, it remained a rather dark era. Although the Great Depression had passed for many years, the economy still hadn't fully recovered due to the ongoing war, and the lower classes continued to be squeezed, living in dire straits. 6 years ago, a passionate young man named Peter Parker, deeply influenced by Aunt May's ideals and Uncle Ben's values, chose to enter journalism. He wielded photos and truth as weapons to combat crime and protect the weak. However, in such a severely corrupted city, the abilities of a mere journalist were actually quite limited. Until one day, while covertly capturing a criminal activity, Peter Parker was bitten by a highly poisonous spider emerging from an abandoned statue. He fell into a coma and dreamt of the spider god, Ereshkigal. When he awoke in the dream, he discovered he had gained mysterious spider powers. From then on, he was reborn, becoming the Spider Noir. Afterward, he fought against gangs, dealt with capitalists exploiting laborers and time, and again fought against injustice, becoming a great hero in the eyes of many ordinary people. Simultaneously, he became a thorn in the side of many. Roxy Theater. The footage of this thrilling fight was captured 3 months ago. The location was the streets of New York, which was the last public appearance of the Spider Noir. We can see in the footage he stopped a drugstore robbery. This is quite different from his initial focus on fighting against gangsters and outliers. Today, as the chaotic era of everyone being armed and lawlessness has become a thing of the past, with the likes of Al Capone, John Dillinger, the Green Goblin, and crime lords either brought to justice or locked up, we have to consider one thing. That is, in today's America, do we really need illegal vigilantes like the Spider Noir? Below in the audience seats, an immediate discussion sparked, with people expressing various opinions. Among them was a man dressed as a gentleman, holding a cane in his hand, gazing intently at the large screen ahead and speaking to his female companion. That's him? His movements, speed, and agility are exceptional. The blood of the spider god flows within him. The woman asked, so how do we find him? Don't tell me you're planning to rob a drugstore or something to get his attention. The man paused and replied, I'll figure it out. Otherwise, I'll have to spend the rest of my life entertaining those ignorant lower-class people. I don't want that. As they spoke, they got up and left their seats, exiting the theater. Wow, Dad, look, it's the magnificent Mysterio. A child's innocent exclamation came from nearby. He can make an elephant disappear out of thin air. Then, with an admiring gaze, the child asked his father, Dad, can we go see it? Can we? The boy's father ruffled his son's head. I don't have money to spend on these second-rate charlatans. All this magic is just smoke and mirrors. The boy felt a bit disappointed, but he immediately spotted another poster and exclaimed, Dad, how about we go watch Jungle Continent? They have 1,000 animals. The boy's father carefully examined the poster and smiled. 1,000 animals? That's somewhat interesting. Let's go see that. The man in the theater, who was previously conversing, halted for a moment, his hand gripping the cane tightened. Would rather see animals than come to see me. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the New York World Expo, Spider Noir, Peter Parker, was currently the happiest man in the world. To his right was his beloved Aunt May, and to his left, the woman he loved most, MJ. They walked and laughed together, filling Spider Noir with complete joy. About half a year ago, shortly after returning from accidentally traversing into another world, MJ, who had left New York to participate in a 3-year civil war, also returned here. MJ and he had been in love for 6 years, and he had planned to propose to MJ 3 years ago, but she had been gone for 3 years unexpectedly. Thankfully, she returned safely. So, ladies, what would you like to see? Spider Noir asked. How about Dream of the Goddess over there? Everyone says Salvador Dali is a genius. P.S. Salvador Dali was a Spanish surrealist artist. Aunt May sneered. Only he would call himself a genius and keep going on about it. Spider Noir looked at Aunt May. You don't like surrealist works, Aunt May. Aunt May replied, Dali just puts a lobster on a naked woman's head and fools everyone into calling it art, and even labels it with the ridiculous term surrealism. In my eyes, he's just a comedian at best. Peter chuckled. No wonder Aunt May, who had been doing street propaganda for years, remained sharp-tongued even though she was older. However, at this moment, when he looked at the surrealist art that many people were crowding around, he truly felt it was tasteless. Then, he looked to the other side. Huh? Look, that's the magnificent Mysterio? What do you think, MJ? Lobster art or magic performance? MJ glanced at the mysterious guest. Let's go with magic, it might be a bit more enjoyable. So, the three bought tickets and entered the magnificent Mysterio's magic show. However, for some reason, from the moment they entered, Peter's spider sense kept vibrating, seemingly warning him of an impending danger. Yet, despite looking around, he couldn't pinpoint the source of danger. At that moment, the magic performance on stage began. Amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, the man called Mysterio had all his limbs bound and was suspended upside down in a spherical water tank. What you are about to witness is the most dangerous escape act in history. The Death Sphere. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to worry that the magnificent Mysterio will meet his end before escaping, as he can hold his breath underwater for up to 6 minutes. In 3 minutes, this generator will input 50,000 volts of electricity into the tank, instantly killing all life in the water. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. And now, let the performance begin. A terrifying current surged into the tank, illuminating it brightly. When the light faded, all the fish that had been swimming in the water were found dead and floating, while the completely bound Mysterio had vanished without a trace. Shortly afterward, Mysterio emerged from elsewhere. The woman in charge of the introduction exclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the magnificent Mysterio. Clap, 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 clap. Seeing this spectacular performance, the audience didn't hesitate to applaud. Aunt May reluctantly clapped twice before stopping, sighing, those poor fish. MJ, curious, asked, how do you think he did it? Aunt May shook her head, I have no idea. Whether it's about the TV or the rays, I'm clueless. But I'm sure Peter saw everything clearly. So MJ turned to Peter. Well, what's your take, Mr. Genius? Smoke and mirrors. Spider Noir hesitated for a moment before analyzing. The smoke he released was probably dry ice. They compressed high-concentration carbon dioxide into particles and put it in the water, causing dense smoke to rise from the bottom. Although he said this, in reality, he had another thought because the smell didn't resemble dry ice. When he reappeared, he wasn't even wet. Shadow Spider continued. So he probably never went into the water, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for his body to completely dry in such a short time. He just used some sort of illusion to make us think he entered, nothing more. Considering his own spider sense, Spider Noir felt there was definitely something wrong, his brows furrowing slightly. MJ affectionately hugged Peter's arm, resting her face on his shoulder. So, you actually didn't understand it at all, did you? The softness and warmth transmitted through his arm brought Peter back to reality, and he chuckled, That's right. But being able to see your smile is the best thing. The three of them left the place while chatting and laughing. However, in a place unknown to Peter, a conspiracy was unfolding around him. Backstage, the magnificent Mysterio and his female companion returned here after dealing with their fervent fans. Mysterio held a ball emitting an unknown gas, covered its surface, and then dissipated the smoke. Then, they removed their masks, revealing gas masks underneath. The woman said, We spent 3 years lurking in the Amazon jungle, living with venomous snakes and being bitten by mosquitoes before learning to make this magical smoke. And now, we're wasting it on pleasing these bumpkins. Mysterio remained silent, placed the magical smoke ball aside, and took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet. The woman continued to persuade, use it to deceive Wilson Fisk, and we'll be rich in minutes. Mysterio paused, then picked up 2 glasses, pouring the wine while saying, yes, yes. Then in a while, he'll realize it, send a masked killer. The 2 of us will instantly become tragic corpses. No, for now, I want to maintain a working relationship with Fisk. Besides, this is just the beginning. As soon as we find Spider Noir, and his blood flows into my body, Fisk will immediately understand what true power is. Mysterio handed a wine glass to his companion, saying, then, a new king will rise in this city, stronger than the Green Goblin, more powerful than the crime master. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted his boastful speech. A servant pushed the door slightly ajar and peeked in. Excuse me, sir, there's a Mr. Wilson Fisk here. A large hand pulled the servant back and forcefully swung the door open. Following that, a burly and imposing figure, resembling a black bear, appeared in the doorway. Good evening, Beck. I've found someone you definitely want to meet. Dash. Mysterio accompanied Kingpin into a dimly lit underground room. A man was suspended there. According to Kingpin, this man was a remnant of the Green Goblin, named Bull. With Mysterio's magical smoke, he effortlessly extracted secrets from Bull regarding Spider Noir, including how he was bitten, the origins of those who bit him, and their past encounters with Spider Noir. So, tell me more about Felicia Hardy. Mysterio grasped onto a key point. It was said that this woman, Felicia Hardy, was Spider Noir's lover, and they frequently met. Therefore, by capturing this woman, they could force Spider Noir to appear voluntarily, and then trap him. Things unfolded just as the Mysterio and Kingpin had planned, quite smoothly. Kingpin led a group to break into Felicia Hardy's home and forcibly abducted her. Subsequently, Mysterio published this news in the Bugle and officially declared war on Spider Noir. In this week's special event, the magnificent Mysterio will challenge the famous outlaw Spider Noir to see if he can save a masked woman's life. Spider Noir must offer his blood to the spider god Anansi, or else this masked woman will become the sacrifice in his place. Dash. On Thursday, due to the newspaper's promotion, the theater was packed. A huge portrait of the spider god Anansi was displayed on the theater's backdrop. In the western part of Africa, there were many stories about the prankster gods. These mischievous gods fought against the gods through pranks, gradually bringing order to the world while causing countless troubles for humans. Among them, the most famous was the spider god Anansi. He was a deity of the Ashanti people, not only a mischievous trickster but also a beloved cultural hero. His pranks brought the world night, the moon, the sun, stories, debates, diseases, and death. Mysterio was leveraging this gimmick to make his performance seem more legitimate. Of course, the audience present believed it was just a well-rehearsed act. Despite Felicia Hardy's graceful figure being tied with her hands bound in the center of the stage. Despite Mysterio holding a visibly sharp dagger, Spider Noir didn't know if this was a trap, but he couldn't afford to take the risk. There had indeed been some fleeting emotions between him and Felicia Hardy, and in a previous battle, he had inadvertently caused her disfigurement, which left him feeling guilty. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't allow her to fall into danger again. I know you're watching, Spider Noir. The wrath of the spider god Anansi must be appeased. Are you prepared to sacrifice your own blood to save this innocent woman? Mysterio shouted loudly. Spider Noir leaped down and landed in the center of the stage. Since you know she's an innocent woman, why not put the knife down, Mysterio? Oh, welcome, Spider Noir? It's so great that you could make it. Mysterio eyes lit up. Peter stared at him and said coldly, now, release her and stop playing tricks. Sure, sure. Mysterio actually sheathed the dagger back into his belt, but my dear boy, you must know, I'm a magician. I live by playing tricks. Ella, please. Mysterio companion, Ella, standing nearby, immediately tossed out a magical smoke ball. What is this? Spider Noir exclaimed in surprise. But the poisonous smoke began spreading continuously, penetrating his mask and entering his nostrils. He quickly held his breath but still felt a bit lightheaded. Dizzy, this isn't dry ice, it's some kind of gas. I need to finish this quickly, Spider Noir thought. At that moment, Mysterio's seductive words echoed in his ears. Come on, I'm right in front of you, come and strike. Although Spider Noir sensed the danger, he still raised his hand and threw a punch. But he struck nothing. Mysterio wasn't there at all. This is his illusion? Using neurotoxic gas combined with hypnotic suggestions, Spider Noir immediately understood the situation, but even though he analyzed the situation mentally, his body began to lose control. And then, Mysterio appeared behind him, wielding a cudgel, and viciously smashed it towards the back of his head. Dang! A figure suddenly appeared behind Spider. The cudgel struck down heavily but only landed on the arm that person raised, producing a clang of metal hitting metal. What's going on? The rebounding force of the cudgel made Mysterio's hand ache, shocking him. Before he could react, a metallic armored arm extended, gripping his throat tightly, lifting him up. What do you intend to do to my friend? A pair of glowing red eyes appeared amidst the poison gas, staring intensely at him. Terrified, Mysterio had no idea what was happening. Mark extended his hand, exerted a little force, and disarmed Mysterio. Then he tossed Mysterio into a transparent coffin prepared nearby. I heard you can escape magic tricks. Care to perform? No, no, this is murder. Mysterio panicked. He didn't have any escape magic. He only used predispersed hallucinogenic gas and verbal hypnosis in the theater to create an illusion for the audience, causing a false appearance. In reality, during the performance, the real him had been standing behind the scenes the whole time. Mark sneered, "You're the great Mysterio, countless successful underwater escapes, and now it's just another performance for you. How can that be called murder?" As he spoke, he directly closed the coffin lid, then pressed a button on the transparent coffin. A rush of water immediately flowed into the coffin through the copper pipes. Then, Mark grabbed Spider Noir with one hand and snapped the chain binding Felicia Hardy with the other, leading both away from there. Both of them were affected by Mysterio's neurotoxin, but fortunately, it wasn't lethal. They were both in a paralyzed state now. Mark simply ignored them and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Spider Noir, who had better physical resilience, woke up first. Upon awakening, he found the scene around him had changed and then noticed Mark sitting beside him. However, Mark was still wearing his nanospider battlesuit. Spider Noir asked in confusion, "Did you save me? Are you a Spider-Man from another world?" He had visited the Ultimate Spider-Verse over half a year ago and had seen advanced technology, so he wasn't surprised. He was just a bit puzzled about how a Spider-Man suddenly appeared in his world. Mark smiled, stood up, and retracted the nanoparticles on his head. "Take another look at who I am." Spider Noir paused for a moment, then exclaimed with joy, "Mark." He laughed and quickly stepped forward, giving Mark a hearty hug. "You've actually come to my world? It seems you've truly mastered the power you call space-time." Mark hugged back, feeling a myriad of emotions. "Yes, and my journey has been much more exciting than you can imagine." "Oh, we definitely need to talk about that." Spider Noir was ecstatic. The two were among the earliest Spider-Men to know each other. Back then, Mark had just gained his abilities, unconsciously triggered his space-time powers, sensed the fluctuations from the Ultimate Spider-Verse particle collider, and ended up in that world. However, because he didn't obtain the accompanying stone tablet, he couldn't access the startup funds provided by the Master Weaver and consequently, after running at an overload, fell into a weakened state and became an ordinary person. After that, Spider Noir trained Mark, enabling him to skip many stages that most Spider-Man faced as newcomers, granting him some combat abilities despite initially being powerless. It was Spider Noir's guidance that allowed him to have sufficient strength to change everything when he later went to Tobey's Spider-Verse, Andrew's Spider-Verse, and more. If the Master Weaver was the source of his current achievements, then Spider Noir was the foundation for everything he had achieved. Without Spider Noir, there was no way he could have grown to become a base-level force within less than a year. Therefore, for Mark, Spider Noir was not just a friend but also a teacher. At that time, Spider Noir also accidentally arrived in that world. And then the two directly met. While Spider Noir's feelings weren't as deep as Mark's, Mark, as the first Spider-Man from another world he encountered, held a special place in his heart. Now, meeting an old friend, their joy was beyond words. "Oh, Felicia." Spider Noir looked towards Felicia Hardy lying on the ground, feeling a bit concerned. Mark reassured, "Don't worry, she just fainted. It's just that her body is weaker, so she hasn't regained consciousness as quickly as you did." "That's good, but why did you suddenly come here? Did something happen?" Spider Noir asked, relaxing a bit. "Something did happen." Upon hearing this, Mark's expression tightened, and he began discussing matters concerning the inheritors. This kind of thing actually happened. Spider Noir's reaction echoed those of the others. Immediately, his face turned grave as he extended his hand. "If that's the case, count me in." "Good." The two clasped their hands firmly together. "Oh." Soon after, Spider Noir exclaimed and pulled his hand back. "You little rascal, in such a short time, how did you become so strong?" Mark laughed heartily. "There's a lot you don't know. I'm not who I used to be." Spider Noir chuckled at his words, lightly tapping his shoulder. "That's quite something. With a tall guy like you around, I feel much more at ease." His tone lacked any jealousy towards the younger generation. Instead, it was filled with joy. It must be said that this straightforwardness surpassed that of many. Yawn at that moment, Felicia Hardy, also known as Black Cat, woke up groggily, holding her head and letting out a soft groan. Felicia Hardy, renowned as Black Cat, was one of Spider-Man's rumored girlfriends in many worlds. For instance, in the 94 Spider-Verse, the Felicia there had a tangled relationship with the Spider-Man. The Felicia Hardy here with Spider Noir was almost the same. However, the difference was that the present Felicia Hardy hadn't yet become Black Cat. She was just a rich girl who accidentally got entangled with Spider Noir due to some reasons. She got involved in the struggle between Spider Noir and the Green Goblin in this world, which resulted in her disfigurement, forcing her to wear a mask to conceal her true identity. Originally, if Mark hadn't intervened, Spider Noir would have lost a vial of blood during the fight with Mysterio. After Spider Noir counterattacked and killed Mysterio, Felicia Hardy took advantage of the chaos to take the needle containing the blood samples. Mark speculated that it was probably after that incident that she became Black Cat in this world. But now, with Mark's involvement, all of this would no longer exist. Mark looked curiously at Felicia Hardy. It had to be said, Spider-Man had good taste in girlfriends. Although the true face of the present Felicia Hardy was hidden behind the mask, the sizzling figure concealed under her clothes was enough to trigger countless imaginations. Just her figure and skin were enough to earn her many points. "Felicia, how are you feeling?" Spider Noir, noticing her awakening, promptly left Mark and went to Felicia Hardy's side, helping her up with deep concern. Felicia Hardy shifted her body slightly, showing some resistance to Spider Noir's proximity. Since being involved and subsequently disfigured by him, she harbored some resentment towards Spider Noir. "I'm fine. Where am I, Mr. Spider-Man?" Spider Noir, despite his concern, was too preoccupied to notice her distant tone. "We've left that place and are temporarily safe. How do you feel? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Spider Noir asked, concerned. Felicia Hardy coldly shook her head. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Spider Noir. If possible, just drop me off by the roadside. I can catch a cab back." Cough. Mark cleared his throat lightly. "Since it's like this, let me handle it." Saying this, he extended his hand and drew a circle in front of him. A portal appeared nearby immediately, and on the other side of the portal was the Hardy residence. Magic. Spider Noir and Felicia Hardy both looked at Mark in shock. Soon, Spider Noir realized that this was probably the time-space ability Mark had mentioned earlier. He quickly realized that if Mark could use this ability to traverse worlds, moving within the same world was definitely within his capabilities. However, despite understanding the key, he couldn't help but envy this useful ability. Mark smiled faintly and walked to Felicia Hardy, extending his hand to her. "Before we part ways, Miss Hardy, may I shake hands with you?" "Of course." Felicia Hardy, puzzled, still extended her hand, somewhat anticipating what this magical gentleman was about to do. Spider Noir stepped back slightly, watching with curiosity. However, Mark merely lightly shook Felicia Hardy's hand for just a second before releasing it. He smiled again. "Miss Hardy, I wish you beauty as radiant as flowers." Felicia Hardy's face turned cold as she withdrew her hand. Her face had long been disfigured. How could anyone wish her beauty? Was this person mocking her? "Thank you for your blessing," she said coldly. Without looking back, she walked into the portal. Mark couldn't help but smirk and casually closed the portal. Spider Noir sighed. "Buddy, you don't know about Felicia's situation. Her face." "I do know about her face. Didn't you ask me if I had read stories related to you? After I went back, I carefully searched and found the story about you, so I understood her underlying issue," Mark replied, slightly surprising Spider Noir. "Why would you say that, then?" Spider Noir asked, slightly annoyed. "So I could heal her." Mark patted his shoulder. "I've healed her." "Healed her?" Spider Noir widened his eyes. "You're not joking, are you?" Mark rolled his eyes. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Spider Noir exclaimed. "But you said your ability is time-space. Can it heal too?" Proudly, Mark replied. "Time-space can't, but I can." Spider Noir smiled too, feeling relieved. "That's good, that's good. Thank you, buddy." Meanwhile, in Felicia Hardy's bedroom, when the gunmen, led by Kingpin, forcibly abducted her, they killed her servant and her cat. Although the bodies had been attended to by arriving police officers, the broken pieces in the room remained vividly visible. Seeing the chaos in the room and the smashed furniture, Felicia Hardy felt utterly miserable. Then, she remembered the words spoken by the person who could perform magic a moment ago, which further aggravated her mood. Though it might not have been intentional, it undeniably reopened her wound. She removed the mask from her face and walked step by step to the dressing table. "What beauty as radiant as flowers. I've already..." Her movements suddenly froze. Staring at the exquisitely flawless face in the mirror, she stood there, stunned. "My face, my wounds." Her trembling hand reached out, gently touching her face. The grotesque scars on her cheeks and forehead had miraculously vanished, leaving her skin smooth and flawless. Suddenly, her mind stirred, recalling Mark's face. "Miss Hardy, I wish you beauty as radiant as flowers." It's him. Who is he? Right, I'll find Spider Noir, he must know who he is." Excited, Felicia Hardy immediately stood up. "Buddy, are we not leaving this world now? Going to your base?" Spider Noir, puzzled by Mark's hesitation, asked. Mark shook his head. "I came here not just to find you, but also for some other matters I need to attend to." Spider Noir nodded, observing Mark's contemplative demeanor, refraining from further inquiry. The passage discusses Karn's role in the storyline. Karn, an anomaly within the inheritors, appears to be the fifth oldest among them. Contrary to expectations, he possesses immense strength within the family. The inheritors, rather than solely hunting spider totems, consume all animal totems. Centuries ago, a prophecy indicated the inheritors' eventual downfall by a spider totem. Consequently, they targeted the spider totem across the multiverse, attempting to erase it completely to negate the prophecy. However, Karn stands out among the inheritors. He hunts totems solely for survival, akin to predators in nature hunting for sustenance, devoid of moral considerations. Unlike his kin, Karn prefers creation and protection over destruction. Consequently, his family despises him, culminating when he hesitated to kill the Weaver, leading to his mother's tragic demise. As a result, he was expelled from the family, drifting alone across the multiverse. Solus promised Karn that by killing enough Spider-Man, he could end his exile and return to the family. This promise, coupled with guilt over his mother's death, compelled Karn to accept his fate, actively hunting various totems across the multiverse. In reality, Karn harbors a concealed yet significant identity. He is the Weaver himself. In the original Destiny, the first Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew, infiltrated the Inheritors family and obtained 2 scrolls from the Weaver. The first scroll recorded the mysterious prophecy: on a certain day in the future, the inheritors would be destroyed by the Spider-Man, unless they collected 3 specific spider totems, the bride, the scion, and the other, and performed a bloodline ritual to erase all spider totems, thereby altering their fate. This prophecy led the inheritors to relentlessly hunt the Spider-Man. The second scroll chronicled Karn's past and future. In reality, Karn was exiled not for killing his mother. For Solus, the woman's death was inconsequential. The same applied to everyone else. Perhaps her only value lay in making them realize the preciousness of life, leading to the construction of the cloning base with infinite resurrection technology. That was it. Throughout, the only one grieving his mother's death was Karn, but it was this very emotion that changed his tribe's attitude towards him, from disdain to fear. They discovered he actually cared about useless things, because the inheritors believed themselves superior to all. As for the promise, kill enough Spider-Men to end exile and return to the family, it was merely soulless lie. They aimed to keep Karn in perpetual penance, preferably dying outside, never to return home. After deciphering these 2 totems, the Spider-Man found Karn, hunting Spider-Aunt May on Earth 3123, and revealed everything to him. In the final battle, Karn joined the Spider-Men, fought alongside them, and ultimately triumphed. During the battle, Parker killed the Weaver and discovered that under the Weaver's mask was an older version of Karn. So, the Weaver was actually Karn from the future, a destiny long foreseen. It was all his own design. To exile his family and protect the entire universe, he left a prophecy for the inheritors to hunt him. The spider totems were all released by him, so hunting the spider totems was, in essence, hunting him. Subsequently, he killed his mother in front of his younger self, creating a perfect excuse for Solus to exile him. During his years of exile, he devoured countless spider totems, necessary to become the Weaver, manipulating the fate of Spider-Man. His ultimate fate was to don the Weaver's helmet, becoming the Weaver in redemption, to atone for exiling his family to protect the universe, to atone for devouring countless Spider-Men to become the Weaver, to atone for causing his mother's death and leading fate to this point. Henceforth, he would forever reside in the Temple of Earth 001, mending the web of destiny and creating more Spider-Men, protecting them. However, Mark extracted something new from this. He still remembered the Weaver's plea he previously heard: Transcendent One, I beseech you, with this insignificant link of connection, break this vast net of time and fate cycles. Breaking the vast net of time and fate cycles? If the Weaver was merely fighting against the inheritors' family, there was no need to expend energy creating this unique Spider-Man. Because even without his involvement, the battle had already been won. But the truth was, he manufactured a spider capable of activating the web of fate, then let it traverse countless parallel universes to find him, allowing this outsider to intervene in the war. He didn't know if any new variables had arisen or if the Weaver had discovered something. But he had to be cautious. In fact, he had indeed discovered some issues. For instance, following the original plot, or rather, fate, when Deimos sought out the 982 Spider-Man family, Parker should have led a team of Spider-Men to rescue Mayday Parker. At that time, Mark was mentally prepared to meet Parker after learning about the existence of Mayday and Benjamin Parker from Mary Jane of that world. However, even after confronting Deimos and finding the Parker siblings, that Peter Parker didn't show up. He wasn't sure if it was due to his actions causing a deviation in fate. But regardless, he was prepared to bear all consequences. And this future Weaver Karn, who could be persuaded in the future, was an important force he believed he could win over. After turning Karn, it was akin to depriving the inheritors' family of a crucial force while gaining one for themselves. Though he didn't know if Karn could confront Solus head-on, dealing with Deimos was certainly possible. With the loss and gain, it was equivalent to directly eliminating 2 inheritors. Upon careful calculation of time, Mark felt somewhat puzzled. He wondered why both Karn and Parker, who should have appeared here, were absent. What exactly caused the deviation? Could it be that the comics in my world are just comics and have great discrepancies with reality? After a hypothesis surfaced in his mind, Mark's heart skipped a beat. Spider-Noir noticed Mark's slight change in mood and asked, "What's wrong? You seem a bit distracted since a while ago." Mark shook his head slightly. "Things are slightly different from what I anticipated." "Forget it, this dull waiting isn't going to help. Why don't we go and solve some problems in passing?" Spider-Noir inquired. Like, the version of Kingpin in your world." Mark's lips curved into a wry smile. Spider-Noir was astonished. "What? There's a Kingpin in my world too." He had witnessed Kingpin's capabilities in the Ultimate Spider-Verse, stirring up a storm in New York City, involving Spider-Man from different universes. Mark immediately chuckled, patting his shoulder, reassuringly. "It's not as exaggerated as that side, but he still has some tricks. He's about to unify the underworld of New York." Spider-Noir's expression turned cold. "I didn't expect a few months of negligence on my part to create such a big loophole for someone to exploit." Previously, he had been focused on combating gang activities for many years, taking down several gang leaders in a row. After almost completely eradicating the underground forces in New York, he shifted more attention to the capitalists. Never did he expect that just a brief period of negligence would revive what was once a stagnant underworld. This was absolutely not what he wanted to see. With that thought, Spider-Noir pulled out his handgun. "Buddy, let's go. We're going to take him out." Watching Spider Noir suddenly turn into an enthusiastic young man, Mark couldn't help but smile. Let's go, we're going to show them, Mark said confidently. Let's go. Dash. On a street near the New York World Expo, a black sedan was slowly driving. A bald, muscular man sat in the back seat, puffing on a cigar, its ember flickering. Beck, that useless fool, blew such a golden opportunity? How could he let that bug escape? He even put himself in jeopardy. Mr. Fisk, what should we do now? Asked one of his men from the front seat. Kingpin pressed the cigar into the ashtray, grinding it forcefully. Find out what happened on the stage. How did the bug and the Catwoman vanish? How did this fool manage to drown himself in his own props? His subordinate replied, it's not entirely clear yet, but we captured Ella Beck, Quentin Beck's wife. She was also on stage at the time, maybe she saw something. Take her to the base, I want to interrogate her personally. Kingpin released his grip, letting the valuable cigar fall into the ashtray. His tone darkened. Yes. His subordinate was about to respond when suddenly, a scream pierced the air. What? Kingpin raised his head somewhat impatiently. However, he quickly realized he was now standing in a dark wilderness. What's going on? Weren't we on 7th Avenue? Kingpin asked coldly. The driver trembled. No idea. We were driving, and suddenly we ended up here. Kingpin's expression grew even colder. His long-standing underground instincts made him keenly aware that something was amiss. Decisively, he pulled out an exquisite handgun from the nearby seat. Stay alert, we're getting out of the car, Kingpin said in a low voice. His subordinates and the driver were also highly vigilant, each retrieving 2 guns from under their seats. Once they exited the car, they cautiously leaned against it, examining their surroundings. Kingpin crouched slightly, asking softly, any findings? His subordinate responded, we seem to be in the city outskirts, but not entirely sure where. Oh, on that issue, I can help you. This is in the southeast direction of Brooklyn. If you wait another 70 or 80 years, this place will become a power plant, a voice echoed. Who? All 3 swiftly turned, pointing their guns towards the direction of the voice. Hey, everyone, I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Remember that name when you go to hell, and in your next life, try not to do bad things, if we go by the Hindu teachings that is. Welcoming the trio were 3 dazzling beams of electricity. Why did you snatch them all? Spider Noir looked at Mark, dumbfounded, questioning. Mark chuckled, couldn't help it. After all, I am the Avenger against evil, the #1 crime fighter. Spider Noir reluctantly put away his revolver that he had taken out. Fine. You've said it all anyway. Where to next? Mark glanced at the bodies of Kingpin and his companions lying beside the car, closed his eyes, carefully sensing the fluctuations in the timeline. Since waiting won't do, let's go back to my base. Yeah, but I need to inform MJ and Aunt May first, Spider Noir said. Mark gestured understandingly. He had seen this before in the Spider Punisher's world, indicating experience. The farewell didn't last long. Spider Noir just made up an excuse, saying he had taken a case, his main profession now being a detective, needing to go out of town for a while. This successfully deceived Aunt May and MJ. Shortly after, the 2 appeared in Mark's world. As soon as they arrived, they saw 3 figures engaged in a fierce battle. It was the Circus Spider, the Spider Punisher, and Spider Girl, Mayday. More precisely, it was the Circus Spider and the Spider Punisher battling each other. The Circus Spider hadn't utilized the cosmic power permissions Mark had granted him, relying solely on his own strength in the fight. Meanwhile, the Spider Punisher had previously undergone genetic modification surgery by Mark, transforming his genes into the Golden Spider gene, enhancing his strength. Due to the slight differences between the 2 spiders, the Spider Punisher gained more strength than the Circus Spider, making him much more formidable. After all, the one that bit the Spider Punisher was a battle spider among spiders, the Black Widow. As for Mayday, when the Spider Punisher underwent the genetic surgery Mark performed and set off for the Spider Noir's world, she was still with her mother and brother, seemingly not recovered, so Mark hadn't performed any genetic surgery on her. Therefore, her basic combat power was the weakest. From the current sparring battle, it was basically the Circus Spider and Mayday teaming up against the Spider Punisher, with the Circus Spider taking the lead while Mayday could only engage in harassment actions. Relying on the significantly enhanced basic strength and rich combat experience gained from years of fighting villains, the Spider Punisher, in a 2-against-1 situation, still appeared to handle it effortlessly. Mark and Spider Noir's arrival temporarily put an end to this scrimmage. The 3 of them landed one after another in front of Mark and Spider Noir. Boss, you brought back another good partner. This was the Circus Spider's voice. Yeah, this one looks pretty reliable, the Spider Punisher's voice said. It seemed he wasn't very satisfied with the Circus Spider and Mayday's feeble display. Hello, thank you for saving my mom, my brother, and me. I want to do something too. Spider Girl looked at Mark with determined eyes. It seemed she had regained her fighting spirit. Mark introduced them to each other. The Spider Punisher walked up to Spider Noir. Looks like I've found a comrade in arms. Spider Noir smiled and patted his shoulder in return. Everything was said without words. They both have an unwavering commitment to eradicating evil, which differs somewhat from the ideologies upheld by Spider-Gwen, the Circus Spider, and most other Spider-Men. Spider Punisher had an awkward time sparring with the Circus Spider previously due to their conflicting ideologies. As per his routine, Mark once again arranged genetic enhancement surgeries for Spider Noir and Mayday, bolstering their strengths. Additionally, Mark saw a minor uptick in his own abilities. This discovery could be considered a somewhat significant bug Mark found. His genetic enhancement surgeries not only eradicate hidden genetic flaws but also significantly bolster the individual's capabilities. For instance, it's generally believed that among numerous Marvel heroes, Spider-Man's physical abilities fall just below those of the standard Hulk but surpass most surface-level heroes. However, Mark's surgeries can elevate him beyond the most average Hulk's level. The extent of enhancement depends on various factors such as the strength of the spider that bit the respective Spider-Man, the Spider-Man's combat will, mentality, and so on. However, the direct consequence is that any Spider-Man who undergoes these enhancements can immediately possess the pinnacle of surface-level baseline strength. Supervillains previously unbeatable can now be taken down directly. Situations that previously relied on luck or tactics can now be confronted head-on with sheer power. Without a doubt, the destinies of these altered Spider-Men have been completely transformed from this moment onward. This fact can be observed in every Spider-Man who has undergone the genetic enhancement surgery, all seen in Mark's presence. This method is also a rapid way for Mark to level up and reinforce his own abilities. His baseline strength is achieved by altering the predetermined destinies of different Spider-Men. The more residents he has on the web of destiny, the more potent his enhancements become. Previously, there were only 9 residents on his web of destiny: Spider-Gwen, 3 Andrews, 2 Tobys, the Spider-Tom, the Ultimate Spider, and the Miles. Each of these 9 had put in tremendous effort to appear on the web of destiny. But now, thanks to genetic enhancement surgeries, he has added 5 more residents to his web of destiny in a short period: 1994 Spider, Circus Spider, Spider-Punisher, Spider-Girl, and Spider Noir. This has led to a near 50% increase in his baseline strength in such a short time. The efficiency of this method is undeniably high. Now, even if he encounters Demoz again, he's confident enough to confront him directly. Alright, continue your training. I've granted each of you access to the powers of the universe. If any inheritors dare to enter this world, annihilate them. Mark addressed the group. Yes, boss. Justice will prevail, evil will perish. I'll take them down. What immense power. If that jerk dares to come, I'll avenge my father. The 4 clenched their fists, making assurances to Mark. Mark smiled contentedly. Next, as per his knowledge of the original storyline, he planned to continue pursuing Karn, trying to locate him as much as possible and then draw him into his own camp. Another world. Once a serene New York City, now lay in ruins. Everywhere one looked, there were broken walls and debris. Boom! A massive fireball plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards the ground. Monster, meet your end. As the gigantic fireball soared, the person releasing the attack became apparent: a flame-engulfed figure, the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. Wait, in this world, it should be the Fantastic Five. Because the Human Torch and Spider-Man were of similar age and lived in close proximity, they became friends. At the Human Torch's invitation, this world's Spider-Man joined the Fantastic Four team, thus becoming the Fantastic Five, gaining considerable popularity. They had faced many dangers together, but none compared to what they encountered this time. Among the ruins below, the Thing from the Fantastic Five, Ben Grimm, had been shattered into pieces. Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, had his neck and body elongated grotesquely. The Invisible Woman, Susan Storm, had her eyes wide open, with 2 large holes in her abdomen. The once mighty Fantastic Five now had only the Human Torch desperately fighting in midair and another Spider-Man being choked by someone. Faced with the full-force attack from the Human Torch, the man choking Spider-Man remained unperturbed. Swinging the dual-pronged weapon in his right hand, he unleashed an invisible forceful gust that shattered the massive fireball in midair. And he faced Spider-Man with both eyes, his mouth agape. A faint, wretched cry burst from Spider-Man's mouth, a surge of life energy streaming into the man's body. Subsequently, Spider-Man's struggling body completely slumped downward. No, Peter. The Human Torch roared hoarsely, having lost his sister, brother-in-law, and close friend Ben, now losing the last brother, Peter Parker, who was as dear as family. An endless despair enveloped the Human Torch. He recklessly threw himself down. What awaited him was a spear thrown casually by the man. The man simultaneously dealt with the Human Torch with his spear while, with indifference in his eyes, gently laid Spider-Man's body on the ground. Your journey, everything you've carried, ends here. My pain, however, continues, he said before disappearing from this world. Behind him lay the lifeless body of the Human Torch, fallen from the sky. Only debris strewn across the ground and flames still burning in various places silently narrated all that had just occurred here. Whoosh! A figure materialized at this location. His psychic power swept the surroundings in an instant. Seeing the bodies of the Fantastic Five, Mark sighed. Once again, I'm too late. He hadn't received the signal from the Spider-Man of this world before his demise, so he had to search for the world where one of the Fantastic Five is Spider-Man. It took some time to locate this place. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he found them already deceased. Mark waved his hand, gathered all 5 bodies together, and departed from this world. Just as he was about to pursue the next Spider-Man joining the X-Men world, he suddenly received a distress signal. A new distress call. Which world's Spider-Man could it be? Mark paused, hesitated briefly, then decisively turned towards the direction the signal originated from. Rescuing the Spider-Man currently in danger appeared more crucial than blindly chasing after Karn. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as a 100-meter building slanted and collapsed. The anti-gravity hovercars, usually orderly in their flight through the sky, scattered in all directions. Amid the chaos, the hovercars collided with each other, creating a series of crashes. How could the toppling of the 100-meter building possibly be easily avoided? As the structure fell, numerous hovercars were crushed, plummeting straight down to the lower levels. This world is Earth 751263, and the Spider-Man of this world is known as just that, Spider-Man. A/N. We'll just call him Super Spider-Man or something to distinguish him from the others. I'm getting tired with all these nicknames FR. This is a very peculiar world. The Super Spider also hails from Earth. Due to his failure to prevent Venom and Carnage from boarding the spacecraft piloted by J. Jonah Jameson's son, John Jameson, heading to the Counter-Earth, the general populace remained oblivious to the existence of Venom and Carnage. Consequently, the Super Spider ended up shouldering the blame. People no longer appreciated him. In a fire, his original suit was damaged. Subsequently, the Super Spider actually stole, nanomaterials from Mr. Fantastic to create a nanosuit equipped with functionalities like sonic devices, night vision, and invisibility. Later, the Super Spider learned that John Jameson was still alive and decided to head to the Counter-Earth to rescue him and clear his name. So, he hijacked a spacecraft and flew towards the Counter-Earth. Upon arrival, the Super Spider learned of the events unfolding on this planet. Many years ago, there was a fellow named High Evolutionary who modified the animals on this planet, turning them into beings similar to humans, called bestials. But he despised humans who enjoyed making war, so he relegated humanity to second-class citizens. Subsequently, he built a new society here. In this new society, living quarters were determined based on one's status. Bestials, classified as first-class citizens, resided in the highly technologically advanced upper regions, while humans, considered second-class citizens, lived in the dilapidated lower realms. John Jameson joined the rebellion on the Counter-Earth and became the leader of the resistance, leading the humans who resisted High Evolutionary's tyranny. After failed attempts at persuasion, the Super Spider decided to stay and assist the resistance. Meanwhile, Venom and Carnage were also on the Counter-Earth, following the commands of the Counter-Earth symbiote, attempting to transform the entire planet into the symbiote's paradise. Under High Evolutionary were the Woundaggery Knights, led by Lord Tiger, which included Lady Ursula, Lady Vermin, and Sir Ram. The Knights of Woundaggery could employ robots as enforcers, using force to subdue humans and maintain their peaceful existence in the lower strata of society. However, the current Counter-Earth was already in chaos. With the collapse of the 100-meter tower, Sir Ram's rage soared. Thinking it was the human rebels causing trouble again, he immediately issued orders. A dozen combat robots swooshed out, flying into the sky under Ram's leadership. Disgusting humans, show yourselves and face the consequences. Ram roared with anger. Oh, a totem exuding the smell of mutton? Not exactly appetizing, but tasting something new might not be too bad. A rugged and malevolent voice resounded. Immediately after, a pillar shot out from nearby, sending Ram and his flying combat vehicle crashing down. Protect his eminence, protect his eminence. Enemy target detected. Battle robots activated one after another, heading towards the direction of the attack. In the partially toppled skyscraper, a man casually dropped the desiccated body of a fishman he had drained, lying at his feet. It was Demos. Observing the combat robots flying overhead, Demos sneered, I remember playing with these flying toys a long time ago. That world was quite similar to this one. He casually grabbed a handful of rubble from nearby and hurled it skyward. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resounded. A dozen or so combat robots were swiftly destroyed in an instant. The intense fighting immediately caught the attention of the Super Spider, known in the human street below as Peter Parker. He swiftly donned his nanosuit, rescuing a few people trapped under the rubble before hastening to the location of the commotion. What's happening? Did Jameson's group launch another attack? The Super Spider pondered while swinging, quickly dismissing his own speculation. No, where did they get this much explosives, enough to blow up an entire building? Elsewhere, Tiger, Ursula, and Vermin, with their respective robotic armies, also hurried towards the scene. Demo's body slightly curved, propelling him upwards. He landed swiftly beside Ram. Clad in specialized armor, Ram was relatively unharmed despite the impact and got up swiftly. Spotting Demos, he furiously exclaimed, Mere human, how dare you be so audacious? Pausing for a moment, Ram lowered his head and charged towards Demos with his massive literal Ram horns. Demos coldly snorted without moving a muscle. Interesting. Dang. Ram slammed into Demos with all his might, but it made no impact whatsoever. Demos' figure didn't even sway. How is this possible? Ram was taken aback. However, before he could retreat, Demos reached out, grabbing one of his horns, forcibly twisting his head, and swiftly sucking out his life force. The taste of sheep, too gamey compared to spiders. Demos tossed aside the now lifeless body of Ram Horn bread, licked his lips, and made a remark. Then, he squinted slightly, where's this world's spider? However, Demos glanced at the fleeing birdmen, fishmen, bullmen, monkeymen, and a smirk crept across his lips. Almost forgot, this world offers a variety of delicious meals. Having a pre-dinner appetizer before the main course wouldn't be too bad. He uttered these words and dashed into the fleeing humanoid animals. With a casual sweep of his hands, he grabbed at least 2 of the humanoid animals. Then, one by one, he devoured them as if snacking on sunflower seeds effortless. At Demos's speed, none of these ordinary humanoid animals stood a chance of escaping his grasp. In just a few minutes, the ground was littered with the bodies of hundreds of humanoid animals. That bastard, over there. Battle formation, initiate direct attack. The rest of the Woundaggery Knights finally arrived. From a distance, they witnessed Demos's actions and immediately ordered the combat robots to focus fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom. Bullets converged into a metallic storm. The whistling of shells was deafening. The area where Demos stood was completely covered in a moment, shrouded in smoke and dust. Cease fire. After a minute of relentless firepower, Tiger raised his hand, and the widespread combat robots ceased their barrage. Tiger activated the infrared detector on his mask and looked towards the smoke and dust. However, the feedback results astonished him. The detector showed an incredibly powerful heat source. How is this possible? Fire again. Tiger roared. "Ah, little insects, I've felt your enthusiasm. Now, let me show you mine." Demos's sinister voice echoed once more. He leaped and suddenly appeared right in front of Vermin, who was the closest to him. Lady Vermin face paled as she immediately directed the laser cannon on her flying vehicle towards him. Despite the intense laser cannon that could vaporize a person in an instant, Demos emerged unscathed. Even his black formal suit showed no sign of damage. Bathing in the laser, he surged upward, colliding with Vermin's flying vehicle, while simultaneously seizing her head in his large hand. Boom! Demos crashed heavily to the ground, causing the nearby earth to crack and split. Tiger shouted, "Human, release Vermin? We can overlook everything you've done. Haha, why should I care about your pitiful pursuit?" Demos laughed heartily and immediately bit Vermin's head off. Representing the life energy of the mouse totem and Vermin's head were ruthlessly crunched into pieces by Damon. Her headless corpse was discarded on the ground like trash. "Now, come and chase me? Ha ha ha." Demos vented his frustrations, desiring to release his frustration from the previous world, where he missed out on eating that delicious spider and 2 other young spiders. Damn it, is he really a human? Tiger growled lowly, striking the dashboard of his flying vehicle with his fist. Beside him, Ursula, the bear woman, quietly approached Tiger and whispered, "Guns are completely ineffective against him. Lasers have no effect either. Should we retreat first and report to Lord High Evolutionary?" Tiger glanced down at Demod laughing maniacally, then at Vermin, Lord Ram, and the many innocent humanoid animal corpses. Anger and hatred filled his tiger eyes. "No, Ursula, you go report to Lord Evolutionary. I'll stay here." "But Tiger," Ursula attempted to persuade again. Tiger stopped her directly. "Ursula, I am Lord Tiger. Protecting them is my duty. If I die, I hope you'll inherit my will. Let humans and humanoid animals coexist peacefully under the same sky, enjoying the freedom of breath. I'm counting on you, Ursula." Ursula performed a knight's salute in solemnity. Tiger was an anomaly among the humanoid animals, holding a high position yet possessing a compassionate and benevolent heart. He believed humans and humanoid animals should be equals. However, due to High Evolutionary's influence, he dared not reveal this ideology. Now, feeling his odds were slim, he expressed his last wish. Clang! Tiger drew his knight's great sword from his back, raised it high, and roared, "Woundaggery Knights, I am Lord Tiger. Charge with me." Boom! The response was the deafening sound of countless combat robot engines. However, in this world, there were many things that couldn't be compensated for by mere hot-bloodedness. The swarm of combat robots swirling in the sky didn't stand a chance against Demos. They turned into scrap metal, falling one after another. Tiger raised his knight's sword, accelerating his flying vehicle to the maximum speed, launching a suicidal charge towards Demos. Demos sneered, clenched his fist, and struck. Crash! The knight's sword bent under the blow, and the tremendous force penetrated through the sword handle, shattering Lord Tiger's right arm bones, the one holding the sword. Tiger screamed in agony, his entire body sent flying backward. At this moment, Super Spider finally arrived. Seeing Tiger, who had a slight connection with him, in danger, he immediately rushed forward to catch him. "Your Highness Tiger, what happened? Who is that person?" "Spider. Spider-Man, you must stop that guy. He wants to kill everyone." Tiger managed to say these words before passing out. "Your Highness Tiger." Spider-Man was shocked. Although he had never fought Tiger, Spider-Man knew he was the leader of the Woundaggery Knights and definitely powerful. He hadn't expected him to be defeated in just one move. "Oh, I've found the most delectable treat." With Spider-Man's appearance, Demos immediately sensed the pure scent of his spider totem and his eyes lit up. Super Spider-Man had no idea he was already being targeted. He found a relatively safe place, laid down the unconscious Tiger, and then actively approached the direction where Demos was. However, when he reached 100 meters from Demos, his spider sense started violently shaking. This unprecedented and intense reaction almost split his head open. Spider-Man's body spun in the air, landing on a nearby building, panting heavily. "What's going on? What's happening to me? How can this situation occur?" Boom! Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the nearby building, and Demos' burly figure slowly approached. "What's wrong, Spider? Why did you suddenly stop? I was waiting for you to fall into my trap." Demos smirked. "It's you, Super Spider-Man finally realized the source of his intense spider sense. It was this man in front of him. Who are you? I don't think I know you. Super Spider held his head, asking loudly. Annoying, why does every spider have to ask this question? Demoz showed impatience on his face. He stepped closer to Spider-Man, saying, I am Demoz, son of Solus, one of the inheritors of all things, and more importantly, I'm going to eat you. Demoz, your routine is quite old-fashioned. Mark's voice rang out. Immediately after, a sandbag-sized fist descended from above, accompanied by a chain of lightning. Boom! Demoz was ruthlessly smashed down, breaking countless floors along the way. Super Spider's spider sense-induced headache finally eased. Gasping for breath, he looked at Mark and asked, Thank you. Who are you? Mark extended his hands, showing off his battle attire. I am Spider-Man from another world. The guy over there is a supervillain who has hunted countless parallel universe Spider-Men like you and me. Spider-Man suddenly realized, no wonder my spider sense was so intense. So, what do we do? Take him down. Mark grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. Exactly. I'm here to see if I can take him down. Reaching out, he grabbed a partially damaged combat robot from the side. Herbert, can you hear me? After a brief silence, a voice full of suspicion emanated from the communication device of the combat robot. Who are you, and how do you know about me? Herbert Edgar Wendham was the name used by the High Evolutionary in human times. Since coming from Earth to this planet, he hadn't used it again, and few, like Spider-Man and John Jameson, who came from Earth to the Counter-Earth, knew about his past. The High Evolutionary in this world was quite lackluster, and the overall story was somewhat different from others, but in terms of origin, it should be similar. So, of course, Mark knew. Hehe, Mark chuckled lightly. Regardless of how I know, let's have a little cooperation. Humph, do mere humans dare to talk about cooperation with the great High Evolutionary? The High Evolutionary sneered. Oh, then how about I take my little friend here away first? When that guy down there finishes eating all the people on your planet, I'll come back. If I remember correctly, you transformed yourself into a centipede, right? Maybe he'll like it, chicken-flavored, crispy. Mark said casually. On the other end, the High Evolutionary's forehead dripped with cold sweat. In front of him were 2 huge screens. One was the real-time monitoring image obtained through observation satellites, showing Demoz easily defeating almost all the Wound-Daggery Knights and combat robots with just a few punches and kicks. And the other was a static portrait of Demoz. No, there was now an additional one, depicting Mark and Spider-Man standing together. Darn it, who are these 2, and why is there no information about them in the database? Are they from the Earth over there again? The High Evolutionary's mind raced. Hearing Mark's words, he was shocked. It seemed the issue wasn't about who these 2 people were anymore but how to survive in the hands of the man who had destroyed almost half the city. Moreover, although he was still unsure of their identities, he could tell that the guy dressed similarly to Spider-Man should be on their side. And it was evident that the other individual, who had been causing relentless destruction and slaughter since appearing, was the opponent. I agree. How do you want to cooperate? After contemplating for a moment, the High Evolutionary asked. Mark said, order your robot army to evacuate all the people from the city, leave this place, as far away as possible. As for your psychic attack ability, why not join the battle? The High Evolutionary's heart skipped a beat. Even Tiger and the others were unaware of his psychic attack ability. Fine, I agree, I'll rush over immediately, the High Evolutionary replied. Mark reminded, pay attention, I said people, including both humans and the animal people. I understand. The High Evolutionary realized that his thoughts were completely seen through by the other side. From Mark's words, he deduced that this battle might escalate significantly. Out of disdain for humanity, he had considered exterminating them altogether. Unexpectedly, Mark made this demand. Now, if he tried anything fishy and Mark found out, Mark would just leave him, leaving him at the mercy of his fate. Reluctantly, the High Evolution obediently issued the orders. Subsequently, combat robot squadrons and flying vehicles from various locations in New York City mobilized. Under the control of the central computer, they rushed to rescue people on the city streets. There was no need to worry about finding people. To enhance control over humans, the High Evolutionary implanted chips with tracking functions into each human body, making it easy to locate them using computers. Meanwhile, the High Evolutionary boarded a flying vehicle and headed to the central battleground. The battle reignited. Demoz, who had been smashed down by Mark's punch, only remained still for 0.5 seconds before reacting. He then jumped upward through the hole, layer by layer. After leaping more than 30 floors, he finally returned to his original location. Soon after, he spotted Mark. It's you? Demoz was surprised, then delighted. I didn't expect you to follow me here. His enthusiasm towards Mark even surpassed that towards Gwen. Mark felt a chill. My girlfriend doesn't even look at me like that. You're disgusting, you know. Ignoring Mark's words completely, Demoz was extremely excited. I'll never forget your scent. Quick, let me devour you. His tone was akin to that of a pervert spotting a flirtatious lady. With excitement, he growled and lunged towards Mark. Even the super spider emitting a spider totem fragrance nearby was forgotten. Mark was speechless. He slid his feet, forming fists and palms, assuming a combat stance. I've been itching to beat you up for revenge. Boom! Their fists clashed fiercely, producing a tremendous sound that startled even the still-reacting super spider. The building beneath them couldn't bear the strain and instantly collapsed. The three fell from this floor together. Amidst the smoke, the battle erupted in full force. Mark employed all he had learned in martial arts, continuously clashing with Damon. Although Demos appeared burly, his combat experience was extensive, matching his exceptional physique. After all, inheritors of the family couldn't fly and lacked energy attack capabilities. Their strength lay in their outstanding physical attributes and the combat experience amassed over the years. Hence, they were adept at countering superheroes like Spider-Man, who relied on physical abilities for close combat. Mark's combat experience wasn't as vast because his power had grown too rapidly, leading to an ever-expanding arsenal of combat techniques. This departure from the traditional Spider-Man became evident after his initial encounters in the Ultimate Spider and Toby Spider worlds. Now, facing a genuine martial arts master like Demos, Mark quickly found himself at a disadvantage. He suffered several blows from Demos' several hundred-ton fists. While Mark's physique was robust, his recovery abilities were several times that of an ordinary Spider-Man. Thus, the minor injuries were inconsequential. Mark's main concern was to guard against Demos' mouth. Inheritors relied on their mouths and eyes on their heads to absorb the power of the totem. As long as they avoided direct confrontation, they wouldn't be drained in an instant. In this battle, Mark's combat experience and skill were rapidly evolving. Boom! Demos landed another punch on Mark, shattering a portion of his nanotech armor. Mark's body shot out like a cannonball, stabilizing at least 500 to 600 meters away. Demos was about to advance. At this moment, the super spider finally found an opportunity to intervene. He reached out and fired several strands of webbing, sticking them to Demos' face and hands. "Hey, buddy, did you forget I'm still here?" the super spider called out. Demos casually brushed away the webbing, glaring menacingly at the super spider. "Little bug, wait patiently. I'll deal with him first, then come for you." The super spider wasn't surprised. Having his webbing torn off by enemies wasn't a rare occurrence. He shouted, "Oh, your words break my heart. Am I only worthy as a dessert? Shouldn't I be at least a side dish?" Saying this, he once again used his webbing to stick a piece of cement pillar nearby, spun around several times, and precisely hurled it towards Demos in midair. Demos, who was eagerly closing in on Mark, was infuriated after being struck. He vigorously brushed away the rocks and cement covering him, ferociously pouncing towards the super spider. "Since you're so eager to die, let me grant your wish." Mid-charge, Demos suddenly encountered a portal circle in front of him. On the other side was Mark. Mark crouched slightly, his right hand clenched into a fist. "Take this shit." Zap. Accompanied by an electric surge, his punch fiercely struck Demos' face, abruptly halting his momentum, forcing him to retreat several steps. At that moment, the teleportation gate in front of him disappeared, replaced by a new one behind Demos. "Let's try this again." Mark kicked Demos' buttocks, sending him forward, countering his backward momentum. "Damn it!" Demos roared as he turned around. However, this teleportation gate also vanished immediately. Soon after, a new gate appeared above Demos' head. A wicked grin formed on Demos' lips. He clenched his right fist, swinging it upwards. Yet, Mark wasn't at the other end of this teleportation gate. Damon's right hand was directly severed at the elbow. "Ah!" Demos let out a piercing scream. Mark's figure appeared in the distance, arms crossed. "Is that all?" Demos' gaze turned icy. "You've angered me, bug." And then, Mark shrugged. After clashing with Demos this time, Mark realized that his physical strength was now almost on par with Damon's. Moreover, by utilizing his powers over space-time and quantum energy in conjunction, he could easily outmaneuver Demos. This opponent, who was once a formidable foe, had quickly become someone Mark could defeat in a short time. "Then, I'll just kill you." Mark clenched his fists and struck them together in front of him. In the next moment, 3 teleportation gates appeared around Damon. Demos' vigilance peaked, yet the next moment, all 3 gates unleashed a Mark. "What?" Demos exclaimed in shock. His surprise caused a slight delay in his reaction, only enough time to throw a punch to the figure beside him. As a result, that figure instantly transformed into a ball of lightning, causing a slight numbing effect on him. The real Mark's fist had already smashed into Demos' face, hurling him into the cement ground. The tremendous force, coupled with Demos' sturdy body, made the nearby ground tremble as if in an earthquake. "Die!" Mark shouted loudly, his left hand instantly transforming into a lightning sword, ruthlessly piercing into Demos' head. Blood and brain matter that is supposed to splash everywhere wasn't able to, as it was directly evaporated by the high temperature of the electricity. Demos' eyes widened in anger, and the next moment, his life force rapidly faded away. Super Spider-Man leaped over from a distance, looking surprised at Demos' body. "You finished him off just like that." Mark lifted Demos' body, weighing it in his hand and shook his head. "It's not that simple. These guys have countless cloned bodies, they can revive infinitely. Kill the High Evolutionary and let's leave." "What? Why kill the High Evolutionary?" The Super Spider was initially surprised by the Inheritance family's infinite resurrection ability, then more so after hearing Mark's next statement. Mark glanced at him and explained, "Because I can see the future fate." "The future fate?" The Super Spider still wore a surprised expression. Mark nodded. This Spider-Man's animated series suffered poor viewership due to a series of issues such as mixed airing times and was eventually cancelled after just 13 episodes. However, the comic version provided a complete storyline. In the first season, corresponding to episodes 1 to 13 of the animated series, the Super Spider and the Rebel Army successfully prevented the outbreak of the Synoptic, defeating the High Evolutionary and the Woundaggery Knights. Afterward, the High Evolutionary departed, the Woundaggery Knights disbanded, and the Lord Tiger, along with the human rebel led by John Jameson, formed a new government. Then, after a series of battles, such as the massacre of the two symbiotes merging, the three sisters of the Counter-Earth's Black Cat, and Counter-Earth's Black Panther, the beasts and humans of the Counter-Earth finally accepted each other and lived in harmony. However, the High Evolutionary and Ram suddenly returned to Counter-Earth, becoming extremely powerful and almost nullifying the Super Spider's long-standing efforts. After an intense battle, the Super Spider managed to defeat them again, and together with John Jameson, returned to Earth and reunited with Mary Jane. So now, wouldn't it be worthwhile to seize the opportunity to help the Super Spider take down the ultimate boss, the High Evolutionary? The Super Spider shook his head repeatedly. No, it's better not to. The High Evolutionary is despicable, but is it necessary to kill him? Although he was grateful for Mark coming to save him, he seemed to have some reservations about Mark's brutal methods of killing. His resistant attitude slightly surprised Mark. He rarely saw such emotions before, especially in Spider-Man. Perhaps because the Spider-Men he encountered were either greatly admiring him, like the Circus Spider, or had limited experiences, like the Toby Spider and the Andrew Spider, or had a compatible temperament, like the Spider Noir and the Spider Punisher. Due to these reasons, his way of defeating enemies in front of them didn't evoke any extreme reactions. However, it was apparent that the Super Spider, a traditional Spider-Man with mature experience and a very kind heart, showed a slightly unacceptable attitude towards Mark's actions, which wasn't surprising. Mark shrugged. If that's the case, it's up to you. So, do you want to join me in this war to save many parallel universe buddies? The Super Spider nodded firmly. Of course. Mark reached out his free hand, placed it on the Super Spider's shoulder, focused his thoughts, and together they left this world. When the High Evolutionary arrived at the scene, observing the completely devastated New York district, he fell into contemplation. The power of humans was unexpectedly terrifying. He felt he should advance his plan to eliminate humanity. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He found a severed arm on the ground. It belonged to that powerful human. Dash. Swoosh! Mark and the Super Spider appeared in his world. Afterward, he directly threw the Super Spider over to the Spider Noir and the others, knowing they'd manage with Spider Sense. Once he placed the Super Spider, Mark, carrying Demos's body, swiftly arrived in the Ultimate Spider's world. Inside a vast underground research facility. Originally the underground research lab of Fisk Industries, it was later occupied by Lady Octopus. Eventually, it became Lady Octopus and the Ultimate Spider's Research Institute for developing a nuclear radiation weapon against the Inheritors. Upon arriving, Mark quickly located Lady Octopus and Dr. Octavius, both caught up in the friction of what could be termed as a romantic spark. He tossed Demos's body onto an empty lab table, the body weighing over a ton, causing the table to creak under the pressure. Dr. Octavius frowned, feeling a bit irritated at being interrupted in his flirtations with his beloved. Glancing at the massive body on the table, larger than an average brown bear, he looked at Mark and asked, "Who is this? This is a physics lab, not a biology lab, let alone a morgue. Can you please refrain from bringing corpses in here?" Lady Octopus, however, was thrilled. She briskly walked up to Demos's body, pushed up the goggles on her forehead, and began to run her hands over Demos's body. Wow, where did this body come from? Whose body is this? The biological structure is so peculiar. Mark explained, this is the body of one of the inheritors named Demos. I just slaughtered him, thinking it might be of some help to your research. Wasn't the inheritor's family supposed to be extremely powerful? And yet, you managed to kill one. Lady Octopus looked at Mark in astonishment. Mark smiled confidently. Obviously, I'm stronger. Mark, a tender voice came from behind. Mark turned around, and Gwen immediately rushed into his arms. Gwen, taking the initiative, planted a kiss on Mark's cheek but remained hanging on to Mark without letting go. Ahem, everyone's watching. Mark coughed lightly. Gwen lifted her chin proudly. So what? Can't I hang on to my boyfriend? Or do you have other women outside? What? How could you even think like that, Gwen? Mark gave her a firm kiss. All right, stop teasing. Finally, Gwen relented, stepped down from Mark, and asked, "Did you fight with a very powerful enemy?" Mark was surprised. "How did you know?" Gwen furrowed her brow. "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but it seems that whenever you have strong emotional fluctuations, I have a special sense. Just now and yesterday, I sensed 2 intense emotional fluctuations from you, and I knew you must have encountered a very powerful enemy. Earlier and yesterday." Mark was amazed. That coincided with the moment he went to Universe 982 to save Mary Jane Watson Parker and when he encountered Demos in the Super Spider's world. But what was this? Unification of hearts while they weren't even married yet? Mark subconsciously glanced at his web of fate, noticing Gwen's position at the top seemed somewhat different compared to others. Perhaps it's because of this, he pondered. He gently touched Gwen's smooth and pretty face, saying, "It's okay, the person has already been taken care of by me. See, I brought the body back, just waiting for the doctors to dissect it." Dr. Octavius rolled his eyes. Come on, we are physicists, not biologists. Could you please get it straight?" Mark chuckled. "Oh come on, it's all for research purposes. It doesn't make a huge difference." All right, Dr. Octavius impatiently said. "You, lad, are a busy man. You didn't just come here to drop off this corpse, did you?" What escapes Dr. Octavius's notice? Mark smiled. "Due to my repeated actions, our issues with the inheritors have escalated. So, I was thinking it might be best to bring Gwen and the others to my headquarters. Earlier concerns about Gwen's safety arose due to the lack of fighting force on their side. But now, not only were several powerful Spider-Men gathered there, but Mark's own abilities had also greatly improved. This made his side somewhat safer than the Ultimate Spider's side. Naturally, he wanted to take Gwen back there. However, after inquiring, he quickly learned that Miles was still in class. Thus, figuring out how to bring him from this world was a bit of a headache. At this point, Miles wasn't the future version of himself yet. He hadn't been through countless battles, hadn't met the Ultimate Spider-Woman Jessica Drew, and hadn't lost his mother due to a battle. He was still just a high school kid. The good news was, Mark previously saved his uncle, the Prowler. If his uncle stepped in to request leave from school, perhaps. Thinking ahead, Mark began searching for the Prowler's whereabouts. Meanwhile, at the cloning facility of Earth 802, a clone body of Deimos suddenly opened its eyes. His eyes darted around, realizing he had been resurrected. Remembering being ambushed by someone stopping his hunt for the Scion and being directly taken out by Mark, his face darkened instantly. Bang! The precious clone chamber was forcefully pushed open, and Deimos landed in the adjacent corridor. Warren, one of the three heads of this clone laboratory, approached, holding a prepared set of clothes. "Lord Deimos, the energy replenishment meal has been prepared for you. Would you like to eat something first?" Deimos took the clothes and draped them over himself, fiercely saying, "No. Where is Genix? Take me to him." "Lord Genix and Lord Brix recently returned to Universe 001, Warren respectfully replied. Deimos was taken aback. "Brix? How did he come over here? Does he also?" Warren nodded, saying, "Not long ago, Lord Brix was also resurrected once. Seems like he encountered some trouble. He didn't feel particularly nervous, after all, the inheritors had been resurrected before." Deimos's expression darkened. "I understand." With that, he turned and plunged into the teleportation gate behind him, leaving this universe. Warren paused for a moment, smiling. Lord Deimos's fiery personality is truly unchangeable. Saying this, he immediately called a few robot guards to clean up the clone chamber destroyed by Deimos, muttering about Deimos being quite wasteful. These clone chambers and nutrient solutions were quite valuable. Weaving World Earth 001. Named for housing the Weaver Master, this world became the headquarters of the Inheritors after the Inheritor family took control of the Master Weaver. However, in reality, the Inheritors seldom stayed here. They were always busy hunting and consuming Spider-Men in various worlds. Today, within the magnificent palace constructed, several inheritors had gathered. Genix, Brix, Bora, Verna, and Morlun. As Deimos entered the familiar hall where the family often gathered, he was astonished to find that, apart from himself and the exiled Karn, all his other siblings had already assembled here. "Deimos, you've returned too," Genix greeted him first. Deimos found a chair to sit in, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his brothers and sisters. He questioned, "Is father planning a banquet? But I didn't receive any notification." He looked towards the main seat, but their father Solus was nowhere in sight. The extraordinary thought popped into his mind. Could it be that? Genix interlocked his fingers, resting them on the table, and asked, "Deimos, brother, I heard you recently died too. Who did you encounter?" Deimos's expression darkened. "You seem to be well informed." Genix chuckled. "After all, it's my company. You haven't said yet, what happened exactly?" Deimos remained silent, his face shadowed. He soon noticed that sitting across from him, Brix also wore a grim expression, as if everyone owed him money. A thought struck him. Brix. Brix turned to Deimos, forcing a smile, but his face remained dark. Beside them, Bora sneered. Brix was taken out by some unknown bug that appeared out of nowhere. How embarrassing? Ha ha ha. Though twins and often operating together, Bora and Brix constantly mocked and ridiculed each other, never missing a chance to taunt. That was the nature of the inheritors. Deimos's complexion worsened at the comment. He had a gut feeling that whoever killed Brix was possibly the same person who had killed him. Morlun tapped the table with his finger. "Not long ago, I encountered someone in a certain universe, quite powerful. He could even conceal the totem's aura." Deimos was surprised. Was he someone wearing a metallic outfit? Metallic outfit. Morlun pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, he wore very casual attire." "Brother, did you encounter him too?" Genix was somewhat astonished. Watching Deimos's reaction, he seemed to have an inkling. With a grim expression, Deimos nodded. "Exactly, and I met him in 2 worlds. First in Universe 982, where he stopped me from taking the Scion, then in Universe 751,263, he killed me." "What? How is that possible?" Genix and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Deimos was one of the strongest among them. The fact that he could be killed was shocking? Verna puzzled. Did he set up a trap? Demos shook his head. Bora asked, did he bring many people? Demos raised a finger. Just one. Morlun gasped, you actually lost in a one-on-one fight. Demos glared fiercely at him. Being killed in the first place had already soured his mood, and now having his wound mercilessly exposed made him even more displeased. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room turned somber. After a moment of contemplation, Genix spoke up, why don't we awaken father? Let him deal with that person. Demos growled, go for father? Genix, are you still a child? Getting beaten up and calling for the grown UPS. Genix's expression turned cold. Then, dear brother, what do you suggest? Morlun chimed in, father is resting. No need to disturb him. But we can't let someone like that roam around disrupting our plans. In my opinion, let's bring our hunting dogs and have some fun with them. Verna's eyes sparkled, a smile creeping onto her face. Hehehe, Morlun's suggestion is good. I've recruited some hunting dogs from a few worlds. I'll take them out to see their training results. Oh, and my Vulture Legion is in Universe 94, capturing a little spider for me. A smile tugged at Morlun's lips. My legion has also expanded to over 500 members. They're quite useful. Genix shrugged. In that case, I can assign some of my clone guards for your use. Demos glanced at them. In the past, he would have mocked these individuals as idle and bored. He always believed that true power stemmed from oneself, not from meddling in trivial matters. Verna's so-called hunting dogs were actually superpowered heroes or infamous villains she captured from various worlds while hunting spider totems. Naturally, the majority were villains. Superheroes tended to have stronger convictions, making them less trainable. Convincing superpowered villains was a much easier task. Hence, among her forces were about 50 individuals in the Hunting Dog Legion, comprising Rhino Hounds, Craven Hounds, Green Goblin Hounds, and others. She also had a Vulture Legion with around 20 members from different worlds. Verna subjected these once unruly individuals to chains, muzzles, brainwashing, and training, transforming them into ferocious hunting dogs. Whenever she went hunting, she'd select a few of these dogs to accompany her, creating a grandiose spectacle. On the other hand, Morlun's Legion, the Namura Legion, was a mechanized biological force, composed of individuals with modified mechanical exoskeletons. However, he hadn't entirely completed this legion yet. It was currently in Earth 31411, hunting down that world's Spider-Man, Armored Spider-Man Aaron Aikman. Genix's clone guards were stationed at his clone company in Earth 802, all genetically modified humans. While individually not exceptional, they possessed modern equipment and decent combat prowess. But now, Demos smirked, well then, siblings, gather your armies. Let's make some waves. Earth 31411. In this world, there's a laboratory with top-tier medical facilities and cutting-edge technology called the Akigami Medical Center. The owner of this institute, Kaori Akigami, is a talented medical practitioner and surgeon. She also has expertise in specialized mechanical engineering, robotics, and prosthetic technology. Aaron Aikman is one of the scientists at the Akigami Medical Center, specializing in medical applications of insect venom. At the age of 20, Kaori Akigami's daughter, Hannah, got into a car accident. Although she survived, her brain suffered irreversible damage, leaving her in a vegetative state. Kaori couldn't accept this, so she relinquished control of the medical center and dedicated herself entirely to researching her daughter's recovery. It was during this time that Aaron lent a helping hand, spending a considerable amount of time alongside Kaori, researching a cure for Hannah. During this period, their relationship grew closer, even surpassing the boundaries of a mere mentor-student relationship. Until one day, Kaori changed suddenly. She moved her daughter into a separate department and informed Aaron that she no longer required his assistance. After that, their relationship gradually deteriorated, and his visits to her became infrequent. At the age of 24, Aaron underwent an experimental therapy he secretly developed, resequencing his DNA with that of a transgenic spider, granting him superhuman abilities. Shortly after, he encountered the first supervillain in his life, the Red-Eye. Red-Eye, originally named Rick Landris, was an astronaut involved in a manned space mission to Jupiter's moon. During the mission, their spacecraft was struck by cosmic radiation, causing Rick's escape pod to crash into Jupiter. However, he didn't perish. Instead, he acquired the ability to create massive storms and hurricanes. He dubbed himself Red-Eye and returned to Earth seeking revenge on everything. To counter him, Aaron designed an armor for himself, a helmet with a series of sensors and miniature displays designed similar to a spider's multiple eyes, a gauntlet-mounted spider silk ammunition cylinder and web shooter, a neuroimpulse venomous stinger attached to his belt, and jet-propelled boots on his feet, among others. He even had a spider battle car modified from a motorcycle. With his exceptional intelligence and this advanced equipment, he defeated the Red-Eye and earned the title Armored Spider-Man. Afterward, he continuously upgraded his equipment, defeating numerous villains that emerged incessantly. Until a year ago, a semi-mechanical woman named Namura appeared. She was a new supervillain and immensely powerful. Her entire body was made of alloy, with a peculiar apparatus resembling a diving breather on her mouth. She repeatedly kidnapped people in the city and effortlessly defeated him. His webbing couldn't restrain her, and the neural venom had no effect whatsoever. As the armored Spider-Man lay defeated on the ground, Namur spoke coldly, "I passed through that doorway from the darkness. More like me are lying in wait, and you, little spider, will become their appetizer. This world will fall. As she declared this almost like a proclamation of victory, the armored Spider-Man seized the opportunity and knocked her down, then used the chance to slip away. The armored Spider-Man didn't give up, though he lost the recent battle. He collected a lot of data during the fight. After shaking off Namura, he returned to his laboratory, made some adjustments to his equipment, changed the ionizer and moisturizer in his web fluid, fine-tuned the liquid crystal orientation, nuclear magnetic resonance spectrum, and more details, ultimately creating a more targeted biological webbing. If my compressor tubes don't clog, Namura won't escape from this new webbing. The armored Spider-Man confidently filled his armor with the newly crafted web fluid solution. As he upgraded his gear, preparing to head out to settle the score with Namura, there came a knock on his door. Opening it, the armored Spider-Man was surprised to find Kaori Akigami, who had gradually distanced herself from him. Contrary to her usual demeanor, Kaori embraced Aaron Aikman, attempting to rekindle their relationship. However, when he inquired about why she had distanced herself, she angrily left. Despite wanting to pursue her, Aaron had to suppress the thought, knowing Namura was still wreaking havoc in the city. He returned to his room, donned his armor once more, transforming back into the armored Spider-Man. Even if I'm alone, I'll still suppress this tide of crime. As long as I'm alive, evil will be vanquished. The armored Spider-Man encouraged himself with words, trying not to dwell on Kaori Akigami. Activate dynamic surveillance mode. Ignore ground activity. Monitor all police radio frequencies. Audio off. Display any information related to Namura on the head-mounted display. The armored Spider-Man issued a series of commands. The intelligent assistance system installed in his armor immediately began executing the instructions. Various surveillance devices he had previously placed throughout the city also commenced their operation. With the aid of numerous technological means, he indeed identified a problem. In the southern part of the city, a creature covered in armor with its lower body comprised of 4 mechanical spider legs was leaping rapidly between buildings. Though it appeared to be Namura from the attire, for some reason, the armored Spider-Man felt this Namura was somewhat different from the one he had faced before. This one seemed bulkier than Namura. Nevertheless, this Namura was holding an unconscious person in her grasp. Regardless of whether this was Namura or not, it was best to intervene. The armored Spider-Man activated the propulsion system in his boots, propelling himself hundreds of meters with each leap. Soon, he arrived near the location of the detector. Taking advantage of Namura's distraction, the armored Spider-Man launched himself, crashing forcefully into the opponent. Namura was knocked off the high-rise building, losing her grip on the person she held as they both fell in different directions. Quickly shooting webs, the armored Spider-Man managed to rescue the victim. Mark the location, inform the authorities an individual attacked by Namura has been rescued but remains unconscious. Please hurry to the marked location. After sending the message, he immediately rushed towards the direction where Namura had fallen. Having finally traced her location, he was determined not to lose sight of her. As he vaulted over the wall to the other side, the armored Spider-Man didn't find the figure of Namura on the ground. Just as he was pondering, preparing to activate the detector, his spider sense kicked in. Several figures pounced from all directions. The armored Spider-Man was taken aback. This is actually a trap? And why are there so many Namuras? Could it be that Namura is an organization? 1, 2, 3, 4. There were a staggering 6 Namuras, surrounding the armored Spider-Man from all directions. Without much time to think, the armored Spider-Man shot a web downward, swiftly following the web's pull as he plummeted. He didn't want to be caught in a group fight. If there was a fight, he had to figure out a way to tackle them one by one. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst a series of rapid noises, a few Namuras used the mechanical spider legs on their lower bodies to tread on the walls of the building, swiftly rushing down. What principle is this? The armored Spider-Man, seeing this through his detector's screen, was utterly astonished. Mid-air, he spun around, instantaneously shooting out several webs, weaving them into a shimmering blue giant net. 3 Namuras didn't break and immediately crashed into the web, getting entangled into a bundle. The remaining 3, slightly lagging behind, swiftly maneuvered around the web from different sides and continued their pursuit downward. The armored Spider-Man had been closely monitoring the effect of the web. When he noticed the 3 trapped Namuras struggling but unable to free themselves, a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he executed an upward swing, forcibly changing his direction and charging towards those Namuras. Assisted by the new type of web, the armored Spider-Man effortlessly subdued the remaining 3 Namuras as well. He bound all 6 individuals with the webbing and laid them on the ground. Namurage, it's all over. The armored Spider-Man walked up to one of them. The terror you've brought to this city has lasted long enough. Now, tell me, where have you taken the people you've abducted? Do you have any more accomplices? He forcefully removed the metal mask from the face of the Namura in front of him. What? You're not Namura. He was stunned when he saw the face underneath. Wait, I recognize you, you're one of the victims? But why? Suddenly alarmed, he hurried to the others, removing their metal masks one by one, only to discover that all of these people were among those who had disappeared throughout the year. This meant a terrible feeling crept into the armored Spider-Man's heart. If every abducted person had been transformed into such Namuras, did this imply that the hundreds of people who had gone missing over the past year meant there could be hundreds of these monsters? As he was contemplating this uncertainty, the 6 Namuras he had subdued began to speak in unison. There are many more like us, countless. Your efforts are futile. Your victory is an illusion. You're the one who let the spiders into your body, right? Ha ha ha. When we passed through that door from the darkness, we saw it. Death is approaching you in the channel where 2 worlds converge, Spider-Man. You won't become their hero, humanity will perish, and this world will ultimately become the base for our Namuras. Degree. Could you imagine 6 people, with only half of their normal bodies left, looking dispirited, suddenly surrounding you, staring at you, repeatedly uttering the same chilling words? This scene, to say the least, was terrifying. Even the armored Spider-Man, despite his bravery, was startled by their actions. Then, a hint of anger rose within him. These individuals, though former victims, now seemed like perpetrators from their appearance, and here they were, boasting. A fierce resolve ignited within him. He grabbed the jaw of one male Namura in front of him and demanded, "Speak. Who is behind you? Where is your base?" Ha ha ha. The male Namura laughed heartily. Another Namura nearby shouted, "The Great Master is crossing through that door from the darkness. You're doomed, Spider-Man." A thought raced through the armored Spider-Man's mind. Could the mastermind be about to appear? What does it mean to cross through that door from the darkness? Suddenly, his spider sense started violently trembling. What? What is this? The armored Spider-Man tensed his entire body. He sensed a great terror rapidly approaching, like a heavy storm cloud bearing down on him, suffocating him. Crack. Suddenly, a dazzling light portal appeared behind the armored Spider-Man. "A bunch of useless beings who can't even catch a spider, leaving me no choice but to come in person." Morlun stepped out of the light portal, his voice cold. "Who are you?" The armored Spider-Man suppressed his wildly alert spider sense, turning to face Morlun. Morlun rubbed his forehead with his hand. Who am I?" This question again. "I've had the same conversation with countless versions of you across numerous worlds countless times. Such a nuisance. But you're just someone who'll soon become my meal. Why waste words?" Morlun lunged towards the armored Spider-Man. To the armored Spider-Man's surprise, the previously infallible spider sense was now ineffective. Faced with Morlun's attack, he had to rely solely on his combat experience rather than the instinct triggered by the spider sense. This was unprecedented. "Oh, seems like you have some skills," Morlun smirked. "Perfect, let's take my legion of Namura for a stroll." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned white, emitting a faint glow. Simultaneously, following his command, figures broke out of a laboratory at the nearby Akigami Medical Center. Each figure was a Namura. Evidently, this was Morlun's Namura Legion created in this world. Each Namura had their lower body amputated, replaced by prosthetic limbs resembling mechanical spider legs, while wearing a mouthpiece similar to a diving respirator on their heads. In reality, this mouthpiece was a neural control device connected to the brain's nerves. With this device, they could achieve mental control over the members of the Namura Legion. This was similar to Verna's hounds. However, Verna's hounds followed an elite route, and each hound, in their respective worlds, was a supervillain capable of causing havoc. Meanwhile, Morlun's Namura Legion was a mass-produced force. From a distance, he manipulated this world, invaded the body of Kaori Akigami's daughter, Hana Akigami. He then used this body to control Kaori, leveraging the Akigami Medical Center's mechanical exoskeletons and biotechnology to create this half-mechanical army for him. Individually, their combat prowess might not match Verna's hounds, but their numbers were vast, and he didn't care about their deaths. Because they could be mass-produced? With the Namura Legion's uprising, the city immediately plunged into a massive crisis. Namuras, half-mechanical beings, wreaked havoc everywhere. They selected some robust individuals fitting the modification criteria and abducted them to the Akigami Medical Center. Wherever they went, a trail of slaughter followed, and the city echoed with cries of agony. Law enforcement swiftly reacted, but conventional firearms were utterly ineffective against these half-mechanical beings. It often took several officers to barely contain a single Namura. The city's police force was already stretched thin, and the absence of Armor Spider-Man, who usually assisted in such crises, made matters worse. Utilizing his detectors and familiarity with the city, Armor Spider-Man narrowly escaped Morlun's clutches multiple times. However, he couldn't entirely shake off the latter's pursuit. Morlun calmly chased after him, his eyes faintly glowing. Dealing with Mark, who managed to kill Demos and Bricks in the prolonged hunting life of the Inheritor family, didn't pose much pressure. Deaths were not unfamiliar in their line of work. Often, a few siblings together could take down an opponent in such situations. If needed, their father, Solus, was also there. Therefore, Morlun continued to leisurely play the cat-and-mouse game, simultaneously admiring the havoc wreaked by his half-mechanical army in this world. Yes, that's it. Destroy to your heart's content. Hearing the cries from all around, Morlun couldn't help but smirk. He immensely enjoyed this unparalleled sense of pleasure. No wonder Verna always enjoys hunting with her hounds. It's precisely this feeling. Some rejoice while others suffer. Morlun's joy was evidently built upon the suffering of Armor Spider-Man. As he fled, Armor Spider-Man encountered numerous Namura half-mechanicals rampaging and abducting people. But he dared not pause because Morlun was hot on his heels, flying at a steady pace. If he slowed down even slightly, that guy would catch up. The feeling of helplessness, being unable to assist them, left Armor Spider-Man somewhat despairing. Simultaneously, there was an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. What should I do to end all of this? Buzz. His spider senses stirred again. Instinctively, Armor Spider-Man looked towards the direction of the sensation and witnessed an unforgettable scene. A figure abruptly appeared atop a nearby skyscraper. Mark's eyes squinted slightly. The moment he arrived, he sensed what was unfolding in the city. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and raised it high into the sky. Boom! Crack! Radiant silver serpents descended from the sky. Guided by tremendous mental strength, precise lightning strikes hit every Namur half-mechanical who was idle or en route to destruction. Just this one move resulted in more than half of Morland's Namur Legion being devastated. Noticing this, Morland's expression darkened. He swiftly turned to Mark. Are you this world's Thor? Thor? Of course not. I'm still not that strong, but... Mark tipped his toes and appeared next to Morlan. Morlan, you seem to have forgotten a lot. You've even forgotten this, dear Olmi. That voice sounds familiar. It's you? The Dimension Traveler from Universe 311 who stopped me. Morlan exclaimed, shocked. Wait, does this mean you're also the one who killed Demos and Bricks? Mark said, you guessed well, but unfortunately, no prize. However, Morlan chuckled, ahaha. We were just about to look for you, didn't expect you to show up voluntarily, so... Mark sensed something and was somewhat surprised. No way, are you trying to call for reinforcements? Morlan paused, and his expression froze. He was a bit annoyed by Mark's sarcasm. Mark continued, tisk, didn't expect this. Morlan, the lawless villain who thinks he's the inheritor of everything, actually needs to call for help to save his own life. Tisk. As he spoke, Mark shook his head slightly. It seemed like he was lamenting Morlan's downfall. Even Morlan, for a moment, felt like his actions were causing significant harm. Immediately, he became somewhat annoyed. Who said I was calling for reinforcements? I'm calling my subordinates. If you can come to help him, I can call my subordinates too, right? Mark nodded seriously. No problem, then go ahead and call. Morlan indeed began to summon his subordinates. The armored Spider-Man looked at Mark, then at Morlan. This eerie atmosphere made him feel somewhat perplexed. Excuse me, who are you? Mark pointed at Morlan. That guy is a villain who freely roams through multiple universes hunting Spider-Man. There are several others like him. Morlan looked at Mark with surprise. He hadn't expected Mark to have some knowledge about their family. Mark glanced at him and smiled. That self-assured look made Morlan frown inwardly. But he didn't dwell on it too much. He continued to summon his half-mechanical Namura subordinates while secretly calling his siblings? Yes. Morlan was ostensibly in contact with his Namura subordinates, but in reality, having witnessed Mark's recent lightning attack, he knew these half-mechanical subordinates couldn't match Mark. So, his real goal was to stall for time and let his siblings arrive? Upon receiving Morlan's signal, Demos, Bricks, and Bora, waiting in the Earth 001 universe, stood up and headed towards this world. Meanwhile, Verna sent her Hound Legion from the Earth 001 universe and simultaneously called back the Vulture army that was hunting Spider-Man in the Earth 94 universe. Simultaneously, Genix brought nearly 100 clone guards from the Earth 802 universe and headed through the portal toward this world. Without any surprises, Mark was about to face the danger of being surrounded by the minions of 6 inheritors and nearly 500 of their followers. However, at this moment, Mark was still chatting and laughing with the armored Spider-Man. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures appeared almost simultaneously from all directions. Mark, who was conversing with the armored Spider-Man, immediately stopped upon seeing this. The armored Spider-Man also sensed something amiss and became instantly alert. Mark's gaze swept over the 3 individuals and then settled on the armored Spider-Man among the 3 newcomers. There's one stronger than this one. Are you afraid? The armored Spider-Man smiled. Afraid? At first, I was quite scared, but what use is fear now? These bastards won't spare me just because I'm afraid, right? Boom! Demos, Bricks, and Bora jumped down from all sides, surrounding Mark and the armored Spider-Man. Upon hearing the armored Spider-Man's words, Bora chuckled. Exactly, your fear is the perfect seasoning for us during meals, isn't that right, Bricks? Bricks. Bora teased her twin brother unconsciously, but she didn't get a response from Bricks. She turned her head only to find her dear twin brother glaring fiercely at someone opposite them, his eyes burning with anger. Bricks gritted his teeth. It's you? It's definitely you. Demos also growled lowly, exuding a murderous aura, directly charging at Mark. You're dead meat. Mark calmly spread his hands. Oh my, aren't you Demos and Bricks? Doesn't death taste awful? Why are you in such a rush to die, growing up so quickly without having your milk? So eager to come here and meet your end. AHH. Bricks was instantly enraged and followed Demos in a charge. However, Mark didn't engage with them at all. He extended his hand, placed it on the armored Spider-Man's shoulder, and activated his ability. If you've got what it takes, come and catch me. Mark chuckled lightly and disappeared. Soon after, an immensely tempting spider totem aura, unique to the Inheritors family, spread from the east side of the city. Morlan looked at his 2 brothers in surprise. Demos, Bricks, could it be that the one who killed you was him? Demos nodded grimly, then swiftly darted towards the source of the aura. Today, I'll definitely kill him. I'll tear his fingers off one by one and leave nothing behind to eat. Bricks' face didn't look any better. Furious and flushed, he flew silently behind Demos, swiftly heading towards where Mark's aura emanated. Morlun and Bora exchanged a glance, mutually puzzled. Bora asked, "Brother Morlun, what should we do?" Morlun replied irritably, "What should we do? Obviously, we follow? These two idiots, having died once already, still rush in so recklessly." He directed the remaining Namuros half-mechanical robots to head in that direction. Simultaneously, he informed what they had discovered and the approaching Genix from their side. Genix was somewhat surprised. Although he had seen Mark's figure when Brix died, he hadn't witnessed who killed Demos. Demos, being proud and arrogant, wouldn't disclose such an embarrassing matter to his siblings. If that's the case, what's his purpose? Genix wondered. Even though he managed to kill Demos alone, he wouldn't think he could challenge all of us alone, right? Morlun also furrowed his brow slightly, feeling something was off. He remembered his first encounter with Mark, a brief confrontation before Mark fled with the spider he saved. Now, Mark was acting so aggressively, as if there were some conspiracy afoot. Wait. Morlun suddenly whispered, seemingly grasping something. What's wrong? Genix asked. Morlun said urgently, "Genix, how many guards are left in your cloning company?" Genix replied, 500 in total. I brought 100, so there are still 400. Why? Morlun swiftly said, "You must return immediately. Go back to your cloning company." Genix initially furrowed his brow, then realized, surprised, "Do you think he's intentionally luring us here and sending those other spiders he saved to destroy our cloning devices?" Exactly. The cloning company and the Master Weaver are our two most crucial places. We don't need to worry about the Weaver. With Father there, no matter how many spiders go, they won't come back. But your cloning company is different. These spiders may be weak, but each possesses some unique ability. You need to be extremely cautious, Morlun stated. Genix understood suddenly. He immediately halted and asked the Master Weaver to create a pathway back. I understand. I'll personally oversee the cloning company. Meanwhile, I'll gather all those enslaved in this world near the company. We'll talk once you've concluded things on your end. Good. Morlun nodded, ending the call. Sensing the tantalizing spider totem aura emanating from Mark in the distance, he smirked. I nearly fell into your trap, but alas, I'm a step ahead. Your delicious life forces, we'll take them. Thinking, his speed increased a few notches. Dash. Meanwhile, Mark chose the eastern side of this city as the battlefield. This area seemed to be under development, with wastelands scattered around and further away, directly connecting to the ocean, plenty of room to unleash some serious action. He turned to look at the armored Spider-Man and said, "You're not fit for the incoming battle. Go help my teammates." Huh? Your teammates? Where are they? The armored Spider-Man looked around puzzled. With a thought, Mark brought the armored Spider-Man to another world. All my teammates are in this world. We'll act together in a while, Mark explained. Afterward, he turned and returned to the Earth 31411 universe. He was the most crucial bait and couldn't stay away for too long. Setting up such a trap for the inheritors wasn't easy. If they left that world, regathering them would become quite challenging. Mark didn't have to wait too long. Demo's figure appeared before him. Demos charged through like a cruise missile, knocking down all the buildings in his path. Mark exclaimed, "So, you can fly? Why didn't you fly the last time we met? Did you lose your mind?" He referred to their encounter in the Spider-Man Unlimited universe. At that time, Demos had been punched down to the depths and had jumped back up layer by layer, not flown directly. Mark assumed Demos couldn't fly. Demos remained silent, clenched his fist, and charged at Mark. Mark, speechless, exchanged a punch with him, saying, "Did you exchange your speaking ability for flight? Sorry for the audacity, but are you the Little Mermaid?" "Oh, my mistake. You're too ugly to be called the Little Mermaid. You should be called the Clownfish." Enraged, Demos growled, launching a sweeping kick toward Mark. Mark jumped, evading the kick. However, the forceful wind carried by the kick still roared out, carving a long trench tens of meters away. Oops, the Clownfish is angry. Giving up your voice for the ability to fly and eagerly rushing to meet the the princess, but alas, not meeting anyone. "My friend, I truly sympathize with your situation," Mark sincerely remarked. "You damn well shut up." Demos, unable to contain his anger, leaped into the air, delivering a series of punches. Dodging left and right, Mark made a whimsical expression of helplessness. Unable to meet the lovely princess, but there's no need to vent on me, right? With your temperament, no girl will like you, and of course, no boy either. F this." Demos cursed furiously, intensifying his attacks. However, due to his extreme anger, his attacks became severely distorted. Moreover, the attacks were too telegraphed, making it effortless for Mark to dodge. At this moment, Brix also arrived and joined the battle. After Mark had knocked away the whip Brix had used before, Brix somehow managed to acquire another one from somewhere. With a swift swing, the whip tried wrapping around Mark. Spider sense didn't work on the inheritors, but Mark had mental strength gained from learning magic. Moreover, this mental strength had grown several times over due to the effects of the Mind Stone. Thus, even without spider sense, Mark dodged with ease. Despite being outnumbered, he didn't seem to fall behind. Upon witnessing this scene, Morlun and Bora were greatly surprised. To be so calm and composed under the combined attack of two inheritors was a rare sight, even after experiencing so many worlds. Morlun even began to doubt his own speculations. He pondered, perhaps Mark genuinely had the confidence to face them alone, which is why he appeared here alone? Bora, on the other hand, didn't dwell on such thoughts. She let out a low growl, her eyes filled with excitement glowing red. Her tongue licked her crimson lips, saying, delicious, truly exquisite. Morlun, I'll go first. I can't wait to pluck a few fingers from him and taste the freshness. With that, she drew several throwing knives from her waist and hurled them at Mark. Meanwhile, Mark swiftly ducked to evade Demo's punch, then opportunistically rammed his shoulder forcefully into Demo's chest, sending him retreating several meters. Next, he made a quick grab with his left hand, seizing Brix's whip. Brix cheered, shouting, I've got him tangled up. However, before he could finish his sentence, Mark's hand transformed into an ionized state. A shimmering blue electrical surge raced down the whip towards Brix. Startled, Brix hurriedly released the whip. With no guidance, the electrical surge diverted. At this moment, the flying knives thrown by Verna arrived. Prepared, Mark swiftly caught two knives, then hurled them one towards Brix and the other towards Demos. The knife struck Demos but, due to his extraordinary physique, it didn't pierce. Instead, it ricocheted off to the side. However, Brix emitted a painful scream. There was a throwing knife lodged in his abdomen. What are you doing, stupid Bora? Brix angrily cursed. After throwing the flying knives, Bora was charging with two more in hand. Upon hearing this, she roared in anger, you're the stupid one, Brix. Why could Demos avoid it, but you couldn't? You big idiot. Morlun, not far away, couldn't help but facepalm. They hadn't even exchanged blows yet, and his team was already bickering? Demos clenched his fists tightly, making a grinding sound. My dear siblings, stop your affectionate play. Get him now, or I won't mind smashing your heads. Yes, Demos. Bora and Brix immediately stopped arguing, stood together, and blocked one side of Mark. With Morlun now joining, the four of them once again formed a triangular formation, besieging Mark at the center. Well, let's give you a proper reception. Demos grinned wickedly and charged again. Mark chuckled and lifted his foot. Boom! A massive force lifted the nearby ground like ripples. Several inheritors quickly ascended, avoiding the dangerous shockwave transmitted through the ground. Petty tricks. Morlun sneered, emitting a sharp shriek as he flew towards Mark. Is that so? Mark coldly chuckled, both hands moving simultaneously, sketching over a dozen circles behind him. Suddenly, Morlun crashed into one of the circles, colliding fiercely with Brix on the other side. When did spiders learn to use dimensional magic? Bora looked surprised at Mark. At that moment, Mark opened a small portal in front of her. Bang! A fist emerged from the portal, landing squarely on her face, distorting her delicate features. I'll kill you, Bora screamed, rushing angrily at Mark. You want to kill me? Demos says he'll kill me, Brix and Morlun too, but I'm just one person. Not enough to go around, what should I do? Mark's voice echoed. He dodged Bora's rapid dual-blade assaults, seemingly lost in thought. Then, with a punch and a palm, he lightly tapped, as if an epiphany struck him. Or how about this? Let's hold a martial arts tournament. I'll host, you guys pair up, fight each other, and pick a champion to face me afterward. Demos, Bora, Brix, and Morlun's attack movements simultaneously paused. Morlun's face darkened, do you think we're fools? Demos blinked, it kind of makes sense. Brix and Bora, Damon, are you serious? Even Mark looked at him with surprise. Then, Mark raised a thumbs up, exclaiming, Demos really knows me, haha. However, Demos grinned evilly, but before that, I think it's better to disable your limbs first. Once we've got you, we'll use the martial arts tournament to decide who gets to enjoy this sumptuous feast. Tisk tisk tisk. Mark smirked, his tone cryptic. So, you're planning on catching me? Clearly, anyone can see how mighty you are, right? Unexpected, with your imposing looks, you just want your siblings to do the groundwork. Tisk tisk tisk. Mark's words made Morlun and the others cast skeptical glances at Demos. Demos felt a bit annoyed, but being not the brightest, he didn't know how to retort. Because what he had just said was exactly what he was thinking. It just didn't come out right once spoken aloud. Morlun sighed. He didn't want his team to start fighting amongst themselves. This delectable food, I suggest we take it back for a feast. I believe father will distribute it fairly among us. Mentioning their father managed to quell the negative thoughts in both Brix and Bora. Even Demos had to reluctantly agree to this plan. Their father Great Solus held an irreplaceable position in their hearts. Subsequently, they regrouped and launched another joint attack on Mark. However, Mark sensed a significant decrease in the coordination between these simple-minded individuals. This further deepened his understanding of the inheritors' selfishness. A simple tactic had caused a rift among them, showcasing how toxic the relationships were among these so-called family members. Unfortunately, that was all he could do at this point. From there on, despite Mark's provocations, the four maintained a restrained approach, tightly entangling him. In truth, Mark's individual combat prowess was only slightly higher than Demos. Previously, Demos was killed by Mark because he hadn't anticipated Mark's ability to use spatial spells, resulting in an arm being severed. After experiencing death once, he clearly learned his lesson. Mark's attempts to sever his body using spatial magic were promptly nullified. Mark found himself helpless in this situation. The inheritors had devoured numerous Spider-Men, gaining the spider sense ability, greatly enhancing their perception. However, the spatial fluctuations caused by using spatial spells were unavoidable. While they could anticipate Mark's attempts to attack them using spatial magic, they couldn't prevent him from using it. Whenever he was surrounded by the four, he would directly use quantum blink to jump several hundred meters away. This elusive technique infuriated the four inheritors, leaving them howling in frustration yet helpless against him. Quick, call Verna over. After another escape by Mark, Demos growled, doesn't she have a few good hunting dogs under her? Hurry, get her to bring them here. Morlun took a step back, temporarily exiting the combat circle. Verna, what are you doing? Where in the hell are you? Damn it, I've encountered several spiders in this world too. I need to kill them first. Verna's voice came from the other side. Demos roared, there might be many ordinary spiders there, but the one here is the best. Verna, dare you not listen to me? Demos' roar, transmitted through Morlun's earpiece, shook Verna to the core. Her expression changed rapidly, shifting between anger and paleness. In the end, she had to temporarily abandon the matter on her side. Watching several diverse Spider-Men surrounded by a large group of vultures and various hunting dogs on the opposite side, she gestured, restraining them. Follow me, little spiders, consider yourselves lucky. The Spider-Man on the other side breathed a sigh of relief. One Spider-Man in red and blue suit high-fived the others. Yes, guys, we made it. Subsequently, he pressed his temple, transmitting this information through the spider sense to the Web of Destiny. This message quickly reached Mark's mind through the Web of Destiny. Mark smiled knowingly. Truly the leader Spider-Man? Yes, the Spider-Man leading the Spider-Punisher, Spider-Girl, Circus Spider, and several other Spider-Men to the 1994 universe was indeed Spider-Man 94. Previously, in the Ultimate Spider-Verse, after finding the Prowler, explaining the stakes, and the Prowler arranging a few days off for Miles at school under his guise as an uncle, Mark delved deeper into the capabilities of the Web of Destiny. He discovered that, under his authorization, Gwen could surprisingly tap into a portion of the Web of Destiny's power. For example, using the Web's power to conceal the Spider Totem aura? This prompted an idea in Mark's mind. He directed Gwen to lead the Ultimate Spiders and Spider Noir to lurk in Earth 802's universe. Due to the concealment of the Web of Destiny, they went unnoticed. Later, he returned to the fractured universe under his control and directly jumped the timeline, arriving in the 1994 Spider universe 1 year later. Although this further shortened the lifespan of the universe he presided over, he gained a mature Spider-Man from Earth 94 with extensive combat experience, a technologically advanced Iron Spider, an Octospider carrying Dr. Octopus's tentacles, a 6-armed Spider-Man perfectly in sync with the mutated genes, and the Earth 94 version of Ben Reilly. A total of 5 elite enhanced Spider-Men? In this altered version orchestrated by Mark, these 5 Spider-Men weren't toyed with like in the original version, where the Spider Carnage spun them around and allowed him to escape. Under the diligent mentorship of Madam Web, the 5 Spider-Men successfully defeated the Spider Carnage, thwarting his plot to destroy the Earth 94 universe. Afterward, Mark assembled these 5, along with the Spider Punisher, Spider Girl, and Circus Spiders, totaling 8, into an elite Spider Strike team. Their mission, to arrive in the Earth 94 universe, rescue its Spider-Man, and dismantle Verna's Vulture Legion as much as possible. As for the story of the Spider-Man in this universe, it wasn't too complex. Overall, it resembled Earth 616's universe. The Spider-Man of this universe was named Ben Reilly. Unlike Ben Reilly of Earth 616, the Ben Reilly of Earth 94, though a clone of this world's Spider-Man, didn't perish by the Green Goblin's hand. After the original Spider-Man, Peter Parker, lost his spider powers and retired, Ben Reilly donned the suit and became this world's Spider-Man. One day, while swinging through the streets as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man as usual, he suddenly witnessed the Vulture causing trouble in the streets. However, this Vulture seemed different from the one he knew. The Vulture he knew might have been ugly, but he wasn't drooling like this one, resembling a complete fool, and had very wrinkled, extremely old-looking skin. Nevertheless, Ben Reilly didn't particularly pay it any mind and just casually greeted this old friend. Vulture? Seriously, how much longer do you plan to keep up this act? Even 007 knows when it's time to retire gracefully. But you're not even 007, just a damn idiot. Faced with his friendly greeting, the Vulture from Earth 94's face began turning angry. I think you should retire to a retirement community. I heard the male-to-female ratio there is 3 to 1. Because, you know, they say men die early. But hey, there's actually a worse way to die than that, you know. The face of Earth 94's Vulture suddenly darkened, appearing rather fierce. You have no idea what fate awaits you, but the lady will soon enlighten you. With a wing flap, he rapidly flew towards Earth 94's Ben Reilly. Ben Reilly extended his hands, shooting a large clump of webbing that enveloped the head of Earth 94's Vulture. Hey, buddy, what's with your teeth? Did the folks in prison fool you into thinking this is trendy now? Come on, they're just messing with you. Finally, Earth 94's Ben Reilly identified what was off about Earth 94's Vulture. Suddenly, all his teeth had been sharpened into pointed fangs, causing his face to distort, and his speech to slur. He probably caught on to some bizarre trend. Buzz. At that moment, Ben Reilly's spider sense tingled. He wants to sharpen his teeth because the lady only feeds them spider essence. A sinister voice echoed. As Earth 94's Ben Reilly dodged, he glanced backward. Behind him, about 20 differently shaped vultures were flying towards him. Among them was a black vulture dressed in black feather clothing resembling a crow, a red vulture in a red leather jacket, a young original green vulture, and a stronger-looking middle-aged original green vulture. What on earth? A bunch of vultures? That's probably the worst band name in history. Earth 94's Ben Reilly quipped, evading the relentless attacks from the vultures. Zoom. A red vulture swiftly approached, seizing the opportunity to bring Earth 94's Ben Reilly crashing down from the sky. With a loud thud, Earth 94's Ben Reilly landed on his back, instantly coughing. Plummeting from over 10 meters high made him feel a jolt through his internal organs. It was rather uncomfortable. Who are you? What are you creatures? Growl, the red vulture snarled, opening its mouth. Its mouth wasn't human but rather, on either side of its cheeks, bulging masses of flesh. It looked somewhat like the visor of a medieval knight's helmet, movable faceplates. Except it was made of flesh. It was quite disgusting. I'm starving. Who? Another black vulture swooped in, saying, I'm so hungry, let me have a bite. A bite? How about this instead? A figure appeared beside Earth 94's Ben Reilly, kicking the red vulture away. Simultaneously, a web shot out, pulling the black vulture up. Earth 94's Ben Reilly stood up, looking at the person who came to his aid. To his surprise, it was someone wearing a Spider-Man suit similar to his brother's, this universe Peter Parker. Previous attire? Thanks, who are you? Earth 94's Ben Reilly asked in confusion. He was certain his good brother had lost his spider powers, and this person didn't quite feel like him. 94 Spider extended his hand, using webs to stick the red vulture to the ground, saying, Hello, I'm a Spider-Man from another universe. You can call me Earth 94 Spider. Though I don't know why he calls me that. With so many partners, it's more convenient this way. Earth 94's Ben Reilly exclaimed, Are you really Spider-Man? From another universe? So, are you also Peter? Earth 94's Spider nodded, Yes, aren't you? When Mark summoned him, he was only told that this world was labeled as Earth 94 but wasn't informed of this world's Spider-Man's true identity, so he naturally assumed the person before him was Peter Parker. Earth 94's Ben Reilly shook his head, I'm a clone of this world's Peter, I'm Ben Reilly. This surprised Earth 94's Spider. Wow, you're also Ben Reilly. Hey, Reilly, you've got a brother here. That last sentence was directed at the 1994 version of Reilly. Meanwhile, the 1994 version of Reilly was battling a heavily built bear vulture. Hearing Earth 94 Spider's shout, he momentarily paused. Thankfully, his spider sense was sharp enough, allowing him to dodge the strike in time. Annoyed, he remarked, Boss, focus on the fight. Don't slow us down, okay? The Spider Punisher caught the black vulture's head with a strand of web and swiftly retracted it. At the same time, the barrel of a shotgun emerged from his left wrist. Bang! The shotgun's immense power, fired at close range, obliterated the black vulture's head into pieces. The Spider Punisher coldly severed the web, allowing the headless corpse to plummet from the building, then resumed seeking the next target. The Iron Spider adapted 2 shoulder-mounted machine guns, firing a burst toward the densely packed Vulture Legion. However, these bullets, specifically downsized for individual combat, had limited impact. Several vultures covered in ammunition chains immediately lifted their wings, and the metallic wings implanted into their bodies deflected all the bullets. Octospider, using his webbing and 4 mechanical tentacles in tandem, quickly subdued one of the vultures. Although Spider-Girl seemed somewhat inexperienced, she cooperated with Circus Spider, engaging in combat amid the urban structures. Despite the legion of vultures numbering over 20, the Spider-Men's side consisted of 9 individuals. For a moment, the battle seemed evenly matched. Among them, the Spider Punisher stood out the most. He wasn't the most powerful among these Spider-Men, nor did he possess equipment comparable to the Iron Spider. However, his ruthlessness was unparalleled. Any vulture caught by his webbing usually met one of 3 outcomes: a large-caliber handgun bullet to the head, a shotgun blast to the skull, or a high-voltage electric shock. In just a few minutes, 3 more vultures fell at his hands. This kind of combat made these vultures, driven only by a desire to kill, feel a chill down their spines. The other Spider-Men also began to cast sidelong glances at him. Is he really a Spider-Man? Is he really Peter? He seems to have a story. The elite Spider team from 1994 universe discussed among themselves. Circus Spider and Spider-Girl had more contact with the Spider Punisher. However, because they weren't villains, the Spider Punisher's attitude towards them was rather kind. Previously, the only thing that made them feel different from him was that during their sparring sessions, the Spider Punisher tended to unintentionally use excessive force. Perhaps he was accustomed to fighting with that level of strength. Now, they finally witnessed the Spider Punisher's combat style. Seeing his way of fighting, an image of her father's final moments involuntarily flashed through Mayday's mind. Suddenly, she clenched her fist and punched the chest of the nearby vulture, causing a significant dent in his chest armor. The cyborg vulture coughed up a large amount of blood. Spider-Girl followed up with a flying kick, sending him crashing away, lying motionless on the ground, his fate unknown. Circus Spider was somewhat surprised by the sudden outburst from the girl. But he didn't say much. After all, they were all antagonistic villains, so using excessive force was justified. He himself had almost died once. With this thought in mind, Circus Spider's attacks became heavier. As several Spider-Men erupted in succession and the vultures continued to suffer casualties, the situation gradually began to turn, with the legion of vultures falling into decline. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, their spider senses suddenly all went off simultaneously. In midair, a portal opened. A terrifying figure stepped out of the portal. She wore a tight purple dress and styled her hair in a medieval noblewoman's manner. Her revealing attire showcased two large white semicircles at her chest, adding a touch of allure to her appearance. But at this moment, no one cared about her beauty. Because she was the fourth in the line of the inheritors. Verna stood proudly in the sky, devoid of wings, yet defying physics as she stood suspended in the air. The portal behind her didn't close. Instead, figures continued to emerge from it. A silver mink hound in a black bodysuit with silver hair draped over her shoulders, a brawny figure with a mane of lion fur on his shoulders, the craven hound, a gray-skinned, horned rhino hound. Verna, accompanied by her legion of hounds, had descended. Compared to the pure composition of the vulture legion, comprising solely of vultures, the composition of the hound legion was more diverse, yet their combat prowess was even more formidable. Although the silver mink lacked superpowers, she possessed strength, agility, physical capabilities surpassing ordinary individuals, outstanding combat skills, and firearms proficiency, making her a formidable mercenary. The 616 universe's silver mink had some ambiguous relationship with the Spider-Man of that world. Fortunately, this one obviously didn't hail from the 616 universe. She was a silver mink captured from another universe. Puma Hound had appeared in the 616 universe as well-known American Samoa Thomas Fireheart, inheritor of a mysterious power through 10 generations of genetic engineering from a Native American tribe, possessing remarkable physical attributes and strong healing abilities. In the main universe, he was a friend of Spider-Man, but evidently, this was also a poor fellow abducted from some unknown universe. There were also the Craven the Hunter, Rhino, and others who had caused considerable trouble for Spider-Man. And now, these guys, totaling several dozen, had all gathered together. Members of 1994 Spider Punisher, and 94 Universe Ben Reilly, who had seen some of these individuals before, looked on in shock and anger at this hound legion enslaved by Verna. For the inheritors' lack of humanity, they had gained a further understanding at this moment. For individual or a few hounds, it was no problem for these enhanced Spider-Men. But now, the number of these hounds, combined with the vultures, amounted to over 60 people. Moreover, there was an unknown inheritor, Verna. This was an unprecedented crisis for the Spider Legion, including Spider Punisher. All Spider-Men looked solemnly at Verna and her followers. Guys, it seems we're in big trouble. 1994 Spider said to the other Spider-Man. He reached into his pocket, feeling a stone-like object. This was given to him by Mark before their departure, the only thing that could give him some peace of mind in the current situation. Spider Punisher silently replaced the empty magazine in his arm-mounted gear with new ammunition, coldly staring across. Without a doubt, he would be the first to charge in upon command. Damn it all. Spider-Girl and Circus Spider's faces turned slightly pale, their bodies trembling slightly. They were not the type accustomed to numerous battles. One was still a child, the other made a living through performing. Although they had undergone emergency training, they lacked the trials of blood and fire. And Verna's appearance made them unconsciously recall the fear dominated by the inheritor's terrifying aura. Even the Iron Spider-Man and Six-Armed Spider-Man, among others, facing the inheritor for the first time, felt immense pressure. Is this a joke? This pressure is even greater than being surrounded and attacked by 6 villains when I lost my abilities not long ago, said the Six-Armed Spider-Man. When summoned, he was in the midst of a mutation crisis, and Mark had helped temporarily stabilize the mutation, promising to solve the problem completely after the battle. Earth 94 Ben Reilly and 94 Universe Ben Reilly stood together. Perhaps because both were clones, they had a mutual understanding. At this moment, they leaned on each other, gazing heavily at the massive army before them and the terrifying woman suspended in midair. Brother, are you doing well in your world? 94 Universe Ben Reilly asked. Earth 94 Ben Reilly smiled bitterly. My world was completely ruined by the spider carnage after being corrupted and fused with the symbiote. To be honest, I have nowhere to go. Fortunately, another Peter from a different world said he could accept me and let me go to his world. Although 94 Universe Ben Reilly was not clear about the specifics, he gathered that his little brother was in a homeless state. So he extended an invitation to him. How about coming to my world after everything's over? Maybe we could be a pair of twin clone Spider-Men. 94 Universe Ben Reilly's eyes lit up. Thank you for the invitation. I'll consider it. The two chatted briefly, barely suppressing the fear in their hearts through this method. Meanwhile, Verna's legion of hounds had finally taken their positions. Various hounds wearing mouthguards filled the nearby streets. Burly mutant rhinos, 2 of whom could block an entire street. Vultures, Morbius hounds, and others possessing flight capabilities occupied the sky. Verna looked down, believing she had control of the situation. Looking at so many Spider-Men, smelling their scents, she almost salivated. Didn't expect this, that this world would have such a delicious feast waiting for me? Ah, she was delighting in herself just by sniffing the scent. My faithful hounds, seize them all for me, I want a feast. Verna's face turned crimson as she screamed. Her screams were unbearably piercing, resembling a banshee. As the sound waves traveled, glass windows in the surrounding streets shattered one after another. Fortunately, the residents of New York City were already familiar with battles between superheroes and supervillains. Whenever a fight broke out here, ordinary people had already mostly evacuated. However, the city's officers were now arriving from all directions. In the distant sky, several helicopters were also closing in on this location. Evidently, the authorities in this city were not fools. They knew things were not simple and immediately dispatched a considerable amount of firepower. However, even before the official forces were in place, the battle here had already begun. Spider Punisher indeed took the lead. He shook both hands, launching 2 EMP projectiles from his modified web shooter toward the nearest Electro Hound. In his world, that Electro was taken out by his EMP. This moment was a classic replication. However, this Electro Hound here seemed to have more battle experience than his world's version, and was more ferocious. Seeing no way to dodge, he unexpectedly reached out and grabbed another hound in front of him. The captured hound let out a miserable scream as 2 EMP projectiles pierced his chest. The electromagnetic pulses in the EMPs instantly erupted, damaging his body's tissues, causing him to collapse on the ground. But the Electro Hound, who had injured his teammate, showed no remorse. Instead, he viciously glared at Spider Punisher, raising his hand to discharge an electrical surge toward him. Spider Punisher immediately dodged, deploying a web with his left hand and a blade from his right wrist, actively engaging the opponent in fierce combat. The Iron Spider was even more thorough. Unlike the original version, which only used the armor as protective gear, this enhanced Iron Spider-Man had received significant enhancements. Mark had provided a lot of guidance to Madam Web regarding Iron Man's inventions and ideas, which she then conveyed to the Iron Spider-Man at the right moments. As a result, he became a unique entity equivalent to both Spider-Man and Iron Man. Suddenly, several slots opened on his back, releasing a total of 6 miniature missiles. These miniature missiles swiftly shot into the densely populated area of the Hound Legion. Several explosions rang out, and only a few with relatively fast reactions barely escaped. In an instant, several hounds were eliminated. The sudden display of power by the Iron Spider-Man boosted the morale of the Spider Legion. For a moment, the Spider Legion resisted the combined siege of the Hound Legion and Vulture Legion with a 5 to 6-fold numerical advantage. However, this prompted Verna to step in herself. She originally came to take away the Vulture Legion and harvest the life energy of 1994 universe Ben Reilly. This side had been planned for a long time, and naturally, she couldn't return empty-handed. But if her Hound and Vulture Legions consumed too much here, and if she lingered here for too long, it would undoubtedly incur her brother's displeasure. Although Verna was arrogant, maniacal, and had a penchant for killing, she was more afraid of the volatile Demos. With a shrill cry, Verna extended her hands, resembling a female ghost as she swooped down directly from the sky toward Mayday's direction. Her favorite delicacy was those young and vibrant little spiders, because she felt that this type of spider would offer the best taste. Moreover, she had carefully observed during the recent battle, Mayday's combat strength was the weakest among the group of Spider-Men below. Choosing her as an appetizer seemed evidently fitting. The inheritors had devoured countless Spider-Men, so their actions could not be foreseen through spider sense. Mayday was currently engaged in close combat with a silver mink hound and was completely unaware of the impending danger. However, Octo Spider-Man beside them noticed something amiss. After a brief hesitation, he directly stood between Mayday and Verna, all 4 mechanical tentacles reaching out simultaneously towards Verna. Verna snorted coldly, extending her left hand and forcefully swiping in front of her, shattering all 4 mechanical tentacles of the Octo Spider-Man. Those special alloy steel-made mechanical tentacles in front of her were surprisingly fragile, shattering upon contact as if they were ice. This scene not only shocked the Octo Spider-Man but also startled 1994 Spider, who subconsciously glanced in this direction. Then I'll use you for practice. Verna's right hand reached out, grabbing the Octo Spider-Man's forehead, swiftly pulling him toward herself. Their eyes met as she drained the life energy from his spider totem. The Octo Spider-Man let out a short, miserable scream, instantly withering into a corpse. The first reduction in the Spider Legion occurred? No, damn it. 94 Spider exclaimed in shock, but he was surrounded by several hounds and couldn't move an inch. Finally, Mayday, due to the Octo Spider-Man's dying scream, noticed the imminent threat approaching from behind. She quickly turned around, but due to this momentary distraction, she was slashed across the abdomen by the silver mink hound in front of her. Blood gushed out instantly. Mayday. 94 Spider erupted suddenly, finally temporarily breaking free from the encirclement of several hounds. Then, he pulled out a purple stone from his pocket. Power Stone? 94 Spider placed the Power Stone in his mouth, holding it there. A strong force surged instantly, his body instantly endured tremendous pressure, blood vessels rising up as if Bruce Banner was transforming into the Hulk. However, soon, this phenomenon became even more brutal. Blood vessels began to swell into purple red, and some even started to seep blood. His skin also began to crack and break. The immense pain twisted 94 Spider's face instantly. He almost couldn't resist letting out a loud scream. But thinking of that Power Stone, he forcibly held it in. Giggles. He gritted his teeth, feeling the overwhelming power surging within his body, almost about to overflow, which slightly eased his discomfort. Boom! The next moment, 94 Spider transformed into lightning, speeding towards Verna. Verna was also frightened by 94 Spider's sudden transformation, her face losing color. She quickly abandoned her continued attack on Mayday, swiftly dodging to the side. But the two hounds who were originally behind her were not so lucky. 94 Spider, unable to control his force, exerted excessive power, directly pulverizing those two hounds into mincemeat. So, that's the temporary power given by the boss? It's too terrifying. Circus Spider-Man muttered to himself on the other side. Originally, he was wondering why Mark didn't hand this over to him to use. But now he understood. Because he simply didn't have that kind of willpower to overcome this pain that almost tears the body apart. Among so many Spider-Men present, perhaps only 94 Spider and Spider Punisher could subdue the Infinity Stones and temporarily unleash their true power. On the other side, upon seeing this, the Spider Punisher immediately took out a red gem. The Reality Stone? His way of fighting had a slight difference in direction compared to 94 Spider, and the Reality Stone could better unleash his strength. Same physical condition. The incomparably powerful force released from this one-time use Infinity Stone was overwhelming. And the consequences of using it in this way were far greater than when Thanos used them with the Infinity Gauntlet in the movies. The majestic power within the Reality Stone almost burst the Spider Punisher's brain. He took a deep breath, raised both hands, and cannons emerged behind him. The next moment, a barrage was unleashed. Countless bombardments instantly engulfed Verna's Hound Legion and Vulture Legion. Just this single attack caused them massive losses. If it weren't for the inability to fully unleash his attacks in this urban setting, his assault would have been even more violent. Verna's heart bled. Training these hounds wasn't a matter of a day or two, but right now, she couldn't afford to focus on that because 94 Spider had lunged at her again. With the Power Stone's enhancement, each punch and kick from 94 Spider possessed the force of thousands of tons. In fact, if the body could support it, this limit would be even higher. Verna couldn't handle more than 2 punches. Her figure was sent flying from the city center to the outskirts, and 94 Spider chased after her, vowing to finish her off within the duration of the gem's power. As for the battlefield here, there was no need to worry. The Spider Punisher manifested a large amount of firepower using the Reality Stone. Before the effect of the stone ended, Verna's 2 legions were simply receiving a beating. Despicable. Verna, both shocked and furious, on her way flying through the air, grabbed a helicopter and hurled it towards 94 Spider behind her. 94 Spider forcibly suppressed the impulse to smash her with another punch. He reached out, halted the already broken rotor above the helicopter, then tossed it aside, using his web to stick it in place. Several armed soldiers inside the helicopter looked on in fear at 94 Spider. Due to their attire, they all assumed he was their world's Spider-Man. They never imagined Spider-Man's power was this immense. After a brief rescue, 94 Spider remained silent and continued chasing Verna toward the city outskirts. Boom! Verna's body crashed into an electrical tower, toppling it. Clutching her chest, she coughed violently, the intense battle leaving her exquisite attire in tatters, revealing her underneath. However, at that moment, neither Verna nor 94 Spider cared about such things. They were adversaries with eyes locked in fierce confrontation. With another piercing scream from Verna, the two engaged in a rapid battle. However, Verna wasn't foolish. After a short bout, she discerned 94 Spider's weaknesses. She noticed that the Spider-Man before her had a limited time of empowered strength, obtained at a great cost. Therefore, after a few rounds of combat where she found herself outmatched, she simply fled, heading back towards the battleground at the city center. Despicable. 94 Spider felt his condition worsening. The Power Stone seemed to be draining his life force, but he couldn't afford to give up at this moment. Gritting his teeth and cursing internally, he once again followed behind Verna. He regretted not being able to fly at this moment. If he could, he would definitely crush Verna. When the two returned to this battlefield, they found it in utter devastation. Despite the Spider Punisher's efforts to control it, the aftermath of the battle unavoidably leveled nearby buildings and everything in its wake. Several Spider-Men were injured, their battlesuits in tatters. Verna's Hound Legion and Vulture Legion also suffered heavy losses, leaving Verna seething with rage. However, at that moment, Demoz and Morlone transmitted their message across time and space. Although Verna felt unwilling, she understood the bigger picture. Additionally, the overwhelming aura emanating from 94 Spider and Spider Punisher made her uncertain. She always felt that their aura was on the verge of disappearing, yet it remained, leaving her uncertain about the two. After a quick analysis of the situation, Verna chose to follow her instincts. After leaving a harsh remark, she departed with her 2 damaged legions, each with less than half their original strength, from this world. Yeah, guys, we did it. 94 Spider first shared the joy of victory with his comrades, then conveyed the news to Mark. After completing these tasks, he retrieved the Power Stone emitting a faint purple light from his mouth. Whoosh! The Power Stone quickly transformed into specks of starlight, completely vanishing into the air. It was a one-time use, disappearing completely after usage. Subsequently, 94 Spider's body heavily fell backward. He felt his eyelids becoming incredibly heavy, overcome by a deep sleepiness. On the other side, Spider Punisher, who had used the one-time Reality Stone's power, was also not faring well. He fell faster than 94 Spider did. With the disappearance of the one-time Reality Stone, all the weapons he had manifested also vanished. Neither Spider Punisher nor 94 Spider collapsed directly onto the ground. They were supported by 2 Ben Reilly, one on each side. The two looked at each other, raised a thumbs up simultaneously, and then heavily slumped down, fainting simultaneously. This battle was evidently brutal. Out of 9 Spider-Men, Octo Spider died in battle, and 94 Spider and Spider Punisher were severely injured. Others like Circus Spider and Mayday sustained varying degrees of injuries. Even the Iron Spider-Man was rendered unusable. As for the purpose behind all this, it was evidently not just about striking the Inheritors' lackeys. Earth 31411 Universe. Mark was still here, alone, facing 4 heirs. Thankfully, his strength was considerable, and he had an array of tactics. Compared to the Spider-Man on the other side, forced to use every means against an Inheritor and her lackeys, Mark was relatively comfortable. He grabbed Morlun rushing toward him and slammed him onto Brix's body. Then he fiercely punched Demos, making the ground beneath them groan once again. Bora wielded twin blades, ready to strike from behind. But Mark shifted his body and struck Bora's nose with his left elbow, causing blood to gush out. When dealing with Inheritors, he showed no mercy whatsoever. But just then, he sensed a ripple in the fabric of time and space. Mark felt a surge of joy. It was Verna. She had finally arrived. Morlun's lips curled into a malicious smile. Little Spider, I admit, you're quite powerful, but now, your time is up. Is it? Mark activated the quantum flash, darting hundreds of meters away. He chuckled. I guess you're counting on Verna to corner me, aren't you? Morlun squinted. Looks like you know quite a bit. So, any last words? Mark tilted his head, puzzled. Oh, I'm so scared. I just wanted to ask, where's Genix? Genix? Why are you asking about him? Morlun frowned, sensing something amiss. Mark grinned. I'm here to challenge all 6 of you Inheritors. Missing one wouldn't be fair, right? Demos roared. Morlun, why waste time talking to him? Verna's here with her minions, let's finish him together. Yeah, big bro Morlun, he really hurt me. Bora's face wore an extremely aggrieved expression. Perhaps in her original state, she could use her charm, but now, with a broken nose and missing teeth from Mark's assault, her bloodied face made her look like a demon. Bora seemed to realize her current unattractive appearance. The next moment, her expression changed, fiercely declaring, I want to tear him apart. Brix's handsome face was marred, his blonde hair mixed with blood, making him look terrifying. For the first time, he and his sister reached an agreement. I want to devour him. At that moment, Morlun suddenly remembered something. He looked at Mark, somewhat bewildered. Have you really found our cloning base? Are you just bait? Mark raised an eyebrow. Seems you're not that dumb after all. Morlun sneered. Too bad, you're one step behind. Mark's expression shifted slightly. Oh really? Morlun smirked. I've sensed something amiss for a while, so I had Genix guarding the cloning base. No matter how powerful your allies are, they can't defeat him on his turf. And Morlun paused briefly, then his expression became even more triumphant. And I'll contact our father, the Great Solus. He will awaken and personally go to the cloning base, take down your allies, and then come for you. Mark nodded slightly. I see. Not witnessing the shocked or despairing expression he expected from Mark left Morlun irritated, wiping the smugness off his face. Seems like you don't believe me. Morlun said. Mark shook his head. No. I just wonder if you can still communicate with the outside world. Morlun was startled. However, no matter how he tried to use his spacetime communication abilities, he couldn't reach Genix at all. His complexion changed completely. What have you done? Is this your plan? Mark extended his hand, 6 differently colored infinity stones resting on his palm. At that moment, as he stretched out his hand, the 6 infinity stones turned into particles and dispersed with the wind. Everything I've done is to completely wipe you out. The power of the infinity stones is undoubtedly immense. Within a single universe, they can be considered the most potent artifacts. After all, each stone represents a particular rule. And upon collecting all 6 infinity stones, the wielder can, based on their desires, exert enormous influence or enact change across the entire universe. Even for someone like Mark, who possessed these one-time use infinity stones, they were still infinity stones? In the movie Dimension, Thanos once used the 6 infinity stones to erase half the universe's life. But now, Mark utilized these 6 infinity stones to seal off this universe? Leveraging the power of the 6 infinity stones, he temporarily removed this universe from the multiverse, making it an independent entity. Consequently, it was akin to severing connections between dimensions, trapping the 5 inheritors led by Demos within this dimension. Of course, due to the limited power within these infinity stones, this effect couldn't last long, only a few hours. But that was enough. Because, apart from the combat squad led by 1994 Spider, on the other side, the infiltration team led by Gwen was engaged in covert operations. Universe Earth 802. Spider-Gwen, Spider-Noir, Ultimate Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Unlimited Spider-Man, and the Armored Spider-Man, Aaron Aikman, converged within a metallic structure. They comprised the infiltration team. Compared to the original Scarlet Spider team, Kane, Ben Reilly, and Jessica Drew, all clone Spider-Man, sent to infiltrate this universe, the current infiltration team was evidently more formidable. Among them, Spider-Gwen, owing to her unique connection with Mark, gained partial access to the Web of Fate following Mark's authorization. Her presence allowed them to evade detection by Genix, silently entering this world. Spider-Noir's original abilities were moderate, but after genetic enhancements and equipment upgrades authorized by Mark, his strength surged. Moreover, due to his primary job as a detective plus photojournalist, he possessed a sharper observational sense than other Spider-Men, making him ideal for infiltration work. After all, no one knew what might occur within the cloning company. It was a matter of professional habit, something that couldn't be compensated for by anything else. Ultimate Spider-Man, apart from being an exceptionally experienced warrior, also possessed significant technological prowess. The Inheritors' cloning technology relied on high-tech, which was the forte of Ultimate Spider-Man. Miles Morales was here due to his innate abilities. His unique stealth ability could even evade infrared detectors, surpassing any technological means of invisibility and making him most suitable for this kind of covert work. Unlimited Spider-Man also possessed stealth capabilities, but his were weaker compared to Miles' innate talent for stealth. His inclusion here was a supplement. Although Miles could become invisible, his combat experience was still lacking, and being too young, he required the guidance of a mature Spider-Man during operations. As for Armored Spider-Man, he was proficient in both mechanical and biological fields. The Inheritors' cloning technology corresponded precisely to these two specialties. His only flaw was that Mark hastily sent him here without time for genetic surgery. Hence, among the group of Spider-Men, his foundational combat ability was the weakest. Thankfully, he had technological means to compensate, and his primary role was his knowledge, not his fighting prowess. It wasn't too bad after all. Unlimited Spider-Man surveyed the environment, pinched his nose, and grumbled, "Can't we wait in a more comfortable environment? Are we spiders only destined to stay in places filled with chemical odors and waste, giving off this putrid stench?" Spider-Noir shrugged, "Come on, it's not that bad. Haven't you seen the sewers in my hometown? Neglected for years, some parts are even blocked by all sorts of filth. But what can you do? Sometimes, you just have to crawl, that's the way of the spider's survival, isn't it?" Miles greeted Armor Spider-Man, "Hey, hi there, buddy. Which world are you from?" Armored Spider-Man observed the various spider-clad individuals and marveled once more at the wonders of the multiverse. "Hello, everyone. I'm Aaron Aikman. I don't know how my world should be called, but I come from Earth. I suppose everyone here is from Earth too." Miles smiled, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Aikman. I'm Miles Morales. You can also call me Spider-Boy, whatever you prefer. Indeed, we all come from Earth, and we all come from New York. It's just that we're from different eras." Different eras? Armor Spider-Man was puzzled. Does that mean there's a difference in the time flow of each world in the multiverse? "That's right," Spider-Noir interjected. "For instance, my time is 1939, not long after the Great Depression ended. Times were tough, we were in the middle of a war and dealing with the inhumane folks exploiting the situation. So, my duty is to remind them they're still human beings, not blood-sucking parasites leeching off people." Unlimited Spider-Man said, "In my world, it's the year 2045. Before coming here, I was fighting against bestials on another Earth." Well, the counter-Earth should also be considered Earth, right? Miles and others had previously had brief exchanges with him, so they knew his background story, which wasn't surprising to hear again. Armored Spider-Man, however, showed considerable interest in the information he revealed. Counter-Earth? Bestials? Unlimited Spider-Man nodded. "It's said that there's a mad scientist named High Evolutionary. He used technology to induce humanoid evolution in animals, turning them into new intelligent humanoid beings, bestials. However, they were targeted by these monsters, resulting in heavy casualties." As he spoke, Unlimited Spider-Man's mood became somewhat subdued. Although he wasn't on good terms with the Knights of Woundaggery, compassion was a common trait among most Spider-Men. He deeply sympathized with the tragic deaths of Lady Vermin, Lord Ram, and the severe injuries suffered by Lord Tiger. This further intensified his determination to eradicate the Inheritors. Meanwhile, Ultimate Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen were adjusting a few pieces of equipment. These were prototypes of a portable nuclear radiation weapon that Ultimate Spider-Man had developed in his lab. Originally, the development of a portable nuclear radiation weapon wasn't this fast. However, there were some technological breakthroughs during the process, coupled with the significance of the body of demos sent by Mark, which contributed significantly. In this way, the first generation of a portable nuclear radiation weapon was actually created during this initial assault. Although it had only undergone a few weapon tests and hadn't been deployed in actual combat, he wasn't certain about its specific effects. Initially, he thought there wouldn't be a chance to test the weapons this time, because Mark's original plan was to trap all the other 6 Inheritors in a specific universe except for Solus. This was meant to create an opportunity for them to infiltrate the Inheritors' cloning facility in the Earth 802 universe and destroy their cloning devices. However, plans didn't always go as expected, as there were some smart Inheritors among them. Genix unexpectedly stayed behind instead of going alone guarding the cloning company. So, in this battle, he planned to test the effectiveness of these weapons. Of course, he wasn't specifically seeking to confront Genix just to test the weapons. The best outcome would be destroying all the cloning devices without having to engage with Genix. Spider-Gwen approached Ultimate Spider-Man and took a nuclear radiation weapon from his hand. This is something resembling a handgun, but the front part of the gun has several metal washers, and the head is a small sphere. Ultimate Spider-Man introduced. I call it the Nuclear Radiation Gun Type 1, or NRG-1 for short. It's fully sealed. Once you release the safety here, it activates a miniature nuclear reactor inside. After about 5 seconds, pulling the trigger will initiate the nuclear radiation attack. Pointing to the sphere at the gun's head, he continued, this is the guidance device. It has laser guidance on top. When you pull the trigger, it synchronously emits a harmless laser to target. But remember, radiation constantly spreads out in waveform, so although the laser is at the center, the nearby area will be affected by a certain degree of nuclear radiation. So, never use it when teammates are in the line of fire. It's best to coordinate it with our webbing to immobilize the target first. Spider-Gwen nodded. How many times can it be used then? Ultimate Spider-Man smiled wryly, holding up one finger, just once. Due to safety concerns, the loaded elements inside are only a few micrograms. Considering the effect seen from Demo's body, to achieve a successful weakening effect, it needs to be released all at once. Moreover, because the gun uses laser heating to catalyze nuclear reactions, once the safety is released, it must be fired within 20 seconds, or the NRG-1 will explode. Ultimate Spider-Man warned seriously. Spider-Gwen and others nodded in understanding. So, the practical lifespan of this gun is actually within 5 to 20 seconds after releasing the safety, is that correct? Spider-Noir patted his holster, saying. Apart from a regular handgun, he now also carried an NRG-1 nuclear radiation gun. Ultimate Spider-Man nodded. Due to the hurried nature of their mission, there were currently only 3 of these handguns. One was with Spider-Noir, one with Ultimate Spider-Man himself, and the third one was with Spider-Gwen. This meant they only had 3 chances to weaken Genix? Spider-Gwen further inquired, so, if it hits, approximately how long can it weaken him for? Ultimate Spider-Man shook his head. According to Mark, the strength of each inheritor differs, so we'll have to observe each situation specifically. When we tested it earlier, the nuclear radiation from NRG-1 could last for about 30 seconds on the corpse of Demos before he returned to his original state. However, it's said that Demos is the strongest among most of the inheritors. So, when dealing with this guy named Genix, perhaps it could extend this time a bit longer. Spider-Gwen nodded, sliding the NRG-1 into the newly attached holster on her thigh. Understood. At that moment, Spider-Man Noir walked over, puzzled. If it's going to explode, why not throw it after the 20-second mark, like a grenade? Spider-Gwen shot him a glance, saying impatiently, that's nuclear radiation? If it spreads in all directions, it won't just affect the inheritors, but us as well. Spider-Man Noir awkwardly scratched his head. Ultimate Spider-Man patted his shoulder, smiling, your idea does have some merit. Dr. Octavius and Ms. Liv are currently researching nuclear radiation grenades. However, if we're going to deploy them in actual combat, we need to upgrade our spider suits first. Radiation-resistant spider suits. Spider-Man Noir's eyes lit up, raising a finger, wide-eyed. Yes, Ultimate Spider-Man chuckled. Just as everyone was about to say something, Spider-Gwen's expression suddenly became grave. Everyone sensed her change and turned to her. With a resolute gaze, Spider-Gwen scanned everyone before saying, Mark sent a message. He's going to seal off Universe Earth 31411. We've got about 5 hours to act. From now on, we must seize every moment and give it our all. Then, she extended her hand, for the spiders. Ultimate Spider-Man placed his hand on hers, for the spiders. Following suit were Spider-Man Noir, Spider-Girl, Unlimited Spider, and Armored Spider. The hands of the 6 Spider-Men came together, representing their determination to prevail. Now, activate the optical invisibility mode, Ultimate Spider-Man ordered. Except for Spider-Man Noir and Armor Spider, the other 4 pressed a button on their suits. Unlimited Spider had a built-in invisibility suit, using his cape to assist in becoming invisible. Spider-Gwen, Ultimate Spider-Man, and Spider-Man Noir had suits previously modified with optical invisibility, a creation of Ultimate Spider-Man's technology. However, optical invisibility could only deceive regular cameras and human eyes, not high-end cameras with infrared sensors. This is where Spider-Man Noir came in, to seek alternative routes. Looking at his invisible companions, Armor Spider was somewhat dumbfounded. Forgot. Ultimate Spider-Man chuckled awkwardly, taking a vial from his waist pocket and tossing it to Armor Spider. These are nanomaterials with optical invisibility effects. They can adhere directly to your armor. Before the mission, Mark foresaw that a new Spider-Man would surely join their mission, so Ultimate Spider-Man prepared this in advance. Unfortunately, in the midst of calibrating the nuclear radiation gun, he forgot about it. This oversight left Ultimate Spider-Man feeling a bit embarrassed. Luckily, the nanomaterial adhered quickly. Just a few minutes of delay, and Armor Spider was also invisible. So, Spider-Man Noir led the way up front while the other 5 Spider-Men followed. Once they departed from the foul-smelling place, breathing in the fresh air outside, the pressure seemed to lessen. Soon enough, the true face of this world presented itself before them. As they gazed around, it turned out to be a city entirely constructed of various metallic buildings. The structures were orderly but eerily lifeless. Involuntarily, it reminded them of the background of science fiction stories that involves the MC becoming the last person on Earth. At this moment, this lifeless steel city in front of them appeared eerily similar. However, they quickly noticed several airships floating in the sky. With their keen vision, they soon realized these airships were actually large surveillance devices. At regular intervals, these devices were stationed, providing real-time control of the entire city to the actual controller behind these surveillance airships. And undoubtedly, this actual controller was Genix. This discovery made them inadvertently grateful for their stealthy actions. If they hadn't prepared the invisibility devices beforehand, they might have been spotted not long after leaving that building. Perhaps even upon stepping out, they would have been detected by the enemy. At that point, they would have faced the pressure of an entire world. Under those circumstances, how could they possibly have found and dealt with the Inheritors Cloning Company within just a few hours? Amidst their relief, the group continued to descend along the buildings. There's a group of people coming from over there. Suddenly, Spider-Man Noir stopped, then returned quietly to the group. People. They exchanged glances, a bit surprised. There are people here, maybe they can inquire about something from them? However, they quickly became disappointed once again. 2 rows of people were walking down the street, 1 row of men and 1 of women. All the men looked exactly alike, and so did all the women. Each one of them wore a bowl-shaped metal device on their heads. They appeared dull and stiff, behaving like robots. Kaching! Armor Spider suddenly clenched his fist. What's wrong? Whispered Spider Noir. Armor Spider gritted his teeth. These are all people being controlled by them? In my world, there's a half-mechanical army called Namura. Their gaze, it's identical. The Inheritors have the ability to manipulate people to serve them. Spider 94 and others went to another world to fight against the Inheritors' minions. Spider-Gwen explained. After observing closely, Ultimate Spider shook his head slightly. The situation seems off. These are probably all clones. Maybe we're in a cloning company that clones ordinary people. Perhaps the Inheritors control the majority of the population through genetic modification to maintain order and serve them, firmly controlling this world in their hands. Just like the High Evolutionary in my world. Oh, what a crazy bunch, said Unlimited Spider. Spider Noir added, even though it's a cloning company for ordinary people, a company this large can't just have ordinary cloned people working here, right? Did you notice the behavior of those cloned people? They're like puppets on strings. There must be people with actual thoughts controlling their actions. At the very least, someone needs to supervise this production line. Deep in thought, Ultimate Spider remarked, so, we might find the person managing this ordinary cloning company here and extract information about the real Inheritors Cloning Company. Exactly. Everyone agreed with this plan. Rather than aimlessly wandering around this world, they preferred to have a familiar guide. As for whether the other party would be willing to help, with the concerted effort of the 6 Spider-Men, they quickly found the only autonomous person in this ordinary cloning company. Actually, this person was a clone, but rather special. He was cloned from a person named Max Modale, and he happened to be the boss of the Horizon Laboratory. Of course, this world evidently doesn't have the Horizon Laboratory. After all, in Universe 616, it's a gathering of masters laboratory where artificially synthesized vibranium, called reverbium, originated from. Even if this world had once existed, it's now surely fallen into the hands of Genix. Spider Noir had quite a time but managed to pry the information about the Inheritors Cloning Company from this cloned Modale. What a coincidence, it's another familiar place. The Baxter Building? The Baxter Building is the Fantastic Four's headquarters, which Parker Industries had also purchased to use as their New York office. Among the present Spider-Man, there was one who was very familiar with it. That's none other than Unlimited Spider-Man. The nanotech suit he wore, equipped with invisibility, sonic attacks, and more, was borrowed from the Baxter Building on his Earth. After that, he went to the Counter-Earth, and even the Fantastic Four couldn't find him. He's quite the elusive one. The moment he heard the target was the Baxter Building, Unlimited Spider immediately perked up. He patted his chest proudly. I know this place well, watch and learn from me. Spider-Gwen asked in confusion, why are you familiar? Unlimited Spider explained the fate between himself and the Baxter Building, earning him some odd looks from the others. Ahem, Spider Noir coughed lightly, breaking the awkwardness. Since that's the case, let Miles and you lead the way. Unlimited Spider patted his chest solemnly, count on me. Even when my suit was damaged back then, I managed to infiltrate the Baxter Building and bypass Mr. Fantastic's defenses, borrowing the nanites, let alone now. You're quite proud, Ultimate Spider commented, somewhat speechless. Unlimited Spider looked puzzled. Wasn't this something to be proud of? This is Mr. Fantastic we're talking about? The smartest man alive. However, everyone had no intention of praising this guy who stole something and was now smug about it. While talking, Spider Noir knocked the cloned Modale unconscious with a punch, then skillfully tied him up with webbing. Armor Spider, on the side, raised a hand halfway. Are you always this violent? Spider Noir turned back, giving him a quizzical look. This guy is an enemy minion. I knocked him out first to prevent him from revealing information. Armor Spider took out a neural pulse device from his waist. What I meant is, I have a specific paralysis device, no need for physical anesthesia. The Baxter Building is a 35-story structure, each floor being 24 feet high, approximately 7.3 meters, with a total height exceeding 255.5 meters. It's situated at the intersection of 42nd Street and Madison Avenue in the New York City of USA. Originally built in 1949 by the brothers Leland Baxter and Noah Baxter, it was the first building in the world to employ the K-brace steel frame structure, making it extremely robust. After the military liaison of the Fantastic Four recommended the building to them, Mr. Fantastic purchased it and hired his former professor, Noah Baxter, to redesign the top 5 floors of the Baxter building as the headquarters for the Fantastic Four. However, in the primary universe, this building endured many times of destruction and reconstruction. For instance, it was lifted into the air by the Doctor Doom, and Tyros disassembled everything above the 32nd floor, causing extreme panic among the building's other tenants. This is also why Mr. Fantastic decided to directly buy it. After all, only one's belongings could be casually remade. And in the most severe incidents, the entire building was even destroyed. In a room of the nearest building to the Baxter building, Unlimited Spider-Man was sharing the information he knew about the Baxter building with his companions. The ground floor of the Baxter building houses a food court, an optician, a tourist center, an elevator bank, and a loading dock. Each day from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., the tourist center plays a multimedia program about the history of the Fantastic Four hourly. There's also a directory there. If that inheritor villain called Genix hasn't changed it much, perhaps we can find some clues from the directory. The first 30 floors are actually rented out to other tenants as ordinary floors, while the 31st to 35th floors are used by the Fantastic Four themselves. If I were Genix, I'd surely directly utilize the top 5 floors previously modified by the Fantastic Four as the cloning company, as they originally had the necessary conditions. The group nodded in agreement with Unlimited Spider's speculation. It would be the same for anyone. Making moderate modifications on an existing foundation is always faster than building something from scratch. It's a logical inference. Unlimited Spider continued. Apart from that, there are 4 elevators in the ground floor lobby, with 3 servicing the 1st to 30th floors, and 1 bearing the Fantastic Four emblem, perhaps replaced with other symbols by now? Anyway, that particular one leads to the 31st to 35th floors, which is the Fantastic Four's headquarters, the express elevator. Spider-Gwen interrupted the rambling Unlimited Spider, helplessly stating, "Do we take the elevator up? Can we skip these useless descriptions, please? Our time is limited." Unlimited Spider scratched his head, then grasped the ear part of his mask, looking conflicted. But inside the Baxter building, there's a central computer that monitors every part of the building through comprehensive visual, audio, biophysical, and electronic surveillance. And if there's an emergency, the central computer activates a special field that completely seals the entire building. We'd be trapped then. This meant that except for Miles, who could evade detection with his fully activated abilities, the invisibility of the others might be compromised. This significantly increased the difficulty of their infiltration. Ultimate Spider frowned. "What about the external glass?" Unlimited Spider explained. "The building has an armored outer wall, with the surface covered in mirrors. As for the windows, they're about 2 feet thick, made of high polymer composite material. If we choose to break in directly through a window, it will definitely trigger the alarm system. Even just climbing on the surface has a chance of being detected." Spider Noir shrugged. "Sounds like it's not just a building, but a fortress." Unlimited Spider chuckled awkwardly. "The enemies of the Fantastic Four are myriad. Some are powerful beings from Earth, while others are strange creatures from different pocket dimensions. That's why the building is designed like this." Spider-Gwen sighed in frustration. "If only we recruited a few members of the Fantastic Four from other worlds. It shouldn't be particularly difficult for them to invade their own base, right?" Ultimate Spider suggested. "Actually, in my world, we have Mr. Fantastic. Why don't we go back and bring him here?" Spider-Gwen shook her head. "While Mark has granted me the ability to traverse time and space, my control over the space-time energy is limited. The remaining energy might only be enough for us to leave this world. Moreover, since Mark's plans have been completed on his end, it means the connection between Genix and the other inheritors has temporarily ceased. Consequently, he'll surely strengthen his control over this world's temporal energy. Traveling between worlds at this moment greatly increases the risk of exposure." Ultimate Spider nodded in understanding. "But if that's the case, it eliminates the possibility of entering the Baxter building from the outside. What about from above?" Ultimate Spider pointed towards the top of the Baxter building. The top of the Baxter building is a flat surface, seemingly a decent entry point. Flat at the top, no extra structures, just a massive Fantastic Four emblem and a retractable hatch for launching aircraft, Unlimited Spider explained. Spider Noir rubbed his chin in thought. "Seems like a good entry point then, isn't it?" Ultimate Spider nodded. "Indeed. The top floor lacks any cover, making it hard for normal people not to be detected, but perhaps we can invisibly infiltrate it. The only issue is, it sounds like apart from the retractable hatch for launching aircraft, there's no other entrance to access the lower floors from the top level, right?" Unlimited Spider clarified. "Not entirely true. In one corner of the top level, there's a dome that can lower through the floor directly into the hangar located on the 35th floor. It's used for launching rocket ships, docking, and the ingress and egress of large aircraft. But that would require someone to infiltrate the interior of the building and activate this device, right?" Spider-Gwen detected the issue. Unlimited Spider nodded, sighing. "Yes, that's the problem. In that case, should we start from the elevators?" Spider-Gwen seemed to understand why Unlimited Spider initially mentioned the elevators. Unlimited Spider nodded. Yes, that's how I got in originally. Find that direct elevator to floors 31 to 35, then climb in from the elevator shaft. Ultimate Spider shook his head. This method might work, but there's a significant problem. Degree Unlimited Spider asked, what's the problem? Ultimate Spider replied, in your world, at least 4 people have access to the express elevator, the Fantastic Four. There's a possibility of catching an opportunity to go up with them. In this world, though, there's only one inheritor currently, and he's inside the building. Unless we wait for him to leave, but that chance is slim, right? Unlimited Spider awkwardly said, okay, fair point. We can't afford to wait around. He felt somewhat disheartened. He thought his successful experience could smoothly solve problems for the team. It's alright, the information you provided is already quite good. At least we've ruled out some definitely unworkable plans and avoided potential dangers as much as possible, consoled Ultimate Spider, trying to lift Unlimited Spider's spirits. After pondering for a moment, Unlimited Spider suddenly remembered something. He quickly added, I remember another way to get to the top 5 floors. The others brightened up, turning their attention to him. Unlimited Spider continued, when I was a student visiting the Baxter building, I learned that if visitors take one of the regular elevators in the lobby to the 30th floor, they can find the Fantastic Four reception area inside. In the reception area, there's a Miss Roberta, who is actually a robot above the waist. She looks like a charming blonde in her 20s, and below connects to a rotating arm on the reception area desk. She's directly connected to the Fantastic Four's computer control system and has the ability to monitor the entire building. It's said that if she detects hostile intentions from visitors, she'll control a device hidden in the reception area's floor and emit a shocking electric discharge. Initially puzzled, the tech-savvy Ultimate Spider quickly grasped the crux of the matter. So, if this robot, Miss Roberta, is still there, or if that mechanical rotating arm is still there, if we find a way to disable it temporarily, thus gaining control of the main computer, we could open the lift platform at the top and gain access. Then, he looked at Miles and started assigning tasks. So, Miles, you go and investigate first. Miles nodded, making an okay gesture, stealthily disappearing again, heading towards the Baxter building. Before long, Miles returned with news. Perhaps because the entire world had already been overtaken by the inheritors, they were quite open in placing some information on the surface. Through the lobby's floor directory, they could visually see the entire layout of the Baxter building, or rather, the surface distribution structure of the inheritors' cloning company. Floors 1 to 30 remained ordinary floors. However, in reality, there were no ordinary tenants inside. Instead, each floor had a large number of clone guards assigned, an unknown quantity. But from Miles' brief observation in the lobby, it seemed no less than 20 people on each floor. This meant there were 500 to 600 clone guards just in the ordinary floors alone. Still, soldiers in exoskeleton armor, armed with large-caliber firearms, were everywhere. Sure enough, on the 30th floor, there was a reception area, but it was uncertain whether the robotic receptionist, Miss Roberta, was still present. However, this was now the only possible breakthrough point. Even if she wasn't there, they had to try. What surprised them, though, was that floors 31 to 35 were specifically labeled with their respective purposes. The 31st floor was designated as a residential area, housing the residents of each inheritor in this world. The 32nd floor contained recreational areas, medical laboratories, libraries, and data rooms. As for the 33rd, 34th, and 35th floors, they were all labeled as laboratories. Though not very detailed, if these floor labels were accurate, their ultimate goal lay within these 3 floors: 33, 34, and 35. Following this, they began reallocating tasks. This time, they planned to divide into 2 teams. One team needed to infiltrate the building's interior and reach the 30th floor. This team required ample infiltration skills and computer expertise, black computing, so it was decided that Ultimate Spider would lead Miles and Unlimited Spider. The other team had to find a way to reach the top floor of the building, wait for the lift platform to open, quickly search from top to bottom, and cause disruptions. This team consisted of Spider-Gwen, Spider-Noir, and Armored Spider. Once assignments were made, the 2 groups split up and commenced their actions. Meanwhile, in another universe, the battle between Mark, the 5 inheritors, and their henchmen had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Verna's involvement had significantly boosted the strength of the inheritors' side. The arrival of her henchmen and Vulture's aides had impressed Mark. To prevent complications where they might defeat the inheritors here, only to have them revived in the Earth 802 universe, potentially interfering with Spider-Gwen and her team's actions, Mark had been carefully trying to control the battle on his end. Actually, he had several opportunities earlier to directly take out Bora and Brix, the 2 relatively weaker inheritors, but he refrained from doing so. Now, with the arrival of Verna's Hound Legion, Vulture's forces, and the addition of Morlund's Namara Legion, the semi-mechanical army finally gathering from various parts of the city, Mark could finally let off some steam against these individuals who had been chasing him around. With a swift movement, he appeared in front of 2 of Verna's hounds. His rapid actions startled even Verna, who had just arrived. Mark extended both hands, gripping the necks of the 2 hounds, fiercely knocking their heads together, and then forcefully shoving them toward the incoming vulture. One of the vultures clearly didn't expect this sudden attack and was directly hit. The other, quicker in reaction, dodged the blow. Mark charged directly towards the downed vulture, clasping his hands together into a large mace, viciously striking him. Ah! The vulture emitted a sharp and brief scream, plummeting straight down from dozens of meters high. His spine was directly shattered by Mark's blow, severely injuring him in midair, and upon crashing to the ground, he succumbed to the injuries. Ha! Mark shouted loudly as flames erupted from his feet, allowing him to levitate in midair. This was a mimicry of the Human Torch's abilities from the Fantastic Four, granting him the power of flight. But that was just the beginning. Mark extended his hands, and fireballs emerged from his body like an all-around Gatling gun, rapidly shooting in all directions. The sudden attack caught the closer vultures and airborne hounds off guard, hitting them. Only those at a greater distance managed to react and evade the onslaught. Damn it, what the hell is he, and why does this spider have so many strange abilities? Brix voiced the thoughts of all the inheritors. Demoz frowned. This is the most unique spider. I even sensed a scent on him similar to that of the Master Weaver. I wonder, could he possibly be the successor of the Master Weaver? That's impossible. Bora exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring his sister's shock, Morlun looked at Demoz. Are you suggesting he might be the new Master Weaver? Demoz nodded. They conversed casually, paying no attention to the casualties among their minions. The recent battle with Mark had made them realize that his strength was immense, far beyond any enemy they had previously encountered. Except for the Master Weaver. Their battles with the Master Weaver hadn't been much of a strain, to be honest. Apart from their mother dying in battle, the fight had surprisingly gone smoothly, almost as if the Master Weaver had held back. But none of the inheritors, including Solus, dwelled much on this. In their minds, they were supposed to dominate the Master Weaver. How could the Master Weaver possibly show mercy to them? However, in reality, the Master Weaver had indeed shown mercy. After all, he was the future Karn. And Karn's ultimate goal in all this was simply to use these inheritors to turn over a new leaf, to make them less inclined toward hunting and destroying various totems across the multiverse. Since it was all part of the plan, he naturally wouldn't resist too much. During their exchange of information, Mark had already directly eliminated more than half of the 30 or so minions Verna had brought. Although these minions were also labeled as supervillains, in reality, they were not the cream of the crop from various worlds. Their strength was limited. Encountering someone like Mark, who acted without mercy, spelled misfortune for them. Of course, perhaps this was also a form of release. After all, no matter how villainous they were, they still retained their independent personalities. But once they became minions of the inheritors, brainwashed and corrupted, where would their independent personalities be? Each strike from Mark carried the force of hundreds of tons. Even if some of the minions were enhanced with supergenes or wore armor made of unknown alloys, they couldn't withstand his attacks. Describing the current situation as a carnage couldn't be more fitting. These minions, originally quite powerful, were already a force to reckon with, but the Namura semi-mechanical men modified from ordinary people in this world were even more so. Their materials were only slightly better alloyed steel than normal, yet even large-caliber firearms were enough to penetrate their defenses. Are you all rested? Then let's continue and finish him off. Demoz stretched his muscles, cracking them audibly, and snarled menacingly. Yes, brother. Brix and Bora were already impatient, considering their side's overwhelming power against Mark. Come on, if the 5 inheritors couldn't handle this spider, how could they still consider themselves great beings who had hunted countless spiders? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5 rushed swiftly from their respective directions toward Mark's position. The main course is here, so I don't have time to play with you all. Mark slashed the sky horizontally with the flame blade formed by his quantum ability, silently cutting through half the sky with its spatial cutting ability. This atom-level cutting sliced everything it touched in half. Hunters, vultures, and Namura semi-mechanical men were all cut into halves and plummeted downward. It was like a rain of blood. However, this kind of attack also burdened Mark significantly. It made his breathing slightly frantic. Bang! Morlun's fist landed on Mark, slamming him straight into the ground below. Have you experienced quantum magic? Mark's voice came from underground. Boom! The earth suddenly rose, eventually forming a giant made entirely of rocks, trapping Morlun and Bora in its hands. With a forceful grip, both individuals screamed in pain. Demoz flew forward and smashed the stone giant's head with a punch. But the next moment, the shattered head restored itself. Meanwhile, Brix punched the wrist of the hand holding Bora, breaking it, and barely managed to save his twin sister. Morlun growled lowly, and his body suddenly expanded, trying to forcefully pry open the stone giant's hand. At this moment, all the rocks suddenly transformed into rolling stones, flowing towards the location where Morlun was held tightly. In a matter of moments, a massive stone sphere, with a diameter of over 100 meters, appeared on the ground. The stone sphere occasionally trembled, a result of Morlun struggling inside. Shatter it! Damon roared, rushing towards the stone sphere. Though he didn't particularly like Morlun, there were no conventional emotions among the inheritor siblings. He knew Mark's strength was significant and couldn't afford to lose such a powerful aide like Morlun. Following Demoz's command, Verna also leaped over from the other side. However, at that moment, a massive portal appeared, instantly enveloping the massive stone sphere, and just as quickly, it vanished, transporting it away. Simultaneously, the stone sphere emerged abruptly in a deep part of the Atlantic Ocean. The immense water pressure compressed the already tightly bound stone sphere even further. Now, no matter how much Morlun struggled, there was no way for him to get out. Demos howled in frustration but was helpless. At that moment, Mark once again opened several portals. As the portals opened, a colossal jet of water gushed out. This oceanic water was bone-chillingly cold and, due to the immense water pressure, the jet of water was as fierce as a high-pressure water weapons. Brix and Bora, the twin siblings, were instantly submerged in this water flow. Then, Mark extended his hand, sending the two of them into the mantle. "You bastard, where did you send them?" Demos roared, charging towards Mark in fury. Verna, meanwhile, turned pale. She initially thought Mark was a manageable opponent but never expected that, facing their 5-person assault, he could easily send 3 of them away. Now, with only the 2 of them, it became even more challenging. Mark smirked, "Don't worry, they're not dead yet. Just providing a fairer battleground for our rematch, what do you think?" "I don't think so." Demos charged fiercely. However, halfway through his rush, Mark disappeared once again. This time, it was Verna who suffered. Mark replicated his actions, sending her away as well. With this, all 4 inheritors fell into his control. Only Demos remained, as he was the strongest. Standard containment methods might not easily hold him, so Mark decided to take him on directly. As to why he did this, it was clear. He intended to eliminate all these inheritors. "You filthy trickster." Demos was exploding with anger. He felt he had never encountered such a despicable individual in his long life, someone who avoided direct confrontation and only resorted to these petty tactics. However, oblivious to his own thoughts, Demos didn't realize that gathering his 4 siblings to besiege Mark was an extremely unethical move itself. Subsequently, under Mark's intentional control, the battle was prolonged for several hours. During this time, the infiltration team located in Earth 802 achieved tremendous success. Things went surprisingly smoothly. First, the team led by Unlimited Spider successfully infiltrated the Baxter building and reached the 30th floor. Although the reception robot on the 30th floor had been dismantled, it left behind an old access point. Perhaps the inheritors never imagined that someone could break through 30 floors filled with hundreds of cloned guards and various surveillance devices to arrive there. Afterward, Unlimited Spider spent some time hacking the main control computer on the 33rd floor of the building, using it to open the platform above, allowing Spider-Gwen's team to successfully infiltrate from above. Simultaneously, they themselves successfully entered the 31st floor from below. They discovered that the layout of the building was remarkably similar to the plan they had obtained. The real cloning facility was on the 33rd and 34th floors. As for the 35th floor, it served as their armory, where Genix usually stored equipment he tinkered with in his spare time. The 6 spider people wreaked havoc, annihilating all the clones and even destroying the cloning apparatus. These devices held crucial components, making it challenging for Genix to restore them quickly. Of course, Genix discovered the grand destruction carried out by Spider-Gwen and her team. However, upon his arrival, all he could witness was a scene of devastation. As for Spider-Gwen and the others causing the chaos, they had slipped away long before their successful mission. On the other side, Mark couldn't immediately know the situation due to the temporary world blockade. However, when the time limit of the Infinity Stones passed and the world blockade was lifted, Mark received a message from Gwen sent through his web of destiny. Soon after, in the midst of his engagement with Demos, Mark sneered coldly, suddenly intensified his fist's strength, directly seizing Demos' hands and fiercely kicking him in the chest. Rip. Just one pull. Demos' hands were torn off forcibly. Ah! Demos let out an ear-piercing scream. And then, within a second, the scream abruptly ceased. Because Mark had already obliterated his head with a single punch, and this time, with the destruction of the cloning company, there was no way for Demos to revive. After finishing off Demos, Mark proceeded to the mantle where Brix and Bora were detained. The scorching temperature of the Earth's core heated up all the water Mark had used to surround them, turning it into vapor. However, due to the enclosed environment, the vapor couldn't escape. Brix and Bora were left slumped within it. They had attempted to attack in all directions moments ago but nearly triggered a lava eruption that could have burned them alive. After this unexpected event, they gave up all thoughts of escaping and only hoped that Demos could defeat Mark and then rescue them. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, what they encountered wasn't Demos, nor anyone they knew but an executioner. Boom, boom. 2 bodies fell, and then, with a thought, Mark opened up the nearby mantle, and magma surged out, engulfing the bodies of the 2. Mark found Verna again and swiftly executed her. As the inheritors fell one after another, with the restoration of the spacetime prohibition, the Weaver in the Earth 001 universe finally woke up. The eyes behind the mask suddenly lit up. Demos dead. Bora's dead. Brix is dead. Verna's dead. What happened? They shouldn't have died. His mechanical legs clung to a series of webs, instantly crossing countless worlds, pinpointing Earth 31411, witnessing the final moments of several inheritors. His gaze fixated on Mark's face, unable to recover for a long time. He is? Why can't I sense his aura? Is he a spider? No, he's the transcendent one, carrying on my great spiderweb mission? But why? Why kill them? Agony filled the aged face beneath the mask. Suddenly, he jolted awake. Before him appeared the figure of Morlun. At that moment, an additional figure emerged within the stone sphere where Morlun was trapped. No, Morlun, the Weaver roared, moving his hands to pull Morlun back from that world. Swoosh, swoosh. A startled Morlun and an enraged Genix suddenly appeared in the Weaver's palace. Genix pounded the ground heavily, shouting, "These damn spiders, damn it! They destroyed all the cloning devices." Morlun had thought he was about to die, but the next moment he heard his brother Genix's voice. He suddenly looked around, elated. "I'm not dead. I'm actually alive?" "Wait, Genix, what are you talking about? What about cloning devices?" Genix grimly responded, "Several spiders infiltrated my universe, 802, and destroyed all the cloning devices in my cloning company along with our bodies." "What?" Morlun widened his eyes. He turned urgently to the Weaver and pleaded, "Weaver, where are Demos, Verna, Brix, and Bora? Bring them back quickly. That guy's strength is too overwhelming, it doesn't seem like that of a spider. We must awaken Father to deal with him." The solemn voice of the Weaver resonated in the hall. "They're gone. Demos, Verna, Brix, Bora. They're all dead." "What?" Morlun and Genix exclaimed in unison. "What are you saying, Weaver?" A thunderous voice echoed. "What happened to my children?" A burly man appeared at the palace gate. He stood at a towering 3 meters, his face full of pale sideburns. Demos and Genix, in comparison, seemed like mere characters from a tale before him. He was the mightiest totem hunter, the head of the inheritor family, Solus. "Father." Morlun and Genix hurriedly went to greet Solus. The sudden turn of events left them a bit disoriented, and Father Solus had always been their pillar of strength. Seeing his presence somewhat eased their minds. "Solus, my lord," greeted the Weaver. In fact, the Weaver had some knowledge of the actions undertaken by Mark and the others. The reason why Solus had been in slumber until now and why Karn had not clashed with Mark was due to the Weaver's manipulations behind the scenes. Everything he did was to aid Mark, enabling him to lead the spider totems to win this war at a lesser cost, unlike the future he had experienced where so many totems died, something the Weaver vehemently wished to avoid. However, he hadn't anticipated that the spider he released would encounter a Death Star. Instead of sparing the inheritors as the Weaver had anticipated, Mark decisively exterminated them all. If the Weaver hadn't intervened in time, even Morlun would have perished in the Earth 31411 universe. But what's done was done, and he couldn't retrieve what he had set in motion. He hoped that after everything was over, he could communicate with his successor properly, trying to bring things back on track. Meanwhile, on the other side, Solus had listened to Genix and Morlun's account of what had happened. When he heard that the cloning company was destroyed and Demos and the others were all killed, Saurus's eyes reddened in an instant. He fiercely punched a nearby pillar, shattering it into pieces. A dreadful aura began to spread from the temple, enveloping the entire planet and even the entire star system with every breath. On Earth 001, all living beings were prostrate, trembling. "Weaver, find the mastermind. I'm going to kill him." "Yes, Lord Solus," the Weaver calmly responded. "He possesses unique abilities and isn't on the Great Web. Locating him might take some time." "I don't care. I give you only 1 day. If you can't find him, I will kill you first, then traverse every universe, destroying them all." Solus' gaze turned ice cold, fixed on the Weaver. The Weaver couldn't help but shiver. He had no doubt that if he dared to refuse or hesitate a second longer, Solus would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation and proceed to annihilate all of the multiverse. That was the kind of person he was. Fortunately, there's still a day, the Weaver sighed silently. The situation had reached this point, and he wasn't sure if it was good or bad. He regretted his earlier actions now, but recalling the threads of fate within the Great Web and the obscure glimpses of a dark future, the Weaver's resolve gradually solidified. "I understand, Lord Solus," he replied before falling silent, entirely engrossed in his work on the Great Web, as if genuinely scouring for Mark and the others' traces. Though Solus was furious and wanted to take lives, he realized he still needed the Weaver to locate people, so he refrained from further conflict. He left with Morlun and Genix. In Universe 616, perhaps due to years of wrongdoing, Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius faced retribution. His body was gradually failing. After numerous battles with the main universe Spider-Man, he gathered crucial data and invented a golden Octobot, a consciousness-switching device. Unexpectedly, the main universe Spider-Man fell into the trap, and his body was seized by Dr. Octopus, landing in that dying body. Refusing to perish, the main universe Spider-Man, leveraging a plan from Dr. Octopus's memories, contacted several supervillains, escaping from the prison, aiming to apprehend Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man had already prepared himself. He used a carbon-plated fiber layer, nullifying the effects of the consciousness-switching device, and defeated the main universe Spider-Man, who arrived dragging his ruined body. At the brink of death, the main universe Spider-Man made Otto, who's inside the former's body, experience his life, making him understand the phrase "with great power comes great responsibility." Thus, after the real Peter Parker of the main universe passed away as Dr. Octopus, Otto replaced him, becoming the superior Spider-Man who aimed to do better. He defeated the new Sinister Six, parted ways with Mary Jane, blinded Vulture, severely injured Boomerang, and executed Massacre, and more. He even created mechanical spiders to monitor his activities throughout, ensuring he could fulfill his responsibility better. Though quite far-fetched, under Otto's meticulous management, the chaotic life of the original Spider-Man, Peter, strangely began to improve. However, recently, there was an unexpected space-time displacement accident. In the year 2099, due to a life-threatening situation involving Alchemax's CEO, Tyler Stone, Spider-Man 2099 traversed through time back to this era, hoping to do something before Alchemax transformed into a dire company, attempting to save Tyler Stone's life. Otto Parker, LOL, and Spider-Man 2099 subsequently engaged in a fierce fight. Later, the Horizon Labs was destroyed due to an internal explosion, and the superior Spider-Man, Jean Parker, disappeared. Hold on, Otto, think. In a chaotic and bizarre tunnel, Superior Spider-Man continuously encouraged himself. However, in reality, he couldn't even move his body, he could only observe as his body drifted aimlessly within the tunnel. It must be like this, I'm caught in some sort of reversed time. These constantly floating scenes ahead are strange images from other worlds, this is evidence. But these worlds are not entirely similar, some are even contradictory, as if the timeline has been split into countless scattered fragments. This means I might land anywhere. Plop. A strange sound echoed, and Otto Parker felt like he was spit out from that strange temporal tunnel, akin to water being expelled from a whale's belly. However, regardless of the situation, he indeed felt more comfortable now. At least, he had regained control of his body. I should have realized it earlier. Nature abhors a vacuum. 2099 lost its Spider-Man, so the universe allowed me to take his place. Otto Parker stood up, surveyed the surroundings, and quickly reached a conclusion. He was now in the year 2099? That was the era of Spider-Man 2099, who had come back to his time and fought against him, because the technology here was significantly more advanced than his own time. Otto Parker shrugged, thinking optimistically, this outcome is actually acceptable. My genius was already a century ahead of my time, and now I can combine it with the technology of this era. Finding a way to travel back shouldn't be too hard, as long as I find a well-equipped research facility. He lifted his spirits. However, Otto Parker clearly didn't realize that this era was somewhat different from his own. He hadn't been there for long when a few individuals flying bikes, calling themselves Public Eye, came to hassle him. Stop, Spider-Man, you're under arrest by us. Please don't attempt to escape, one of them in uniform shouted. Escape. Otto Parker turned back, coldly staring at the one who spoke, then suddenly dashed toward them. You've got the wrong person. In the nick of time, as his body was in midair, 4 crimson spider legs extended from his back. Boom, boom, 2 explosions rang out as Otto Parker's figure swiftly flew through the air. Meanwhile, the 2 flying bikes behind him exploded right where they were. Retreat, retreat, call for backup. The uniformed personnel hurriedly activated the devices on their combat suits, reducing their descent speed. Usually, when Spider-Man sees us coming after him, he flees. Who the hell is this guy, not playing by the rules? Another uniformed person, frustrated, opened a cushioning device, cursing as they watched Otto Parker's silhouette. By this time, Otto Parker was already dozens of meters away. He glanced back at the 2 floating figures in the air and sneered, that's right, fools, hurry and escape to save your pitiful little lives. If your brains are still intact, remember to stay away from me in the future. At this moment, a flying car arrived in front of Otto Parker and hovered in the air. Spider-Man, what are you doing here, enjoying yourself alone? The man in the car shouted. They'll be back soon, and it'll be worse. If you don't want more trouble, come with me now. Otto Parker scrutinized the man warily and replied, I'll trust you for now, but if this is some kind of trick, be careful. I'm not the Spider-Man you might know. The man faintly smiled and said, actually, I know exactly who you are. Your outfit is different from his, but now that I've heard your voice, I'm sure. You're that Spider-Man from the heroic era, Peter something, right? Well, Otto Parker felt a bit annoyed, but his caution told him that even in this unfamiliar era, he couldn't reveal his true identity. So, he remained silent, tacitly agreeing. It was the man who seemed surprised. You don't remember me? Otto Parker chuckled. Is that really so strange? After all, it was a long time ago. Besides, you look pretty ordinary. Is it that easy to remember you? A vein appeared on the man's forehead. You. Fine then, let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Gabriel O'Hara. In this era, there's also a Spider-Man, my brother Miguel. But now, he's missing. Did you have anything to do with it? This time, Otto Parker was a bit more forthcoming. He shook his head. Absolutely not. In fact, I'm a victim, just like him, but if you could provide me with more precise information, maybe I can help sort this out. For both mine and your brother's sake. All right, Gabriel O'Hara nodded. He still had faith in Spider-Man then. Let's go to Mickey's apartment. It'll be a good hiding place, maybe we can make some plans there. So, chatting along the way, the two changed direction and headed to their destination. After some analysis, Otto Parker quickly understood what he needed to do now. First, he paid a visit to Stark Industries in this era, already seized by force, and borrowed a temporal energy vocalization device. Then, he went to Alchemax and borrowed technology related to spatial jumps, materialization, dematerialization, and some accompanying components. For this, he directly robbed a large truck. Although this made him a wanted criminal in this era, after he defeated many uniformed personnel and some of this era's superheroes in a row, the pursuit of him temporarily came to a halt. Perhaps they were recalculating Spider-Man's combat power and devising a more sophisticated capture plan. But at least, Otto Parker did manage to buy himself some time. In some ways, Otto Parker proved to be quite capable. However, it's uncertain how Gabriel O'Hara felt upon seeing this mess. After all, for the people of this era, there's only one Spider-Man in the world. Feeling ashamed to face Gabriel O'Hara, Otto Parker found a relatively spacious abandoned warehouse in the ruins of New York City and completed his unfinished design there. So, this is future technology? Bah! After quickly deciphering the mysteries behind the technologies he acquired, Otto Parker didn't hide his disdain. I guess being too far ahead in intelligence for my own time is unfortunate. There's nothing in this world that can keep up with my thinking. Fortunately, these gadgets are barely usable. Ugh. With hands in his pockets, Otto Parker gazed proudly at the contraption he assembled in half a day. Luckily, only his self-designed artificial intelligence assistant could witness everything. Is your time channel ready, Doctor? Otto Parker nodded. Almost there. And you, adjust your hairstyle a bit shorter. Adjusting now. Is this fine? The artificial intelligence quickly made adjustments to its appearance. Otto Parker couldn't help but reach out and gently brush its cheek. Perfect. Alright, let's get to business. Download yourself into my wristwatch, get ready for the time jump. Saying that, Otto Parker picked up the mask of his battlesuit placed nearby. Okay, Doctor. Check the flashback command to avoid any mishaps. All systems are functioning properly. Very well, then let's go. Degree, wow, is that Spider-Man? Hasn't he been here before? Why bother? Don't you know what evacuate means? As Otto Parker traversed the complex parallel universe space, he landed in a new world and heard a conversation among a few individuals. Evacuate? He's been here before. What does that mean? Otto Parker tapped his head. The time-space travel made him feel uncomfortable, but he quickly adjusted, then began observing his surroundings. Soon, he discovered some key elements. In the distance, there was a body engulfed in roaring flames. In the center of the blaze, the figure of the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four could be vaguely seen. Then, on another side, he found a pile of stones that used to be the Thing, Ben Grimm, a Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, whose neck and body were stretched out long, and an invisible woman, Susan Storm, with 2 large holes pierced in her abdomen. Reed Richards, the Human Torch, and the Thing. I anticipated Richards' arrogance would lead to their downfall. But more importantly, what really managed to kill them? The cause of death. Otto Parker's gaze scanned the bodies, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. No signs of life, the AI assistant said. I detected an unusual energy, most prominently from behind that pile of rubble. Otto Parker immediately followed the instructions and saw a body lying on the ground. It was none other than this world's Spider-Man. Interesting. After a brief daze, Otto Parker coldly uttered a word. Approaching the body, he flipped it over, examining the mark on the spider suit, his mind racing. Now I understand. This isn't my world, but a parallel timeline. The Spider-Man of this world joined the Fantastic Four. The AI assistant remarked. I concur. There's an unstable frequency of vibrations during the time travel, Doctor, and there's also a strange energy fluctuation here. Just as Otto Parker was about to instruct it to initiate the flashback command for another traverse, he paused and inquired, What's that? What did you discover? It seems there's another trace of a different timeline here, slightly different from the surrounding vibration frequency, but its presence here is fleeting, likely to disappear soon, the AI assistant explained. Otto Parker contemplated for a moment. Another trace of a different timeline? Does that mean other people have also come here? Regardless, let's go back. Initiate the flashback command. Understood. Whoosh. Otto Parker disappeared from this universe in a flash, then set off once again from there. Next, he ventured into a world where Spider-Man became a mutant and joined the X-Men. There, he witnessed the devastated New York City area, with colossal sentinel robots scattered across the ground though now dismantled and in pieces. Gathering information from other surviving mutants, he learned some crucial details. Rumor had it that a man wearing a metal helmet to hide his face had recently appeared in this world. He had engaged in a fierce battle with the X-Men, killing Spider-Man, Wolverine, and many other members before leaving. Hearing this news, Otto Parker felt a pang in his heart. Spider-Man? Yet another Spider-Man? This was already the second one. Although the two teams facing calamity were different, one was the Fantastic Five, and the other was the X-Men, they seemed somewhat dissimilar. But as perceptive as Otto Parker was, he quickly realized their common ground, the existence of Spider-Man in both. Moreover, according to information gathered from the surviving X-Men, that mysterious man had come specifically for Spider-Man. As for the other X-Men, they were killed while trying to protect Spider-Man from that person. Anna, let's move on to the next world. Otto Parker's mood grew heavier. He vaguely sensed that some form of disaster seemed to be silently unfolding, unbeknownst to him. Soon after, he arrived in the third world and found that world's Spider-Man. This world was in the midst of a civil war, and this particular Spider-Man appeared to be reconciling with the Registration Act. However, regrettably, what Otto Parker encountered was the utterly destroyed Avengers Tower. There lay the Iron Spider suit with 2 identical puncture wounds. Behind the body of the Iron Spider was a massive poster bearing the words, "The Registration Act is the law." Subsequently, every world he rushed to was alike in this aspect. Damn it, record the data of this corpse, we need to thoroughly investigate this. In a certain world, Otto Parker looked at the body of this world's Spider-Man on the ground, finally grasping the severity of the situation. Research indicates that they all have identical pear-shaped wounds, surrounded by the same extraneous energy. This energy's origin doesn't belong to any universe we've visited, the AI assistant, Anna, reported. Otto Parker's tone grew somber. That's right, I've noticed it too. I have no interest in the battles happening in other worlds, but apparently, I'm not the only one capable of traversing through time and space. The killer seems fixated on each universe's Spider-Man. Get ready for another traversal. This time, if we encounter another deceased Spider-Man, we'll collect detailed information on the killer's energy signature and their unique weaponry. Earth 8351 Universe. In this universe, tragedy continued to follow Peter Parker. Even though he abandoned his past life, leaving behind Mary Jane, Aunt May, and everything else to fulfill the responsibilities his powers brought, it wasn't until the day Gwen Stacy passed away that he realized a new truth: the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But along with it, formidable enemies would arise. Those enemies devoid of mercy gave him a choice to watch his loved ones perish at their hands or accept that he must fight and immerse himself in the battle. With this realization, the merciful Spider-Man ceased to exist. He transformed into the Spider Assassin, undergoing training from Wolverine. His methods became decisive and ruthless. Piles of villainous corpses lay at his hands, shaping his reputation. However, this mighty champion of justice was now doing everything possible to prevent two more bodies from joining the rest on this world's ground. Intense combat was underway. One side featured a man wearing a metal helmet and wielding a double-pronged fork. His name was Karn, an exile from the Inheritors family, and a future Master Weaver. On the other side were this world's Spider Assassin, Wolverine, and the Spider Assassin's girlfriend, Alex. Despite the odds of 3 against 1, their situation appeared perilous. Wolverine extended his adamantium claws, clashing heavily against Karn's double-pronged fork, bitten, creating a pleasant metallic clang. However, in the next instant, Karn paused, swinging his bitten directly through Wolverine's body. SSHH. With a flick of his bitten, Wolverine turned into a skeletal form of adamantium and crashed to the ground, lifeless. Wolverine was dead. This was impossible. His healing factor was immensely strong. He could even survive nuclear radiation from an atomic bomb. But now, observing the adamantium skeleton on the ground, the assassin spider, despite his reluctance, had to admit this undeniable truth. Bang, bang, bang. His girlfriend, Alex, wielding dual pistols, relentlessly fired bullets. The bullets hit Karn, emitting the metallic clangs as if his body was forged from iron and steel. However, the reality was that the bullets posed no threat to him. Get a rocket launcher, I'll cover you. Alex, a skilled SHIELD agent, remained composed, issuing orders. Yet, the Spider Assassin knew a rocket launcher wouldn't deter this self-proclaimed Karn. He was a demon. Perhaps only that thing will work. If not, even that won't help. But no matter what, I can't let her die because of this. The Spider Assassin's mind raced, immediately formulating a plan. He fired a webbing dart, but instead of aiming at Karn, it struck Alex, causing her to faint instantly. Afterward, he shattered a window and swiftly departed from the scene. To his surprise, Karn completely disregarded the unconscious Alex, pursuing the Spider Assassin. He truly wants me. The Spider Assassin advanced rapidly, brainstorming. He's like a machine, relentless and mindless. But that's my only chance. I bet he doesn't know our generator is leagues ahead of typical gas-powered ones. Enough to keep the entire city running non-stop. And his bitten conducts energy. Is this conduction two-way? I'm eagerly anticipating that. The Spider Assassin landed atop a metallic structure. This was their main building. His spider suit was insulated, so his arrival wouldn't cause any commotion. And Karn. SSHH. A flash of lightning. The entire city's electricity surged violently, coursing into Karn's body at that moment. This even led to a widespread blackout throughout the city. However, the Spider Assassin couldn't care less at this point. His eyes fixed on Karn, who stood motionless, eagerly awaiting a miracle. However, as the electricity dissipated, Karn slowly turned to face the Spider Assassin. Oh no, he's completely unscathed. Boom! Karn clenched his fist and punched the Spider Assassin in the abdomen, sending him flying, then calmly walked towards him, saying, I had a great time. As a reward, your death will be swifter than the others. Any last words? Speak now. Raising his bident, he resembled a young boy playing with a fork on a sandy beach. Whoosh boom! A massive tree, several people in girth, suddenly shot from a nearby distance, slamming directly into Karn, sending him flying. Karn plummeted from a high cliff. But the Spider Assassin knew that a mere 100 meters fall wouldn't kill that guy, given his impenetrable body, impervious even to the electricity of an entire city. Buzz. Spider senses activated. He turned around, spotting another figure clad in a spider suit. Hanging upside down from a web, Otto Parker swung over to the Spider Assassin and nonchalantly remarked, No need to thank me. The Spider Assassin nodded at Parker, expressing gratitude, but still focused on the cliff's edge. Serious, that won't hurt him. I need to think of another way. Preparing to chase after Karn, he was stopped by Otto's quick intervention. Wait, you reckless fool! You're so stupid. Otto hastily grabbed the Spider Assassin's arm. You need to calm down. Spider Assassin, listen, I don't know if you took over my job in the city or came from another universe. I don't care about these things. Otto Parker immediately interrupted him. You should care, idiot. Also, I'm not that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man anymore. Some people deserve to be killed, like this monster, the perfect example. Otto's words actually managed to calm the spider assassin down slightly, as it surprisingly aligned with his thoughts. Seeing his calmer demeanor, Otto continued persuading, in countless universes, there are many Spider-Men, not all as practical as you and me, but some possess special skills that could be useful. So, I plan to gather them, form an army to fight this monster. I need someone like me, someone who can make tough decisions without hesitation in critical moments. The spider assassin seemed swayed, but Alex, your woman. Otto quickly understood, if you really care about her, joining me is the best choice. For her and for this world. That monster is only interested in people like us, Spider-Man, do you understand? Alright, I've said what I needed to. I'm not a coward, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to die needlessly. Bravery in the moment has no meaning. Now, are you willing to fight alongside me? Otto Parker asked, taking a breath, posing the final question. He felt time was running out, the guy below would soon arrive. If that guy persisted, he wouldn't stay here and wait to die, he'd leave decisively. The spider assassin asked, do you guarantee that we'll finally kill him? Otto Parker nodded solemnly, that demon must die. Otherwise, none of us have a future. Okay, count me in. With that, both quickly turned and entered the interdimensional portal behind them. Boom! Just seconds after their departure, Karn climbed back up from below the mountain. Standing there, he watched where the two had left, lost in thought. Spider, actually leaving this universe? Interesting. Though it was his first encounter with such a situation, he wasn't overly disheartened. After composing himself, he prepared to leave this world, continuing his atonement journey. Karn. At this moment, an incredibly familiar voice echoed in his mind. Weaver, why are you looking for me? After recruiting the spider assassin from Earth 8351, Otto successfully utilized his abilities to rescue several other Spider-Men under Karn's control. Among them were Spider Monkey from Earth 8101, Six-Armed Spider-Man from Earth 92100, Spider-Girl, Spider-Bitch, Ashley Barton from Earth 807128, Spider-Cyborg from Earth 2818, and Spider-Man, Spider-Indian, from Earth 50101. 5 Spider-Men from different universes. In Earth 8101, a world of apes, the inhabitants were primates similar to those in Planet of the Apes. Spider-Monkey was the Spider-Man of this world, named Peter Parker. However, due to their brutal justice system of criminals are tried, if they don't reform, they get killed. He adopted a ruthless approach, making him a rather vicious Spider-Man. The story of the six-armed Spider-Man from Earth 92100 was similar to Earth 616's, but his mutation occurred because he didn't want his powers. He concocted a potion to revert to a normal human, but tragically, instead of removing his powers, it exacerbated them, resulting in 4 additional arms, becoming the six-armed Spider-Man. Michael Morbius was the only antidote to restore him, but an accident led to Morbius being eaten by a shark. Afterward, Peter sought every expert, from Dr. Connors to Professor X, and eventually even Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four, but none could cure him. He had to battle Dr. Octopus with this condition, realizing that having extra arms wasn't so bad. While it exposed his identity, it gained him respect and admiration worldwide, even rescuing Gwen Stacy from Green Goblin, granting him a relatively fulfilling conclusion among many Spider-Men. Spider-Girl Ashley Barton from Earth 807128 was initially a villainous character. In contrast to other universes, in the Earth 807128 universe, the villains united, defeated the superheroes, and divided the world into their own territories. Ashley Barton is the daughter of the youngest daughter of Spider-Man, Tonya Parker, and this world's Hawkeye. Yes, Hawkeye, the old man, ended up with his comrade's daughter. Maybe just saying that doesn't give much context about this world, but it has a fairly famous story called Wolverine, Old Man Logan. Spider-Man Cyborg from Earth 2818 is a Peter Parker who transformed himself into a pure mechanical form, while the Spider-Indian from Earth 50101, just like his name suggests, is a Spider-Man from that country, named Pavitr Hakar. However, this group of Spider-Men gathered by the superior Spider-Man actually share a common trait. Their beliefs lack the almost sentimental kindness of most Spider-Men. This might be what they call like-mindedness. Otto feels quite satisfied with himself for being able to quickly rescue so many Spider-Men from Karn's grasp and recruit them into his spider army, especially with a few Peter Parkers among them. Even though they aren't the Peter Parker he knows, it adds a bit of a "I'm definitely stronger than Peter Parker" mentality to him. This sincerely fills him with contentment. However, during their operations, Otto Parker has some doubts. He can't shake off the feeling that the behavior of Karn, that demon, seems a bit peculiar. It's almost as if he's deliberately giving them a chance to be rescued. But how could that be? He remembers vividly the gruesome deaths of the unfortunate souls he initially saw killed by Karn. How could such scoundrels suddenly repent? In the end, perplexed Otto Parker can only consider it a trick of his mind and attribute his success to his astute judgment. But now, he's ready. Through each brief encounter with Karn, he believes he has fully grasped Karn's behavioral patterns and, based on this, redefined his equipment. Using advanced 2099 technology, he modified his mechanical spider legs, hoping they might harm Karn. He's prepared to change his approach, turning from passive to proactive. Meanwhile, on the other side, a British Spider-Man also, through means, witnessed the misdeeds of the inheritors. Later, utilizing his abilities, he swiftly gathered several Spider-Man from various universes, assembling them in the Earth 13 universe. The reason for staying in this universe was its possession of one of the most powerful warriors among the many Spider-Men, Cosmic Spider-Man. The Cosmic Spider-Man, wielding the power of the Enigma Force, was unquestionably a significant figure across the multiverse. The British Spider-Man, confident in his understanding of the inheritors, believed that under his protection, many Spider-Men could find temporary tranquility. Their objective was to, during this time, find a way to deal with these inheritors. On this matter, the Spider-Men discussed extensively, each with their own perspectives. However, no one could persuade anyone else. Ultimately, they unanimously agreed that they needed a warrior with extensive experience in dealing with the inheritors. Thus, they traveled to the Earth 616 universe and recruited 3 Spider-Men from this world at once. They were the main universe Spider-Man Peter Parker, Silk Cindy Moon, and this world's Scarlet Spider, Kane Parker. Then, as the main universe Spider-Man was the only one to have fought against the inheritors, specifically Morlun, and possessed individual experience in defeating them, he became the chosen leader among them. With the joint support of the British Spider-Man and Cosmic Spider-Man, he became the leader of this spider army. Due to the casualties among the inheritors, with most deceased and the remaining Genix and Morlun hiding in the Earth 001 universe, and with Solus awaiting an explanation from the Weaver, the recruitment plan of the British Spider-Man's spider army surprisingly proceeded smoothly. And, due to the like-attracts-like nature, those recruited here are genuinely pure-hearted Spider-Men. Unlike the ones recruited by Otto Parker, who are a bit more ruthless in their methods. Guided intentionally or unintentionally by the Weaver, most of the targets Karn sought over the years were these ruthless versions of Spider-Men, such as the Spider Assassin, the Cyborg Spider-Man and etc. Unbeknownst to the Spider-Men themselves, they had been divided by the Weaver into 2 distinct factions. Led by Otto Parker, there's the ruthless Spider Army recruited by him. And led by the main universe Spider-Man, there's the kind Spider Army recruited by the British Spider-Man. This was the Weaver's plan. The aggressive ruthless Spider Army has fewer numbers, while the gentle kind Spider Army has a larger presence. When the 2 spider armies merge and defeat the inheritors, it's evident that the latter holds the majority, following the principle of majority rule. This way, even if the inheritors are defeated, they can still follow a similar fate as their original destiny, being exiled and or cleansed into babies, rather than being killed. However, due to the Weaver's own sneaky move at this time, a new force of spider army emerged in the multiverse. Led by Mark, an exceptional existence beyond the Great Web, this brings about an entirely new, divergent web of destinies for many Spider-Men, transcending their original fate trajectories. Yet, even the Weaver, unexpectedly, finds that this contingency, initially meant to combat a more complex and darker future, has turned its sharp spearhead against itself. Mark, who has been secretly manipulated by the Weaver, is completely oblivious to this scheme at the moment. At this time, he's celebrating a small victory with his comrades, gathered in the universe that belongs to him. Joining them are not only the original Spider-Gwen, Spider-Man Noir, and Spider-Man from the circus already present here but also Toby Spider-Man, Andrew Spider-Man, Spider-Tom, and Electro summoned from the movie dimension. The latter were specifically brought by Mark to enhance their chances in the final battle. Unfortunately, Doctor Strange didn't come to aid. He mentioned that if the battle occurred in his world, he'd surely help, but since it's in another universe, he couldn't intervene. Mark, after careful consideration, understood. Doctor Strange still had to manage the dark dimensions in his own world. Even though he's no longer the Sorcerer Supreme, relying solely on Wong was a bit concerning. Whether he had other concerns, Mark couldn't ascertain. But he didn't mind. After all, with their current plot, the inheritors had taken a significant hit. Originally 8 members, including Solus, 4 of them were directly eliminated. Now, they mainly face Solus, Genix, and Morlun. Genix isn't notably formidable, and Morlun, who fell under Mark's hands, had his strength evaluated by him. With the collaboration of Spider-Gwen and others, they could easily triumph, maybe even take down Morlun. The only trouble lies with Solus. However, Mark already has some insight into Solus's power, despite not having a direct confrontation with him. In reality, as his understanding of this universe inherited from the Beyonder deepens, he gains a clearer perception of the power hierarchy in the Marvel Universe. The power rankings he initially derived from various works were somewhat vague and lacked precision. In fact, the real individual power difference peaks at the 3rd level, known as the so-called God King level. The God King level, also referred to as God, signifies the outer layer disparity between gods and mortals in terms of power. However, the core difference lies in authority. Authority combined with power constitutes true strength. This implies that when power reaches a certain level, it can also possess God King level strength. For example, the Hulk, who's claimed to crush everything in his path, lacks authority but through his unwavering raw power, attains the ability to destroy worlds, making even God King level beings take notice. Yet, even for the Hulk, there's no assurance of ascending to the level of destroying single universes, let alone multiple universes. And we're not considering his true power. This is just Mark's perspective. It doesn't have any effect to the plot at all. He remains just a God King level. This indicates the limit of physical strength. So, if one seeks to elevate their power to the level of destroying single universe or multiple universes, what's the approach? Since power is maximized, the only way is through another avenue. That is authority. For instance, Thor, wielder of Mjolnir, known as the god of thunder, can manipulate weather and all elements related to storms, such as lightning, rain, snow, and more. Expanding this authority leads to further ascension. Thus, from God King level upwards to single and multiple universe levels, the only difference is authority. In essence, if one disregards authority or discovers methods to counter or diminish authority, they can overturn the odds and defeat their opponents. This was Mark's greatest takeaway from his previous confrontation against the Inheritors single-handedly. According to the original works, the comics he read, these Inheritors possess incredibly potent abilities, capable of almost instantaneously overpowering any Spider-Man they face. Several times, people were rescued by Otto Parker or other members of the Spider Corps because they were more interested in hunting and toying around. Because of this, Mark had estimated their abilities quite high, even categorizing the relatively weaker Bora and Brix as belonging to the high levels. However, in reality, the truth was significantly different from his estimations. Bora and Brix's power likely only reached the Marvel Power Index level of 4, indicating a value of beyond normal humans, a range most Spider-Men fall within. Having faced them directly and slain them, Mark had a much deeper understanding of their power. These twin siblings usually possess strength of around 20 tons, occasionally reaching up to 25 tons. Even among the remaining Inheritors, focusing solely on their strength, they are merely adequate. Verna's prowess slightly surpasses the twin siblings, with an ability index of around 5, her strength ranging between 30 to 50 tons. Genix's and Mark's encounters have been limited, so there's less clarity about their abilities, but they're likely on par with Morlun. Demoz stands out among the younger Inheritors, wielding strength reaching 500 tons and occasionally surging to a level 7, surpassing even 1,000 tons under certain bursts. In essence, if assessed solely by data on paper, individuals like Brix, Bora, and Verna are slightly stronger than the average Spider-Man but fall short of those empowered by the Golden Spider genes. However, this doesn't guarantee these Spider-Man could win in one-on-one combat against them. The Inheritors' attacks can bypass the Spider-Man's heavily relied upon Spider Sense. Once stripped of this sense, those Spider-Man relying on it in combat instantly find themselves at a disadvantage, except for a few with extensive combat experience. That's one aspect. The other, and crucial, aspect is the Inheritors' authority. This authority inherently grants them a natural advantage against spider totems, or rather, all animal totems, providing them with a restraining effect. Facing off against animal totems severely weakens the totem's side while exponentially boosting the Inheritors' strength. This trade-off naturally creates a situation of overwhelming dominance. So, focusing on countering these aspects with a certain level of enhancement or optimization could lead to victory. Mark has already reinforced pure strength aspects. He conducted genetic surgeries on every Spider-Man present, optimizing their genetic makeup to exceed 50 tons in normal strength, with some even reaching above 100 tons. The strength in their peak state is immeasurable. However, authority usually limited to a single universe like the powers of the Captain Universe or the Infinity Stones is incredibly challenging to enhance. Since they can't improve their own authority, Mark wondered, what if they could undermine the opponents? Weakening them equates to strengthening themselves, doesn't it? Luckily, he did conceive two potential methods to weaken the Inheritors' authority and even a method for a forceful takedown. The first method involves traveling to Earth-001 universe, locating the Infinity Stones from that universe, and using these 6 stones to obliterate individuals like Solus and his group. It's the most direct and effective method. Disregard any claims about Solus being at the level of a universal. His universal status stems from his high authority in hunting totems, yet in reality, as long as he remains in a certain universe, he's still influenced by that universe's basic laws. Mark has already verified this. In Earth 31411, under Armored Spider-Man's jurisdiction, he temporarily blocked the connection between that universe and the multiverse using the Infinity Stones. This maneuver even managed to shield it from the Master Weaver's perception. As for the connections between the Inheritors themselves, evidence indicates those have also been severed. So, Mark has no doubt that the Infinity Stones can counteract the Inheritors. However, there's an issue. Locating the Infinity Stones in the vast expanse of the universe isn't easy, and finding 6 of them in a world controlled by enemies is even more challenging. The second method naturally involves nuclear radiation. The Inheritors fear nuclear radiation, that's been substantiated. Although it can't weaken their authority even in a weakened state, they can still consume spider totems. It can significantly diminish their strength. The higher the radiation intensity, the more strength it can reduce. When Mark took the initiative and eliminated Demoz, Verna, Brix, and Bora among the Inheritors, the remaining ones, unsurprisingly, all retreated to Earth-001. Mark took advantage of this opportunity to bring the lab that was originally in the Ultimate Universe. With the combined efforts of over a dozen Spider-Men, the research, which had already made some initial progress, suddenly leaped forward by several strides. It has to be said that the Spider-Men are indeed a talented group. Among the many Spider-Men present, there's a comprehensive mastery of mechanics, biology, nuclear physics, and various other fields. Any of them randomly chosen represents the elite of their respective worlds. And when so many elite individuals direct their efforts toward the same goal, the efficiency is self-evident. Firstly, the equipment. Each Spider-Man received an entirely new version of the Spider battlesuit, actually a modification based on their original suits. After all, different battlesuits represent different Spider-Man's ideals, life experiences, and so on, and won't be altered easily. Within the battlesuits, a radiation-resistant layer has been installed, effectively warding off attacks of up to level 5 nuclear radiation. If a special mode is activated, this efficacy can increase to nearly level 7. This so-called classification is based on the severity of nuclear safety and radiation incident levels regarding nuclear leakage events. Levels 1 to 3 are considered incidents, specifically categorized as singular anomalies, level 1, incidents, level 2, and severe incidents, level 3. From level 4 onwards to level 7, these are referred to as accidents, delineated as regional accidents, level 4, extensive regional accidents, level 5, severe accidents, level 6, and major accidents, level 7. Most nuclear leakage events are categorized as level 2 incidents, but of course, there are a few exceptions. For example, the leakage at the 3 Mile Island nuclear power station was exceptionally severe. What's even more shameless is that they classified it as level 4 themselves. However, later, after serious international scrutiny, it was reclassified as level 7. Of course, event classification only indicates the impact of nuclear leakage on the larger environment. The specific impact on the biota within the environment requires a different method of description. Let's consider a simple example. In our daily lives, radiation is ubiquitous. The unit for absorbed radiation doses by humans is sieverts, SV, millisieverts, MSV, and microsieverts, μSV. The conversion between these units is a factor of 1000, 1 SV equals 1000 MSV, and 1 MSV equals 1000 μSV. When sleeping beside someone, you'd likely receive a radiation dose of about 0.05 μSV. Eating a banana equates to approximately 0.1 μSV. Having a dental or hand X-ray results in roughly 5 μSV. As for the average daily external radiation dose received by a normal person, it's around 10 μSV. However, after the 3 Mile Island nuclear power station leakage incident, the radiation received by 2 monitoring stations 50 kilometers northwest was approximately 3.6 MSV per day. A chest CT scan exposes 1 to around 5.8 MSV. In other words, being in that vicinity is akin to undergoing 2 chest CT scans every 3 days. The benchmark for increasing the cancer incidence rate is an annual radiation dose of 100 MSV. This implies that if you stayed there for a month, congratulations, you'd be inching closer to becoming bald. Unfortunately, it won't make you stronger. And that's just staying 50 kilometers away. Venturing further inward, well, short-term radiation poisoning symptoms manifest at around 400 MSV, while doses reaching 2 SV are lethal. Severe, almost certain to be fatal doses, begin at 4 SV. If you reach 8 SV, congratulations, that's a lethal dose beyond the capacity of modern medicine to salvage. It's said that after the Chernobyl nuclear power station leaked and exploded, being by the reactor core for 10 minutes would expose 1 to 50 SV of radiation, enough to kill anyone. Clearly, in this regard, the inheritors are not exempt. Ultimate Spider and a few others, based on the body of demos brought back by Mark, conducted in-depth research. They concluded that the inheritors' resistance to nuclear radiation isn't stronger than that of ordinary humans. Injecting a radiation dose of 2 sieverts into the inheritors in a short time significantly weakens their combat ability. Cells severely deteriorate and shrink, resulting in roughly a 50% reduction in their strength. Raising the radiation dose to 4 sieverts can instantly weaken the inheritors to the level of ordinary people. If a nuclear bomb were to be dropped into the inheritors' lair, congratulations, the battle would be over without a fight. Even if the inheritors could withstand the shockwave of the explosion, they'd instantly be weakened to ordinary people by the subsequent nuclear radiation, then destroyed by the lingering shockwave and high temperatures, and so on. Deploying a nuclear bomb is a bit difficult. This thing is top secret no matter the world. Even some black markets, who claims to sell everything, couldn't possibly bring this out for sale. However, coincidentally, Mark happens to have a nuclear expert. Dr. Octopus? He delves into nuclear fusion more advanced than fission? Of course, getting him to make a nuclear bomb is impossible, and the inheritors won't just sit back and watch Mark use this thing against them. But Mark can turn himself into a nuclear bomb? Yes, it's his quantum mimicry spell. Previously, he could already quantumize himself to simulate the effects of ions, forming electric current attacks. If the weather was favorable, he could even manipulate the ions in nature, briefly harnessing the power of the storm, wielding Thor's authority, unleashing a vast thunderstorm attack. And nuclear radiation actually has another name, ionizing radiation. It's the process where atomic nuclei transition from one structure or energy state to another, releasing a stream of microscopic particles. Previously, limited by knowledge and mismatched specialties, Mark was unaware of this. But now, with the help of Dr. Octopus and many Spider-Man, he finally understands. In this universe, he is omnipotent and won't die because this flawed universe now represents him, providing him with an endless supply of energy. So, at a far distance from where the Spider-Man gathered, many Spider-Men donned radiation-resistant spider armors, while irrelevant individuals took shelter in radiation-proof buildings. And Mark appeared in the distant sky, commencing his self-detonation technique practice. One day passed quickly. As 3 parallel universe portals opened in succession, the previously tranquil Earth-001 suddenly resembled a pond struck by 3 stones, instantly rippling with brilliance. These 3 portals, connecting different parallel universes, naturally originated from 3 distinct worlds, representing 3 different Spider-Man teams. The Benevolent Spider Legion, the Ruthless Spider Legion, and the new Fate Web Legion. Although the Benevolent Spider Legion and the Ruthless Spider Legion had met during this period, due to the Inheritors halting their hunting operations, lacking external pressure, they hadn't merged as originally expected but continued their independent actions. However, both sides attempted to recruit powerful Spider-Man from different parallel universes to increase their chances in the final battle. Yet, this conduct couldn't be easily categorized as good or bad, because among the recruited Spider-Man, there were always some anomalies. Naturally, the new Fate Web Legion was led by Mark, the Spider-Man who wielded the entirely new Web of Fate. His legion didn't expand. Not long ago, he had sensed a particular force acting upon him, causing his Web of Fate to lose its ability to connect with other new parallel universes. After pondering, it seemed that only the Weaver Master possessed such a capability. He wasn't sure why the Weaver Master did this, but it didn't matter anymore. Because he had perfected his ultimate technique to annihilate the Inheritors, the 3 teams thus converged in this unfamiliar world for them. Behind Superior Spider-Man were all the members of the Ruthless Spider Legion, including Spider-Monkey, Spider-Girl, Bitch, 6-Armed Spider-Man, Spider-Cyborg, Indian Spider-Man, Paveter, Spider-Norman, from a world where Norman Osborn became Spider-Man, Spider-Punk, Spider-Swarm, and others, most of whom shared Parker's ruthless attributes. In short, they shared the same mindset. The only downside was that Otto Parker noticed the Spider-Norman recruited from Earth 44145 was constantly trying to wrest control of the team from him. Fortunately, he had no intention of befriending that guy. He only waited to finish this battle and bid their own ways. Grounded, Otto and the others raised their heads, turning their gaze to the other side. Otto smirked disdainfully, saying, "Tisk. Those meddling folks have indeed followed us here." "Ah, don't say that. We have a common enemy. I think we should just unite," said Spider-Indian. "Exactly, let's unite." Spider-Swarm, also known as Spider-Man, chimed in. His tone was mild, yet unsettling. Hearing him speak, Spider-Girl felt goosebumps all over, unsure of the source of this sensation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the primary universe Spider-Man arrived with his Benevolent Spider Legion in this world. Most conspicuous among them was a massive mecha suit. It was none other than Leopardon. On the mecha suit's shoulder stood a smaller one. Penny Parker sat alongside her Spider-Mecha buddy on Leopardon's shoulder, casually chatting with Aunt May Spider-Man. "Hey, Takia-san, are all monsters in your world this big? Your mecha is enormous," Penny teased. Takia Yamashiro, the owner of the Leopardon, squinted and replied, "Yes, Penny-chan, our monsters are as big as mountains." Wah. Penny Parker licked a rainbow lollipop and gave a thumbs up to the Spider-Mecha. Both hailed from the same country albeit different worlds and shared the bond of being mech pilots. Emerging from the portal, Spider-Gwen scanned the surroundings, furrowing her brow. "This world, it feels oddly strange." Following her, Spider-British queried, "Really? I don't feel anything strange." Spider-Ham bounced around, active on the ground, then leaped onto a building. "Looks like we've arrived in the southeast of this world's New York City." At that moment, Mark stood still, silent. Spider-Gwen walked up to him, gently taking his hand. Mark snapped out of his thoughts, holding Gwen's soft palm. "You felt it too?" Gwen nodded. "I sensed something peculiar, but I can't pinpoint what it is. How about you?" Mark sighed. "I never expected that. Despite thinking I came to save him, despite thinking we had a mentor-student relationship, in the end, he chose to become my enemy." Spider-Gwen fell silent, understanding what Mark was saying. Mark had confided in her before, revealing the origin of his power, a spider that had detached from the Weaver. Through numerous parallel universes, it eventually found Mark in that unique world, bestowing upon him this power. Therefore, Mark always regarded the Weaver as a mentor, even a sort of master. His original plan was to eliminate all Inheritors, prevent the superior Spider-Man from ambushing and killing the Weaver, thus halting the fate that entwined the Weaver, and rescue the Weaver to continue maintaining the web of destiny. But now, upon entering this world, he grasped the Weaver's intentions. The Weaver wanted to get rid of him? He didn't understand why the Weaver would do this, but he trusted the judgment his web of destiny offered. The force of destiny within his web of fate was somewhat akin to an enhanced version of Spider Sense. While some Spider-Men could foresee brief futures through their Spider Sense, it was actually the activation of a small portion of the force of destiny. No wonder the Weaver recently cut off that subtle connection he had with the universes of other Spider-Men. The Weaver held such intentions? But why? Mark now yearned to rush straight to the Spider Temple, seize the Weaver, and demand answers. Just then, he sensed intricate and intertwined Spider Totem energies from 2 other locations. It was the aura emitted by a large gathering of Spider-Men. For now, he set aside his inner doubts. Although the Weaver was adept at manipulating fate, becoming the guardian of life and destiny meant certain sacrifices, making some aspects of him not as elevated. He just wielded the authority over fate, making him seem mighty. Coincidentally, Mark possessed a similar ability. Even if he couldn't confront the Weaver directly, it was enough for self-preservation. Hence, he surmised that the Weaver summoned so many Spider-Men to this world at this moment not just to defeat the Inheritors but also possibly to use the other Spider-Men against him? Nice thought, but they're under my command now. Mark smirked, gesturing with a circle, beckoning, guys, let's move. Let's go meet our other good buddies. Another Spider Legion. Superior Spider-Man gaped in amazement at the individuals walking out of the portal. Mark paid no attention to him and waved at Penny Parker. Hey, Penny, long time no see. Gasp, Mark, Gwen, and even Noir. Penny Parker, engaged in a conversation with Takia Yamashiro, turned around at the sound of the voice, pleasantly surprised to see Mark and the others. Even her mech, the SP//DR display screen showed a symbol representing joy. Spider-Gwen and Spider-Noir also greeted Penny Parker with smiles. Compared to others, their camaraderie was closer, having fought side by side previously. Penny, who are they? Takia Yamashiro asked in puzzlement. Mark glanced at Takia Yamashiro, the famous Supaidaman, renowned for his exceptional combat abilities among many Spider-Men. Finally, he noticed something about him. There was an extremely high authority emanating from Takia Yamashiro. No wonder he could wield the destructive Leopardon with such ease. Moreover, his spider totem aura was exceedingly primitive and pure. The intensity of the spider totem's aura was, in a sense, the strength of a Spider-Man. He truly deserved the reputation of someone who could stand up to Solus. While Mark observed the renowned Spider-Man, Takia Yamashiro was also observing him. His spider sense was incredibly potent, easily detecting things within a 50-kilometer radius. Aside from the ionosphere-reflected tropospheric radar, regular radars only had a detection range of about 37 kilometers. His spider sense not only had a broad range but also possessed formidable detection capabilities. Under this ability, the strength of their enemies couldn't hide. He instinctively scanned Mark and the others with his spider sense, discovering that the life force emanating from these Spider-Men led by Mark was exceptionally robust. Any of them could be deemed elite on superior Spider-Man's side. Among them, the strongest individuals emitted life force several times, even dozens of times, greater than others. Especially Mark. Meanwhile, two individuals were covertly eyeing Mark's group with ill intentions. Spider-Norman felt uncertain. His spider sense warned him that these new spiders were formidable. He temporarily suppressed his unease. The other, Spider's man, swallowed hard, excitedly murmuring to himself, delicious. They are all exquisite delicacies. Whoosh! Just then, a subtle tearing sound broke the silence. Immediately, the spider swarm, still salivating, found its massive figure ensnared by a colossal flaming hand. What are you doing? Release him, you jerk. Hey, guys, now's not the time for infighting. Mark's sudden action drew glances from the members of the ruthless Spider Legion. Some questioned, some tried to defuse the situation, while Otto Parker, self-proclaimed as the leader, stepped forward to confront him. Mark scanned the group indifferently, eventually fixing his gaze back on the spider's man. Whoosh! A ball of flame ignited on his mask, disintegrating the mask of the spider swarm, revealing a horrifying sight, a face made of an assembly of numerous spiders. This terrifying countenance would not only unsettle those with arachnophobia but even those without it. Tisk, tisk, you're missing out on being in a horror film with that look. Mark applied a slight pressure. Boom! The flame surged again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless spiders emitted piercing screams, all stemming from the spider's man. Otto Parker clenched his fist, moving slowly towards Mark. He might look disgusting, but he's on my side. So, release him. Step. The spider circus stepped forward, blocking Mark. Wanna get to my boss? You gotta get through me first. Behind them, the Spider Punisher acted decisively, lifting his wrist, and several different firearms extended out. The Spider-Men behind Otto Parker grew tense. Tension filled the air. Mark, seemingly unaffected, spoke slowly. Peter Parker was once a promising young student, invited by Max Modale, along with his best friend, Gwen Stacy, to Horizon Labs for a visit. In one experiment, a vast number of spiders were bombarded with a substantial amount of radiation. Peter Parker accidentally fell into the swarm and was devoured alive. Those spiders, however, formed a unique hive mind. They disguised themselves as the person they devoured, donned their attire, and dubbed themselves Spider-Man. Oh, wait, you should be called Spider's Man, right? As for whether you qualify as a hero, well, that's up for debate. What do you want? You damn scumbag. A sharp, pained voice rang out. For anthropods, fire was undoubtedly their greatest adversary. What do I want? Haha, it's what you want. Mark sneered coldly. His eyes suddenly ignited with flames, a powerful blaze akin to laser beams, engulfing every member of the ruthless Spider Legion. Even Penny and her spider mech weren't spared. What are you doing? Madman. Are you starting a war with us? Members of the ruthless Spider Legion erupted in anger and accusation. Yet, they soon realized that the flames didn't harm them. Instead, they quickly detached and fell to the ground. Spider-May, walking over to Penny intent on rescuing her, bent down and picked up the burning object from the ground. It was a spider. What's going on here? Otto Parker picked up a charred spider from the ground, looking visibly disturbed. This spider had fallen from his body. Mark sneered, ask our dear Spider's Man buddy here. What's the idea behind placing spiders on every Spider-Man? What? No words? Allow me then. I guess you intend to wait for everything to conclude, quietly infiltrate each marked world, then consume them, bolstering your own strength, right? Mark stated. You bastard. The spider's man roared in anger. In the next moment, his body exploded into countless spiders, scattering in all directions. Silent until then, he had been silently amassing power, preparing to break free from Mark's restraint. Capture them. Otto Parker shouted, abandoning the standoff with the circus spider and others, turning to deal with the spiders spawned by the spider's man. Others weren't naive either. They now understood the malicious intent of this particular Spider-Man. Even the cunning spider Norman joined the fray, currently filled with trepidation. He had previously contacted the Spider's man in secret, planning to seize some benefits in this battle, only to find out it or they had placed Spider on him too. I considered you a friend, and you dare to covet my body. Facing the incensed Spider-Man, the Spider's man couldn't do anything anymore. Even their attempt to self-destruct into countless spiders was instantly nullified by Mark's snap of fingers. Numerous miniature portals enveloped the Spider's man, ensuring that no matter where the spiders tried to escape, they were brought back to the same spot. The entire space was completely sealed. Subsequently, Mark unleashed a blaze that incinerated these spiders, eradicating them entirely. After dealing with the Spider's man, Mark dealt with Spider Norman using decisive measures. This guy was also a ticking time bomb. In the original storyline, he appeared in Spider-Verse, destroying the web of life and destiny, severing connections between the multiverses, trapping the resurrected inheritors and Spider-Man in Universe 616, forcing them into a final battle, all under the guise of sacrificing a few for the safety of the multiverse. In reality, he was simply afraid of dying. Against such a character, Mark showed no mercy. He directly stripped Spider Norman of his spider totem, erased his recent memories, turned him into an ordinary person, and sent him back to his universe. After consecutively dealing with two problematic members, while some members of the ruthless Spider Legion felt remorse, they also felt relieved. Without Mark's intervention, they might have all been fooled by these two guys. Seizing this opportunity, Mark seamlessly incorporated all members of the ruthless Spider Legion under his command. Following another round of genetic surgery, his web of fate gained several new residents, significantly boosting his power. Now, he was no longer the Mark from before, reliant merely on a dozen genetic surgeries. He could afford to spend his energy freely. Though Otto Parker felt a sense of injustice, he was helpless. He even had to thank Mark, because his fate had shifted from the original web of life and destiny to Mark's brand new one, freeing him entirely from his previous destiny, becoming a unique existence. A true Otto Parker. A new branch extending from Universe 616. As for the future, whether he'd end up like before, abandoning his superhero identity and reverting to Dr. Octopus or persist as the true superior Spider-Man, that would be his own choice. This was the essence of Mark's new web of fate. No predetermined, planned future, everything was a matter of free will. At this moment, even though his abilities stemmed from the Weaver, he had long diverged onto a vastly different path from the Weaver. Having assimilated the ruthless Spider Legion, even transforming Otto Parker into his avid follower, Mark now set his sights on another group. The Benevolent Spider Legion, led by the main universe's Spider-Man. The interaction with the Benevolent Spider Legion went even smoother than anticipated. The primary universe's Spider-Man wasn't someone fond of power struggles. He ended up as the leader of the Benevolent Spider Legion because everyone else believed he was the only one with experience defeating the inheritors. They unanimously elected him, to put it bluntly, a forced situation. The primary universe's Spider-Man was that unwilling participant. Now, with a better option, the mostly kind-hearted Spider-Man naturally had no objections. Apart from sensing the strength from Mark and his associates, Mark's feat of single-handedly defeating 3 inheritors was enough to impress them. And so, Mark smoothly integrated 2 Spider Legions. This left the Weaver, secretly observing everything, seething with frustration. He'd done his best to prevent Mark and the primary universe's Spider-Man from meeting, only to have his plans thwarted. Yet, he was helpless. Because the moment any spider totem came into contact with Mark, they disappeared entirely from the web of life and destiny he controlled. Even if he continued summoning other spider totems from different worlds, it only served to augment Mark's power. Hence, he had another plan in mind. On the web of life and destiny, the Weaver raised his hand, and a peculiar fluctuation spread from his fingertips. Suddenly, in the contemplative halls of the Weaver's temple, Solus snapped his head up. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through space, locking onto Mark and his group. Spiders? A multitude of spiders. Morlun and Genix beside him also turned their gazes in that direction, displaying astonishment and fear. It's him. He's here. Father, it's that guy. He's the one who killed them. Solus extended his crimson tongue to moisten his lips, saying, I sense an exquisite taste from him. A special totem that's developed life force to its zenith. But Weaver, tell me, why did they sneak into my world without my knowledge? The Weaver fell silent for a moment before stating, that spider possesses a unique ability to shield from my perception. Solus narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that so? When Demos died, I happened to be in a slumber. It seems to have been a coincidence. The Weaver fell into prolonged silence, evidently unsure how to respond to this question. Solus chuckled darkly, suddenly appearing in front of the Weaver. His massive palm pressed down on the weaver's head, his ominous eyes seemingly penetrating the mask covering the weaver's head, directly delving into the depths of the weaver's soul, drawing out his essence and life force together. There will be no next time. Yes, great Lord Solus, the weaver said tremblingly. Morlun and Genix finally snapped out of their daze, staring at the weaver in shock. In those few words exchanged between their father and the weaver, they seemed to sense something quite unusual. Humph. Solus snorted and released his palm. He appeared again at the entrance of the weaver's temple, not bothering to look back. Genix, you and your people stay here. If the weaver dares any tricks, kill him. Yes. Genix shuddered, complying. Morlun, come with me. Let's exterminate those spiders. Yes, great father. A fierce expression appeared on Morlun's face. He was impatient for revenge. As for being unable to win, impossible. He was now with his father, the great Solus. How could they possibly lose to a mere group of spiders? Moreover, they hadn't been idle during this time. Although the original Hounds, Vulture's army, and the half-mechanical army of Namura were nearly wiped out, Genix still commanded a legion of clone enforcers. Coupled with their extensive influence in this world after years of operation, the so-called superheroes and supervillains in this world regarded them with reverence. Outside the Weaver's temple, gathered were this world's Iron Man, Hulk, and others, all formidable opponents of Spider-Man, some even capable of defeating him, but that was all in the past. To those destined to be his enemies, Mark wouldn't show any mercy. After assimilating nearly 50 Spider-Men from the 2 participating Spider Legions, Mark tore through space, arriving above the Weaver's temple. The minions of the Inheritors below, fully prepared, quickly noticed him and started using their abilities, flying towards him. However, Mark merely watched them calmly. The next moment, he extended his hands, crossing them in front of himself, and slightly opened his mouth. Atomic breath. Boom! Terrifying streams of high-energy particles gushed wildly from his mouth. Iron Man from Universe 001 flew the fastest but was the first to suffer. His outer layer of armored suit rapidly turned red, melted, and finally vaporized completely. As for the person inside, they had already been evaporated. In an instant, the Inheritors' flying minions behind him were evaporated by the high-energy particle flow. Then, the high-energy particle flow bombarded the skies above the Weaver's temple, instantly demolishing it, leaving behind a gaping hole. Genix, standing there having just received Solus' command, hadn't even reacted before being disintegrated into basic particles instantly. What? Solus widened his eyes, staring dumbfoundedly at the spot where Genix disappeared. He had lost another son? You bastard. Solus lifted his head, gazing at the sky, and shot upwards like a cannonball. I've been waiting for you. Mark snorted lightly, halting his newly made skill. This wasn't his ultimate move, just a simple operation of enlarging the quantum state and then accelerating it. This kind of continuous damage was effective against weaker foes but lacked impact against a true powerhouse like Solus. Nuclear fist. A radiant fist detached from Mark's hand, shooting straight towards Solus. Solus furrowed his brow, sensing something uncomfortable about this fist. However, he didn't dwell on it much. Centuries of invincibility had instilled in him an unshakable confidence in his own power. He believed he could crush anything, so he chose to confront it head-on. Boom! When Solus' fist collided with the nuclear fist in midair, a dazzling white light swept across. The world seemed to fall silent. The terrifying nuclear explosion spread through the air, utterly destroying the Weaver's temple in an instant. The vast city was on the verge of becoming a wasteland in a blink of an eye. Mark stood motionless in the air, his face filled with astonishment and amusement. He had used this skill hoping Solus would evade, giving him a chance to open a portal and send him into outer space for a more intense attack. But this guy, what was he thinking? Facing it head-on? Cough. 2 coughs echoed from the debris below. One was from the disheveled Solus, and the other, a more battered Weaver. As for Morlun, he had been obliterated in the nuclear explosion. What Mark didn't expect was that this nuclear fist had drained nearly half of his quantum energy, its explosive power equivalent to approximately 500 million tons of TNT. In reality, not only this city but several nearby cities had all been affected. The continental plate beneath their feet had shifted, triggering earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis. The aftermath of the nuclear fist continued spreading across the planet. The Weaver, possessing immense power, used it to shield against a portion of the radiation as the nuclear explosion spread. This fortunate act saved him. Solus gazed up at Mark, his expression contorted with extreme displeasure. He never expected such dishonorable behavior, who uses their ultimate move right off the bat. Can't they just have a fair fight? Even the Inheritors, when hunting totems, played around before capturing and draining the other side. However, Mark paid little attention to these norms. Upon realizing his attack unexpectedly worked, he paused for a moment, swiftly tearing open a wormhole in the void. The wormhole portal directly engulfed Solus. With grievous injuries, Solus was utterly incapable of resisting this force. In the next moment, both of them found themselves near the sun. Surface-level heat might not have affected Solus much, but unfortunately for him, his arch-nemesis was radiation. If we talk about the highest radiation in the solar system, it's undoubtedly the sun. The sun continuously undergoes nuclear fusion, releasing solar radiation outward. The Earth receives just 1/2 billionth of the total solar radiation. Such a minuscule amount of solar radiation, refracted through the atmosphere, doesn't impact regular people, let alone the Inheritors. But what about direct exposure to the sun? Solus at this moment served as the perfect example. Solus grew weak all over. His already aged visage continued deteriorating, withering. His once upright figure now stooped. His voice was excruciatingly painful, as if enduring the world's most brutal torture, perhaps even more than that. As for Mark, he remained relaxed and at ease. Once he quantum shifted, his body existed between dimensions. Not even the energy emitted by the sun, let alone black holes, white dwarfs, or red giants, could affect him in the slightest. Release him. A voice rang out behind Mark. Mark was slightly surprised and turned around. It was Karn? Are you Karn or the Weaver? Mark inquired after a brief silence. Of course, sound doesn't travel in space, so he used his spider sense to simulate speech. Empowered by the web of fate, his spider sense could even facilitate cross-dimensional communication. Sending a simple voice across space was child's play. It seemed Kane utilized a similar method. A newcomer glanced deeply at him and said, I am both the Weaver and Karn, past, present, and future merged into one, and that is who I am now. Mark raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Convergence of timelines? I'd have thought you were some Beyonder or something. Beyonder? The newcomer looked puzzled. What is that? Mark shook his head slightly, chuckled, and said, all right then, I'll call you Karn. So, Karn, are you here to stop me from killing your father? Karn wasn't bothered by the address. He looked into Mark's eyes and nodded. All the other members of the inheritor family have been killed by you. The mistakes of the past have vanished. The energy within Solus has been nearly destroyed by solar radiation. Presently, he's no different from an ordinary old man. Why rush to exterminate them? Humph. Mark sneered. Just because they've lost their power, should I spare them? How naive? Did those people killed in the past by them die in vain? If they chose to kill, they should be prepared to be killed. That's fate. The fate they've chosen? And you call yourself the guardian of the web of fate? Ridiculous. Karn fell into silence again. Karn, although you claim to like to guard and create, detest destruction and killing, and boast of being different from demos and them, in my eyes, you're no different from them. Karn looked at Mark, his masked eyes revealing a hint of anger and confusion. Mark continued, you consider yourself a superior god, the guardian of spider totems. So, recklessly creating Spider-Man across multiple parallel universes, guiding the inheritors to kill them, you've brewed tragedy after tragedy in many universes. You manipulate the fate of Spider-Man, forcing them to recognize their responsibilities by sacrificing their loved ones. In reality, it's because you're a bastard who recognized his so-called responsibility by killing his own mother. Your act of transferring your pain onto others is unworthy of your title as the protector of the web of fate. Karn was momentarily stunned. Yes? Why did the appearance of each spider totem always come with the sacrifice of someone close to them? It was because he, himself, understood his true responsibility and mission when his mother died. Therefore, subconsciously, he added similar destinies to every spider totem. In reality, there's no conflict between becoming a superhero and one's loved ones. Tony Stark became Iron Man. Who did he lose? Steve Rogers became Captain America. Who did he lose? How to use one's abilities is a personal choice. There's no need to understand this truth by sacrificing someone, except for Spider-Man. And the instigator of all this was none other than the Weaver Karn, who proclaimed himself as the guardian of spider totems. Mark felt fortunate for leaving his own world early, especially since his world was unique and less influenced by the Weaver. Otherwise, he might have ended up in a dramatic conflict with his close friend or even his teacher someday. Karn found himself in immense shock and self-doubt, yet Mark wasn't about to let him off the hook. He continued his accusation, the reason you act this way, completely disregarding their feelings, is that in your lofty eyes, they are merely tools crafted by you to achieve your goals. Have you honestly ever treated them as your descendants or children? Respected Weaver, I ask you this. Karn was speechless. Every word spoken by Mark was piercing and irrefutable, leaving Karn unable to argue because, indeed, he hadn't considered all of this. Creating spider totems was simply fulfilling the duty of a guardian for him, with the hope that someday they would help him fulfill his wish to reform his siblings. So, he didn't care about how many spider totems died during this period, or how many friends and innocent people were killed by the inheritors around the spider totems. Every time he scripted the destinies of the spider totems, he sacrificed at least one friend, mirroring the understanding he gained from his mother's death, subconsciously embedding this rule in their destinies. How many Spider-Men suffered because of this? At that moment, Solus let out one final scream, burning to ashes under the solar radiation. This scream woke Karn from his reverie. He looked at where Solus disappeared, stayed silent for a while, then extended his hand to Mark. Mark cautiously watched him. Karn chuckled self-mockingly, tossing a ball of light into the void toward Mark. I'm sorry, I never realized that my existence caused them so much harm. You were right, fate should only be guarded, not exploited. The web of life and destiny is now yours. Saying this, he didn't care whether Mark had heard clearly, turned, and rushed towards the nearby sun. Boom! When Karn withdrew the fate power from his body, solar radiation instantly surged into him, igniting his being. Without any resistance, in the span of a breath, he was incinerated into a state of nothingness, completely vanishing in the universe. Mark stood dumbfounded. He had prepared himself for a grand battle with the Weaver, which was why he preemptively turned so many Spider-Men against him, guarding against the Weaver summoning other Spider-Men for help. But he never anticipated that Karn would suicide. As he gazed at the hovering ball of light before him, it seemed to contain a miniature web within. But Mark knew it wasn't a spider's web, it was the web of life and destiny, one of the fundamental structures that shaped the entire Marvel multiverse. After a moment's hesitation, Mark reached out and grasped it. Suddenly, the web of destiny in his mind began to expand outward, extending, revealing numerous faces on its surface. It was only now that Mark truly understood the genuine significance of this web of destiny and the Spider-Man. The web of destiny constituted a fundamental structure for all parallel worlds in the multiverse, guiding each parallel universe along its unique logical path. The Spider-Men were like nodes on this web of destiny. They resembled spiders on a web, diligently maintaining the safety of the web and the stability of the entire multiverse. Looking at each Spider-Man in the nodes of the web, Mark smiled. Why sacrifice so much for such laborious work? Saying this, he set the web of destiny to a trustee mode. The future, destiny, should lie in the hands of each individual. Be it a god or a mortal, everything done today would in some way be repaid in the future.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.